Marvel with Zanpakuto, Chapter 251. It was 8 o'clock in the evening in New York. Accompanied by gorgeous fireworks exploding in the night sky, the Science and Technology Expo, which marked the end of every 5 years, was officially opened. Hundreds of well-known technology giants gathered here, showing the world how to enjoy the future and the dazzling super technology. For a time, hundreds of flowers bloomed, which was too much for people to take in. Tonight, there were tens of thousands of people rushing into this huge technology garden, bustling in front of the Science and Technology Expo, admiring the latest products of these giants' technology companies, all with happy smiles on their faces. However, in this bustling crowd, there were two people, one big and one small, who seemed a little strange. The man looked about 25 or 26 years old from the outside. His hair color was quite rare silver. He had a pair of black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. His facial lines were perfect like a Greek sculpture. His whole body exuded an otherworldly temperament that was incompatible with the surrounding environment and the crowd. The man was holding a little girl's hand. She had long black hair and large black eyes. She looked very cute and energetic. The reason why it was said that they were very strange was not because of their appearance and temperament. The expo was crowded with technology enthusiasts and journalists. However, the 2 meters around them were abnormally empty. All the people who tried to get close would involuntarily deviate from their track. It was as if there was an invisible wall of air that separated all the people around them. These two people were Nemu and Lod. "Brother here. Brother. Over there." Nemu led Lod over to take a look, and the entire curious baby let out cheerful laughter from time to time. As for why they were here? This was a long story. Since the establishment of Seoul Society, Nemu had been taking responsibility for technological development department. She had been staying in her research room and rarely came out except for eating and sleeping. Lod felt that this could not go on. Staying in a closed environment for a long time would affect the child's development and mental health. Therefore, taking advantage of the opening of this grand meeting, he proposed to take her out for a stroll. It was to compensate for Nemu's hard work in this period of time. The two of them did not deliberately hide it from Shield. After all, Lod did not intend to give up on his vest. It was a good chance to show up this time, lest Nick Fury became suspicious. "Brother, look, it's a meteor, so many meteors." Nemu's mouth was stuffed with hamburgers, her eyes twinkling with stars, and she shouted excitedly with her greasy little fingers in the distance. "Meteor." Lod was slightly startled. Then, he looked in the direction that Nemu had pointed. He saw hundreds of silver streaks of light streaking across the pitch-black night sky like threads, flying towards him at an astonishing speed. "Nemu, that's not a meteor. It's a group of robots." Lod's eyesight was amazing. He saw through the bodies of those meteors at a glance. In fact, they were humanoid silver mecha armor, which looked like Tony Stark's steel armor. "Ah! I thought it was a shooting star. I was ready to make a wish." Nemu pouted, her eyes full of disappointment and grievance. "Ha ha ha." Lod smiled and touched Nemu's head. "If Nemu really wants to make a wish, can Big Brother help you shoot a meteor next time?" "Okay, okay." Nemu's eyes lit up and she regained hope. "Then we made an appointment. Brother, you must help me defeat the meteor." While the two of them were chatting and laughing, the silver light rays had already descended. Bang 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 bang. The humanoid silver mecha suits landed on the main display platform in unison. The silver streamlined body, the strong and powerful metallic color, and the various kinds of ferocious and exaggerated weapons on it made the appearance of these mechs extremely oppressive, giving everyone a fierce and brutal aura. It was not hard to imagine. If this batch of mechs appeared on the battlefield in the future, what kind of fear would they cause to the enemy? "Wow, come and look, it's Iron Man." "Idiot, that is not Iron Man. This is a product of Hammer's military industry. So cool. Did you see that? These mechs are so cool. They are even more handsome than my Transformers. No wonder Justin Hammer dared to say such arrogant words. It turns out that he has found a way to replicate Iron Man. The Hammer tech is awesome. Justin Hammer is the genius of this era. Tony Stark has fallen behind. The crowd was boiling, and there was an intense discussion. Everyone's eyes were instantly caught by the Hammer military, and they could no longer take half a step away from these cool mechs. Even more and more people were rushing over, wanting to see the glory of the mech army. The people sitting in the front row of the main display platform were either rich or noble. Among them were several military bigwigs of the United States. The moment they saw these robots, their turbid eyes burst out a bright light. As the saying went, the layman watched the show, while the expert saw the knack. Whether it was the smoothness of the landing movements, the speed of flying through the air, and those external weapons, all of them showed their ferocity. Gradually, the limelight of the entire Science and Technology Expo had all been taken away by the Hammer tech. That's right, that's right. Justin Hammer, who was supervising from the backstage, saw this scene and waved his fist in excitement. He said excitedly, "This is exactly what I want. It's amazing. I am the most outstanding genius in this era. Is this what you want?" A strong man with a toothpick in his mouth and tattoos all over his body, with disheveled hair, glanced at the excited Justin Hammer next to him and said in a disdainful tone, "Using this kind of child toy to fool this group of stupid people." Justin Hammer sneered in his heart. He tidied his suit and said, "Remember to listen to my command and let my babies move. Do you understand? Ivan Vanko." "Okay." Ivan Vanko nodded and turned to look at the computer screen. "That's good. Don't forget our agreement. Otherwise, I can make you go back to the prison at any time." Justin Hammer arrogantly glanced at Ivan Vanko with a trace of disgust in his eyes. Then he quickly walked out of the backstage. Next, he had to go to the podium to give his speech regarding future technological applications and how to reduce the loss of the American Army. He believed that after tonight, the whole world would focus on the military industry of Hammer, and he, Justin Hammer, would become the founder of the new era. In Justin Hammer's eyes, his drone was the most perfect. After Tony Stark withdrew from the exhibition, the insignificant Osborne Group was not worth mentioning at all. Biological technology? Superhuman? No matter how powerful his development was, how could a human body compare to his perfect drone? Osborne Group. Norman Osborn stood in front of the waiting mirror. His face was as gloomy as water. His brown eyes flashed with an evil green light. "You forced me to do this." Chapter 252. Science and Technology Expo, the main exhibition stage. After the latest technological display, it was finally time for the Hammer military industry that everyone was looking forward to. First action. Along with the beat of drums and music, Justin Hammer appeared. He danced with his slightly stiff body to his heart's content, and with Michael Jackson's well-known space dance steps, he slid all the way to the center of the exhibition stage, and then picked up the microphone in his hand. "Gentlemen, ladies, welcome to the Science and Technology Expo." With a confident smile on his face, Justin Hammer swept his eyes over the audience one by one, and said in a frivolous voice, "For too long, our country had to let its brave children fall into danger, and then Iron Man appeared. We thought the days of sacrifice had passed. But it's a pity." At this point, Justin Hammer deliberately paused for a moment and said with a face of regret, "We can't get that technology because someone selfishly claimed it for himself and ignored the countless lives sacrificed for this country. Of course, no matter what, it is a great technology. At least it was like this before today. Gentlemen, ladies." Justin Hammer left the lecture table, crossed his hands on his waist, and said proudly, "Today, I will give you a grand introduction. The new face of the American Army, the drone made by Hammer Military. The silver-white humanoid mechs walked up the stage with heavy and neat steps. And in the end, the patriots who represented the US military, the mechs that Tony had given Rhodey, slowly appeared from the escalator in front of the display platform. The huge caliber cannon barrel on the shoulder and the exclusive weapon on the left and right arms made the overall style of the Patriots even more terrifying than Iron Man. For a moment, the entire audience was silent. Because everyone's eyes were attracted by the mechs that were full of futuristic sense. Look, this is a groundbreaking invention. Justin Hammer was full of pride. He spread his arms high as if he was embracing the future. From today on, the US will become great again because we have invincible soldiers who are not afraid of sacrifice, blood, or pain. Now, Justin Hammer was getting more and more excited. His face turned red and the veins on his neck bulged. He shouted, "Let us warmly welcome this product that surpasses the future." As soon as he finished speaking, a change suddenly occurred. The Patriots suddenly raised their arms and aimed the giant barrel at all the audience below. No, not just that. All the mechs on the display platform raised their arms in unison and aimed the suspended 6-barrel Vulcan machine gun at the audience below. Justin Hammer's expression changed abruptly. "Put down the gun, put down the gun." But unfortunately, these mecha did not listen to him. The machine gun slowly started to spin. The mechanical sound was like death god approaching, knocking on everyone's heart. The mecha had rebelled. At this moment, the faces of all the audience below the stage turned pale. "Help! No, no, I don't want to die. Run, these robots are crazy." For a time, the entire stadium was in chaos. Thousands of people were in chaos, desperately trying to escape from here. No. No. Justin Hammer's expression changed drastically, and he shouted in horror, "Damn it, Vanko, what are you doing?" However, there was only silence that answered him. The opportunity that Ivan Vanko had been waiting for had arrived. His face revealed a cruel expression. Without hesitation, he slammed his fingers on the keyboard and roared with a ferocious expression, "All of you, go to hell." The next moment. Boom. 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 Dozens of Gatling gun barrels spun rapidly and a deafening roar erupted in an instant. Bullets poured out like a golden torrent. In the dimly lit stadium, a fiery red bullet curtain of death was created. Just as the thousands of people in the entire stadium were about to turn into rivers of blood and die under the metal storm, a faint voice suddenly rang out. Although the voice was not loud, it was extremely clear. It even drowned out the roars of the metal torrent and entered everyone's ears. "The proud son of heaven, the city wall made of iron. Dragon, lion roar, tiger roar, wolf rush. Break the heavens and earth before the collapse. Hado number 81, Danku." The completely chanted Danku was a Hado that could perfectly defend against high-level Kido below number 80, and the firearms created by the current human technology were not enough to break through the air. Hum. The space in front of them seemed to be cut off, and a transparent barrier appeared in the air. Bang. 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 The intense rumbling sounds continued to explode in their ears. The torrent of bullets violently collided with the transparent barrier, bursting forth with an incomparably bright flame, illuminating the originally slightly dim stadium. All the bullets that were shot at the crowd were blocked by this transparent barrier. The panicked crowd even forgot to run away, their eyes filled with shock. What is that thing? This scene was completely out of Ivan Vanko's expectations. Magnetic field? Energy shield? When did Tony Stark develop such a weapon? But in his memory, Stark Group should not have this technology, so where did this protective wall come from? Even if Ivan Vanko was beaten to death, he would never have thought that it was not technology that blocked the machine gun, but Death God's Keto. Annoying. Nemu's little face fell. Her originally happy mood suddenly became agitated. She pouted and said, "Brother, can I tear down these annoying robots?" "No need." Lod rubbed Nemu's little head and said calmly, "Look, isn't someone here to help you teach them a lesson?" Just as he finished speaking, the huge stage suddenly shook, and a humanoid mech landed in a rather handsome position, blocking in front of the crowd. The outer coating of the mech was mainly gold and red in color, with a streamlined body that was attached to the human body structure, as well as the circular energy lamp on the chest. Iron Man Tony Stark. Ivan Vanko. Tony Stark yelled at the robots, "Didn't you want to avenge your father? Come out, I'm standing right here." Ivan Vanko, who was controlling the mecha backstage, saw the enemy he had been thinking about day and night and roared, "Tony Stark!" The next moment, hundreds of silver mecha broke through the air from under the display platform and charged madly at Tony Stark. Come with me." Tony Stark narrowed his eyes as white flames shot out from the solace of his mecha, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sky. "Brother, are we not going to help?" Nemu tilted his head and looked at Tony, who was far away. He asked in a low voice. "No need." Lod shook his head and said meaningfully, "Let's wait a little longer. It is not the time for us to make a move yet." Chapter 253. Jarvis. "I'm here, sir. How long can I hold on?" "According to my calculations, you can only hold on for 10 minutes at most. The palladium element will accumulate in the body, completely exceeding the limit that the human body can bear. At that time, even if a new element is replaced in time, it cannot save your life." 10 minutes. Tony Stark suddenly felt great pressure. If he can't get rid of Ivan Vanko quickly within 10 minutes, he will die because of the palladium element. He doesn't want to die. Especially falling in front of the end of hope. This is simply the most stupid way to die in the world. Damn Ivan Vanko. Tony gnashed his teeth in anger and said hatefully, "Can't he wait a little longer? The new elements are just a little bit away from being made." Originally, he planned to create the new elements, replace the palladium arc reactor on his chest, and then come to the Science and Technology Expo to stop Ivan Vanko's conspiracy. But who knew that the plan could not catch up with the change? Just one step away from creating new elements, Jarvis suddenly told him that Ivan Vanko had made a move at the Science and Technology Expo, and dozens of drones poured bullets into the audience. This sudden grievous news was like a bolt out of the blue, suddenly exploding in Tony's brain, shocking him to the point that he was stunned. Little Pepper Potts. It just so happened to be on the invitation list, and it was the best position in the first row. Tony almost did not hesitate at all. He gave up on continuing to create new elements in the first place. He ignored Jarvis' warning and the threat of the palladium element in his body. He put on the Mk4 mech and rushed to the Science and Technology Expo at full speed. Fortunately, the location of the Science and Technology Expo was not far from the Stark building, so he could rush to the scene so quickly. After making sure that Potts was fine, Tony let out a long sigh of relief. In order to ensure the safety of Potts and the personnel in the venue, Tony chose to provoke Ivan Vanko directly after landing and took these drones to other places. The good news was that his plan had succeeded, and Potts and the people in the venue were out of danger. But the bad news was how he was going to deal with the large number of drones in 10 minutes. And the Ivan Vanko who was hiding behind the back and controlling them. 10 minutes. This is an impassable red line. Because once this time passes, the palladium element content in his body will be completely exceeded. At that time, not to mention changing the new elements, even if God himself takes action, I am afraid he can only be helpless. The irony was that, while the steel armor protected him, it was also slowly eroding his life. No, now is not the time to think about this. I have to lure Ivan Vanko out. Tony shook his head and threw these messy thoughts to the back of his mind, focusing on the battle in front of him. Dozens of drones caught up, the shoulder armor opened up, and a miniature missile the size of a cigar rose, aiming the infrared support device at Tony. Sir, that is the X-Wife mini armor-piercing missile produced by the Korean military. It has the ability to track high heat energy, high mobility, and high explosive armor-piercing light. I suggest you choose to avoid it. As an artificial intelligence, Jarvis instantly scanned the models of the missiles and reported the results to Tony after estimating the destructive power and risk. Ex-wife. Tony's expression changed slightly. Hammer's naming sense is awful? It's as stupid as his brain. Although he looked down on Justin Hammer, in fact, Tony was a little afraid of Hammer Industry. It had to be known that Hammer's military could suppress other weapon giants with his own strength after Stark Group quit the weapon manufacturing industry and win a large number of orders from the American military, which was enough to prove that he was not an ordinary person. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tail of the miniature missile spewed out blazing flames, making a sharp sound that sounded like the vibration of a rattlesnake. It tore through the night sky at an extremely fast speed. Jarvis, concentrate your energy on your hands and feet, open the waist and flank, and shoot the bait device. Tony's brain worked crazily, and he issued 3 orders in an instant. Puff. The mecha on both sides of the waist opened up and released the bait devices. The bait device that emitted high heat energy spread out like a pair of blazing white wings, spreading out in the night sky 100 meters above. The dozens of mini-missiles that had bitten Tony to death were now following the high heat energy released by the bait device and crashing into a huge blazing white. Boom! Dozens of missiles exploded in an instant, instantly setting off a huge fireball. It was like a small sun, illuminating most of the night sky. Accompanied by the hot shock wave, Tony was directly sent flying. After gliding in the air for dozens of meters, Tony finally managed to control the mech to stabilize its center of gravity. Jarvis, Tony's face was deathly pale. He held his chest that was a little stuffy, and gasped, "Next time, remember to remind me to prepare a defensive stance in advance when firing the bait bombs." "Sir, I think the most important thing right now is to get rid of those drones first," Jarvis reminded him kindly. Tony saw more than 10 drones flying towards him and his eyes twitched. He cursed, "Damn it, this fool, how many drones did he make?" He wanted to go down and grab Justin Hammer by the collar and then press this idiot to the ground and beat him up. If not for this fool, why would he risk his life to fight against these drones? However, he still had to do his work. Jarvis, analyze the data of these drones and end the battle quickly. Tony took a deep breath and shot out flames from his feet, rushing towards the drone. On one side, there were more than a dozen advanced unmanned mechs, and on the other side were man-made mechs. Was Justin Hammer's drone better, or was it because Tony Stark's steel mech was better? The crowd on the audience platform suddenly forgot to run for their lives. Instead, they raised their heads to pay attention to the battle. They all wanted to know the answer to this question. Jarvis, speed up. Seeing that the distance between the two sides was getting closer and the drones were raising the machine gun hanging on their right arm, Tony's eyes suddenly flashed with a light. The auxiliary thrusters appeared on the legs and back of the mech. Bang! Blazing white flames shot out, pushing Iron Man's speed to increase by several levels. A huge ring of air visible to the naked eye burst out from behind him, erupting with an ear-piercing sonic boom. Supersonic flying. The golden red mech withstood the transparent sound barrier and instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters. Jarvis, laser cut. Tony suddenly rushed to the front of the drone, and then his 2 arms shot out a miniature laser device, shooting out 2 red laser beams as thick as fingers. Chi! The drone was instantly wiped. These drones that were manufactured in batches could not keep up with this terrifying speed at all and directly cut the two red laser beams at the waist. Never underestimate Stark Tech. Chapter 254. Jarvis, how much longer? 8 minutes, sir. Faster, I don't have time to waste with him. The 10-minute red string of life chased him like death god, making Tony not dare to slack off in the slightest. He had to focus and go all out to deal with Ivan Vanko. Tony flew towards the remaining drones. A miniature missile rose from the shoulder of the mech, aimed at the drone cluster and fired. Boom! The miniature missile automatically disintegrated in the air, turning into countless particles that were as thin as dust. They drilled into the gap between the welding machines and directly destroyed the electric road inside. With this move, more than 10 drones were dealt with. Below the stage, Justin Hammer wanted to cry but no tears came out. His face was as ugly as if he had eaten 10 pounds of excrement. A few minutes ago, he was still bragging about how powerful his drone was. In order to raise himself, he even treated Tony as a stepping stone. His words were full of mockery and ridicule. But who knew? They directly came to slap him in the face. In front of several big shots in the United States military, the drones that he had blown up to the sky were torn apart by Tony Stark alone. The drone, the result was this. Justin Hammer's face was so hot that he couldn't show his face. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. Tony, I'll help you. A familiar voice rang out through the voice channel. Tony did not need to turn around to know that it was Rhodes. Boom 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 boom. The war machine who were loaded with all kinds of weapons joined the battle. The weapons on their arms and shoulders shot out a series of dazzling tongues of flame. In an instant, the tense situation was reversed, and dozens of drones were forced back. You came too late. Tony shouted as he blasted away the drone that was trying to ambush him. You should be content. If not for the help of someone, the war machine wouldn't have been able to move. Rhodes said as he drove the Patriot. It was as though he had transformed into a war maniac. More than a dozen weapons poured out of his body. It formed a fiery red bullet screen. A mere 2 mechas were actually able to suppress dozens of drones. When the military elder saw this scene, he turned around and coldly glanced at Justin Hammer. The meaning was self-evident. It's over, Justin Hammer scowled miserably. This time, not only would he have to face a large withdrawal, but the trust the military had in him would also be greatly reduced. Soon. With the help of the war machine, the two of them worked together to eliminate all the drones. Ivan Vanko, your toy is useless. You should do it yourself. Tony violently pulled off the head of a drone and said coldly to the flashing eye. Although the drone seemed to be very powerful, it was actually not. Especially without good control, although the drone had an absolute advantage in numbers, facing Tony Stark and Jarvis, it could only be considered a little trouble. The greatest advantages and disadvantages of humanoid weapons like mechas were precisely that they needed a controller. Ivan Vanko was only a human, so if he wanted to control so many mechas at the same time, he could only rely on the computer program. However, the problem was that the computer program was rigid and could not exert the greatest function of every drone. Unless he also had Jarvis, which, of course, this was impossible. Get out here, Ivan Vanko. Tony was burning with anxiety as he watched time pass by, but Ivan Vanko still refused to show himself. He could only use words to force, "Don't you want revenge? Do you want to be like your father and hide in the dark corner forever, like a poor mouse?" It had to be said that Tony's goading was very effective. They saw a huge mech, which was obviously different from the other drones, was speeding towards them. Is that Ivan Vanko? Rhodes glanced at his opponent's mech and then at his own mech. His heart suddenly felt a bit sour and he said, "What the hell? How are we supposed to fight such a big mech? A large area is much bigger and easier to hit." Tony glanced at Rhodes and said in a disappointed tone, "This is the essence. Besides, we are fighting 2 against 1. What are you afraid of?" "Ha! I wonder who was beaten up by a big mecha last time," Rhodes said silently. "Cut the crap and lure him to a place where no one is around." As Tony spoke, he planned to lure Ivan Vanko to the outskirts in order to avoid hurting the crowd below. "All right, no problem." Rhodes nodded his head. He had the same intention. However, to their surprise, Ivan Vanko did not fall for it. Instead, he landed at the Technology Expo below. Moreover, his goal was very clear, and he headed straight for Little Pepper Potts. Not good. Tony's expression immediately changed, and he forcefully changed directions and flew towards Ivan Vanko. "Don't go, Tony, that is a trap." With his rich combat experience, Rhodes was able to tell at a glance that Ivan Vanko was doing this on purpose. His goal was to make Tony rush forward. However, his prompt was still a step too late. Tony completely threw the danger to the back of his mind and recklessly charged towards Ivan Vanko. "Ha ha ha ha, you have been tricked, Tony." Ivan Vanko laughed maniacally, then raised his hand and waved a whip full of electric currents, directly hitting Tony, who was coming at him. Zap! The whip wrapped in strong electric currents whistled over, smashing the surface armor of the mech. "Sir, the mech is affected by strong electric currents, the system is in chaos." After being hit by the strong electric current, the mech was temporarily out of balance, causing Tony to lose his ability to control himself. He could only watch helplessly as he fell from the sky. Bang! After falling from a height of over 100 meters and smashing several steel bars, Tony crashed into the ground like a meteorite. This was really choking. Even though Mark IV had an amazing anti-shock system, he was still thrown into confusion, feeling like all the bones in his body were wailing. "Die, Tony." Ivan Vanko did not give him a chance to breathe, he directly rushed towards Tony, who was on the ground. "Tony!" Not far away, Potts saw this and his expression changed. He could not help but cry out in alarm. "Get lost." Just as Tony was about to die, a silver mech sped up and collided with Ivan Vanko. The huge kinetic energy transformed into energy and sent the two of them flying dozens of meters away. It was Rhodes who had saved Tony in the nick of time. Damn it! Ivan Vanko, who had missed the opportunity, staggered to his feet and poured all his anger on the Patriots. "All of you, go to hell." Whoosh! The two metal whips, which were covered in electric currents, lashed out with sharp, ear-piercing sounds and struck the Patriots. Bang! The two whips shattered the armor on the Patriot's chest. Strong electric currents invaded the interior of the mech and gave Rhodes a series of electrotherapy meals. Ah! Rhodes convulsed violently, foaming at the mouth. The originally 2-on-1 situation instantly turned into a 1-on-1 fight. The corners of Tony's mouth twitched. His eyes alternated between light and dark. It was unknown if he was worried for Rhodes or himself. Chapter 255. One-on-one, one-on-one. The mask on Ivan Vanko's face opened, revealing an expression of victory. He tossed the unconscious Rhodes to the side and grinned. "Are you ready to die? A thief from the Stark family. In fact, your father was the one who brought this upon himself. You cannot blame us." Tony retreated cautiously while frantically thinking about how to break through the situation. The defensive capabilities of the mech created by Ivan Vanko were obviously higher than theirs. Moreover, after taking the hit from Rhodes, it was able to quickly get up and counterattack. The built-in shock reduction system was probably better as well. Moreover, the two metal whips wrapped in strong electric currents were clearly weapons developed for him. Not only could they break through his external armor with a single strike, but the strong electric current would also interfere with the normal operation of the system. As such, it was impossible to fight Ivan Vanko head-on. He had to think of a way to defeat Ivan Vanko from the side. "Sir, I have to remind you that there are only 3 minutes left before you reach your limit." Jarvis' voice sounded like the sound of a bell. "We can't drag this on any longer. We have to finish this quickly." Tony made up his mind and decided to end the battle as soon as possible. Boom! Hot flames spewed out from Tony's feet, uprooting all the vegetation in the surrounding grass. With a strong force of propulsion, his entire body rushed forward. He actually chose to break through head-on. A trace of surprise appeared on Ivan Vanko's face, and then it turned into a sneer. He raised his right hand and waved. "Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish." Whoo! A metal whip wrapped in intense electric currents swung out. Dazzling electricity crackled in the air. Coupled with the terrifying strength of the mech, when the end of the whip sliced through the air, it even emitted a sharp and ear-piercing explosion. If this whip were to hit a human body, it would probably explode into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. "It's now, Jarvis." Tony looked calm and collected, aiming at the trajectory of the whip, his hands shooting flames downwards. Mark IV's powerful mobility was once again displayed to the fullest. When he was only a few centimeters away from the whip, Tony forcefully stopped the charging momentum and flew upwards. If Rhodes was still awake, he would probably be stunned. This was because of Tony's actions. It was very similar to the well-known rattlesnake in the fighter jet. "Do you think I didn't guess?" Ivan Vanko roared, his left hand swung out another whip and smashed into the air. "Jarvis, speed up." Tony turned around and accelerated. Not only did he dodge the whip, but he also pulled back a distance. Ivan Vanko's expression changed, he subconsciously retreated, wanting to pull away from him. But how could Tony do as he wished? "Jarvis, concentrate all the energy in my palm." Tony roared and raised his palm full of energy. Palm cannon. Boom! A beam of energy as thick as an arm burst out with a burning hot and destructive aura and shot straight at Ivan Vanko. No, no. Ivan Vanko had a frightened look on his face and wanted to desperately twist his body to avoid the energy beam. Unfortunately, it was too late. The speed of this energy beam was too fast, leaving no time for him to react. Moreover, the distance between the two of them was less than 5 meters, which was simply a blink of an eye for the light. Ivan Vanko's retina was blinded by the white light, and then he felt that his chest was pierced by a hot energy. His internal organs seemed to be boiling, and his whole body seemed to be thrown into flames. Intense pain occupied his brain nerves. In just an instant, his organs were burned to ashes by the laser, and even his blood was evaporated. Ugh! I can't accept this. Ivan Vanko's eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. He stared at Tony Stark, but in the end, he gradually dimmed. His whole body fell to the ground like a golden mountain falling on a jade pillar. Ivan Vanko was dead. There was only one reason for his defeat, and that was to underestimate Jarvis and Tony's guts. Without Jarvis' analysis and assistance, it would have been impossible for a human brain to continuously change the direction of their body in just a dozen seconds and make the most correct decision to attack. Bang! Tony directly lay on the lawn. Huck it! Huck it! The continuous change in direction caused Tony to feel like his blood vessels were about to burst. His lungs were like bellows, and he let out heavy panting sounds. Large beads of sweat dripped down his temples, and a large part of his body was drenched in sweat. Although that set of movements just now was very cool, in fact, the backlash he had to bear was great. The muscles of his forelimbs clearly showed signs of spasming. In a short period of time, it was difficult for him to even stand up. "Jarvis, have I exceeded the time limit?" Tony asked, panting. "No, sir." Jarvis said, "You dealt with Ivan Vanko very quickly." "Is that so?" "I'm so tired." Tony opened his mask and breathed in the slightly burnt air. He let out a long sigh of relief. He finally managed to solve the big problem of Ivan Vanko before the red line of life. I'm so tired. I've never been this tired before. I feel even more tired than dealing with 10 models. Tony grumbled as he rested. Jarvis, bring me a cheesecake when you call Potts over. Oh, let her bring 2 bottles of fine wine as well. Wait, sir. Jarvis suddenly interrupted Tony and said quickly, there is a huge energy source in the north. It is approaching the Science and Technology Expo at an extremely fast speed. What? Tony was shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction of the Science and Technology Expo. Just as Jarvis had said, a green stream of light was speeding towards the Science and Technology Exposition at an extremely fast speed. F***CK, Jarvis, what is that thing? Tony was both shocked and angry and shouted, immediately hack into the surveillance cameras along the way and send its image over. Wait a moment, sir. Jarvis used his enormous computational ability to directly hack into the system of SHIELD's Heavenly Eye. Then, he used all the surveillance and equipment along the way to capture the true face of the green stream of light and sent it to Mark IV's mask. The green stream of light was actually a person. He was wearing a green battle armor that looked like a ferocious demon. He was standing on a flying device that looked like a pair of demonic wings. His eyes were emitting an orange and strange light. His entire body exuded a strong aura of a villain. What an advanced vertical flying device. Where did this guy come from? Tony was a little surprised, because he had never seen this person before. Sir, I think that compared to this, you should pay more attention to what he is going to do at the Science and Technology Expo. Jarvis gave a kind reminder. Although he should not judge a person by their appearance, but who asked that guy to dress up like this? He was too villain. Chapter 256. Just as Jarvis had said. A green armor that had suddenly appeared, as well as a vertical propeller that resembled the wings of a demon, and its target was the Science and Technology Expo. Combined with the above 3 points, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. No, I have to hurry over. Tony's expression changed slightly, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. He quickly got up from the ground, intending to follow and take a look. At this time, Jarvis suddenly opened his mouth. Sir, the palladium element in your body has reached its limit. You can't continue to use Mark IV. When this was said, Tony was completely stunned. Yes. The palladium element accumulation in his body has reached its limit. If he continues to use his suit, even if God comes, it will be impossible to save his life. There are only 2 roads in front of him now. First, give up the little pepper pots, go back to the villa to develop new elements and replace the time bomb in front of his chest. Secondly, if he braced himself to go to the Science and Technology Expo, he might not even be able to save Pepper Potts before he die of palladium poisoning. Going forward meant death. Not going meant living. This seemingly simple choice question made Tony fall into a dilemma. If he had been as selfish as before, perhaps he would not have been so entangled and would have chosen to save his life. But, it was different now. After the kidnapping incident, he deeply understood the feeling of being powerless to resist and his life being held in the hands of others. It was so powerless, angry, and desperate. When he was desperate and even wanted to give up, it was Yinsen who saved his life. While his life was hanging by a thread, it was Yinsen who used his body to block the guns of the terrorists, buying him the most precious time to assemble. Yinsen was a hero. He had completely changed Tony's selfish personality. Now, it's my turn. Tony took a deep breath. He made up his mind and said in a low voice, Jarvis, how long do I have left? Not only for Pepper Potts, but also for the ordinary people in the Science and Technology Expo. Didn't he create the steel armor to protect those who were unarmed in the face of life threats? 1 minute. Sir, have you really decided to do this? As an artificial intelligence, Jarvis was unable to stop Tony's actions. He could only confirm it repeatedly. 1 minute, that's enough. Tony's eyes were firm as he resolutely rushed into the night sky. Right at this moment, a dim meteor streaked across the night sky, as if it were for a sign of life that was about to fall. Technology Expo, in front of the main booth. After experiencing the terrorist attack, the chaotic crowd finally calmed down. Just as they were about to leave this troublesome place, they heard a mad and cold laugh from far away. Boom! A strong gust of wind suddenly blew over. A vertical flying transport shaped like the wings of a demon slowly hovered in front of the main exhibition platform of the Science and Technology Expo. Gentlemen, ladies. Green Goblin laughed sinisterly at the frightened crowd below. Welcome to the Science and Technology Exposition. I am the last exhibit, Green Goblin. There was no doubt. The armor that looked like a screaming demon, as well as the ferocious pair of demon wings thrusters, caused the already frightened crowd to once again boil and emit one after another screams. When one of the big shots of the military saw the armor and the flying device, his usually calm face suddenly changed drastically. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle. He raised his hand shakily and said in shock, "You. It's you, you damned bastard. What do you want?" Swish. A green light shot out from the flying device under Green Goblin and hit the big shot of the military directly. Ah! The military veteran let out a painful scream, and his whole body was instantly melted into a pool of liquid. Hiss dash. The other military elders turned pale instantly. How could they have imagined that this strange person would actually attack without saying a word, and his target was actually a military big shot with real power? SHH. Green Goblin raised a finger to his lips and laughed strangely. You guys are really too noisy, so I hope that everyone will be quiet. Is that okay? Silence. In an instant, everyone shut their mouths. The entire exhibition hall fell into a strange silence. Even a needle could be heard when it fell to the ground. Under the threat of death, no one was willing to touch this strange person's bad luck. Very good, very good. Green Goblin smiled in satisfaction. Then, he raised a finger and counted the crowd one by one. He even muttered, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there really are a lot of people. One of them asked in a low voice, what, is he counting? Another person shook his head. I don't know. Don't talk. What if he hears? I heard it already. Green Goblin suddenly turned his head to them and said darkly, I am counting how many people I will kill later. As soon as this was said, everyone's expressions changed. But Green Goblin deliberately dragged his tone and admired the fear on the faces of these people. He said slowly, since you have too many people, I can't count them all, so, it is better to kill them all. As his voice fell, Green Goblin threw out a green metal ball, and then shouted with a sharp smile, from now on, run away with all your might. Those who fall behind will be killed by me. The crowd completely exploded. They scrambled to run towards the exhibition stage. In order to survive, some people even displayed their most ugly side. Run. Damn it, get out of my way. I am the boss of XX company. I can't die here. I am a lieutenant general of the US military. All of you lowly peasants, get out of my way. Help. Help. Someone save me, I fell. Don't step on me, I beg you, don't step on me. Everyone was desperately running away, pushing each other, squeezing, and even deliberately dragging others down, just to not fall to the last one. Pepper Potts was like a duckweed in the waves, pushed to the last moment of carelessness and fell. And that metal ball was less than a meter away from her. Beep. 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 The buzzing sound of the metal ball became more and more urgent. The outer layer of the metal shell opened, and a dangerous green light gradually emerged. Pepper Potts revealed a look of despair as she cried out, "Tony!" Just as the bomb was about to explode, a golden red meteor streaked across the sky. Iron Man is here. He descended like a savior, bringing hope to the desperate crowd. Stop! Tony's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he accelerated at all costs. The golden red body was surrounded by a transparent sound barrier that dragged along a long wave of air, creating a series of ear-piercing explosions that sounded like thunder. In the next second, Tony finally arrived in front of little Pepper Potts a second before the explosion. Then, he took a deep look at Pepper Potts before turning around and holding the bomb in his arms. Boom. Chapter 257. I am Iron Man. Saving unarmed people is a responsibility that I must shoulder. This is the belief that Yinsen entrusted to me. With the last bit of faith, Tony held the bomb in his arms and chose to use his own body to protect those unarmed people. He would die. Tony was very clear about this point, but he did not regret it. There was even a trace of relief. Perhaps this was his fate. This life that had been saved by others would eventually be sacrificed in order to save others. In fact, from the first day he wore Mark I armor, he had already made preparations in his heart. One day in the future, he might sacrifice his life for something. However, what he did not expect was that this day came too early and too suddenly. He did not even have the time to tell Potts that he really loved her. If not for the bomb being too close to the fleeing crowd, he would never have chosen to use this method to stop the bomb from exploding. Unfortunately, he did not have time to think. He had to make a decision in a few seconds. According to Jarvis analysis, the range of the explosion will spread to 20 meters around, and it will be detected that there is a strong corrosive substance inside. Once the bomb explodes, its power will melt dozens of people into a pool of blood in an instant, which naturally includes little Chili Pepper Potts. He did not want to see this tragedy happen. Little Chili Pepper Potts was the only woman in his life who was willing to give up her true love and give her life for him. In that short few seconds, Tony wanted to say a lot, but in the end, he couldn't say it. He just looked at Potts through the steel mask, full of farewell, and a look of reluctance. Potts seemed to have a mind of his own and felt Tony's affectionate and reluctant eyes under the steel mask. "No, Tony." Little Chili Pepper Potts's pupils contracted as she let out a scream of despair. Boom. The violent explosion sounded like thunder. Along with the dense green light, it drowned the golden red mecha, setting off a huge wave of air. Su 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 su. The black tiles on the main stage shattered inch by inch, wrapped in this wave of air, wanting to burst out in all directions, like bullets hitting the air. Many people could not dodge in time and were hit by the flying gravel. Their bodies instantly became a few bloody holes, covering their wounds and falling to the ground, screaming. The chemical substance emitted a pungent smell of corrosion, mixed with a strong smell of gunpowder, and the dust raised by the wave of air, filling the air, blocking everyone's vision. Little Chili Pepper Potts was relatively lucky. Although she was very close to the center of the explosion, she did not suffer any serious injuries. She was only sent flying a few meters away by the blast wave, and her limbs were a little torn. "Tony! Tony, where are you? Tony, answer me!" Potts's eyes were red, and he stumbled into the smoke and dust, looking for the man frantically. The high-heeled shoes had been thrown off a long time ago, and even the expensive dress worth $100,000 was torn apart by Potts without hesitation. She ran barefoot on the gravel ground. "Tony! Answer me, Tony! Where are you? Please! I beg you, Tony! Please don't let anything happen to you." The surroundings were filled with thick smoke and dust, and the visibility was no more than 1 meter. However, even in such a harsh environment, Potts still did not give up searching. Her feet were cut by the scattered gravel, leaving behind bright red footprints. Her hair was disheveled, and her dress was torn and tattered. She was simply like a madman, without any charm of the CEO of Stark Group. After running for an unknown period of time, Potts finally stopped. From the thick smoke and dust, she saw a familiar golden red armor. Tony. Potts was immediately overjoyed. She pushed aside the smoke and dust in front of her, went through the collapsed ruins, stepped over the ground full of sharp stones, and ran there regardless of her demeanor. However, when Potts approached Tony, the happy expression on her face gradually disappeared. Even though it was night and the temperature of the summer was not low, she could still clearly feel that her limbs and even her heart were gradually turning cold. Tony buried his head deeply and knelt on the ground. His arms crossed and circled around him as he held the bomb in his arms. As for the familiar golden red mecha, it was as if it had been picked up from a pile of garbage. Only pieces of tattered armor remained, deeply embedded into the man's flesh. Blood. A large amount of blood sprayed out, splashing around the man. He used this hugging method to suppress the destructive power of the bomb to the minimum. 2. Tony, Potts' mind went blank, and only her instinctive reaction was left. She moved her frozen limbs and slowly approached the man. She walked closer. Potts finally couldn't hold it in and subconsciously covered her mouth. Tears poured out of her eyes like a dam, and her heart seemed to be cramping. Receiving such impact on a point-blank range, even the mecha that should have protected Tony was deeply embedded in his body after it shattered. Almost half of his body became bloody. The energy lamp that symbolized Tony's life also began to flicker, as if it was signaling to her that the life of this man in front of her was about to reach its end. No, no. Potts was overcome with sorrow as she hugged Tony and cried, "Tony, I beg you, don't leave me. Wake up quickly, okay?" Pepper. Tony opened his eyes and looked at the blurry figure in front of him. His cracked and bloody lips forced out a smile. It's okay, you are fine. No, no, no. Tony, don't die, I beg you, don't die." Potts hugged Tony and cried, begging him not to die. Potts, who had never had any faith, was now praying for a miracle. "God, Jesus, Christ, I beg you, please save him." Potts hugged Tony tightly, feeling the man's breathing becoming weaker and weaker, tears filling her entire face. "He is a good person. He saved the lives of many people. I beg you to save him, no matter who it is. I beg you. I love you." As his consciousness gradually turned dark, Tony's cracked lips moved slightly and he said this in the ear of Pepper Potts. "Pata." His hand fell down powerlessly. Tony closed his eyes, and his heart completely stopped beating. Without a doubt, he was dead. No. Potts sobbed as she hugged Tony and burst into tears. She felt as if her heart had been torn into two. This was the first time Tony Stark personally said the words "I love you" to her, but it was also the last time. The proud and arrogant playboy, with himself as the center, sacrificed his life in order to protect the unarmed. Tony Stark was dead. But the only one who died was only the body, and he reappeared next to his lifeless body in the form of the soul. "Am I not dead?" Tony, who appeared in the form of a soul, looked at the familiar environment with a confused face, as well as Potts, who was hugging him and crying on the corpse. Chapter 258. It had to be said. This was the first time he had observed his dead body from a bystander's point of view. His bloody appearance was completely unlike his usual demeanor, and there was even a trace of nausea. It felt very strange. Tony felt that there was always a strange feeling that he could not say. He opened his mouth. The soul of a human, is it actually real? As a super genius who graduated from MIT and had a doctorate, Tony always thought that the world was made of matter and scoffed at the so-called soul theory. But everything that happened today completely broke his view. The soul really existed. This meant that most of the current theories would be completely overturned. Wait a minute. Tony's expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Since the soul is confirmed to be a substance that exists in reality, does that mean, the hell and heaven that the myths speak of also exists in reality? Step, step, step. A series of footsteps that were neither light nor heavy slowly came from the distance. Tony turned around stiffly, his slightly trembling eyes looking towards the source of the voice. It was a person. He wore a loose black robe and a white belt. He had short silver hair and deep blue eyes. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He exuded a refreshing aura. Tony Stark. Laud's deep eyes were extremely calm. It was as if they contained a gentle ocean as he spoke slowly. Yes. I am. Tony Stark took a deep breath, swallowed his saliva, and asked a little nervously, Who are you? In the words of you humans, Laud paused for a moment, then smiled. Death God, this word might make it easier for you to understand. Death God. Tony had some guesses in his heart. However, after receiving Laud's reply, his heart was still in turmoil. He widened his eyes and said in shock, You said you were Death God. Yes. Laud nodded slightly and said, I will guide your soul to Soul Society. Soul Society. Hearing this unfamiliar word, Tony's face changed slightly. Is this place you are talking about hell? Of course not. Laud shook his head and said, unlike the modern world, Soul Society is a leisure place, a place where all souls will go after they die. Tony hesitated for a moment and turned to look at the crying pots. He asked, Can I not go? No. Laud shook his head again and said, all souls after death cannot stay in the modern realm without permission. This Death God, can't you make an exception? A hint of bitterness appeared on Tony's face. He clenched his fists and said, I can't leave yet, at least not now. Laud raised his eyebrows and looked past Tony to look at Potts. It seems that you love this woman very much, but unfortunately, Soul Society's law does not allow the souls of mortals to stay in the modern world after death. Unexpectedly, Tony shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, No, not only because of Potts, I have one more thing to do. Laud narrowed his eyes. Are you referring to the human in green armor? That's right, it's him. Tony's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and said, that madman is not dead yet. The people here will be in danger at any time, so I can't go with you. Ha! Does it really matter? Laud chuckled and said lightly, don't forget that you are already dead. A newly born soul like you is not enough to affect the physical body of the real world, so it is better to give up. Impossible. Clearly, Tony's face changed dramatically. He reached out to touch Potts, but the result was that he directly passed through her body. Look. Laud crossed his arms in front of his chest and shook his head. The soul that just died, spiritual power, is too weak. It can't affect the world at all. So even if you stay, you can't help the people here. Tony slowly retracted his hand. After a moment of silence, he said in a hoarse voice, Death God, you just said that the person who just died can't affect the present world. Does that mean that you can affect the present world? He was very smart, and he was a super genius. Just from a few words, he caught the key point that Laud revealed. Laud smiled in his heart and pretended to be slightly surprised. He said, not bad, it seems that you are very smart. Death God can indeed influence the modern world. Death God, please, can you help them? Tony's eyes revealed a trace of hope as he spoke with difficulty. This was the first time he opened his mouth to ask for help, just for Death God to help save these unarmed people. Laud's eyes flashed as he met Tony's hopeful gaze. He shook his head mercilessly and said, No, Death God will not interfere in the disputes between humans. Tony's eyes darkened and his lips opened slightly as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back down in the end. There was only bitterness left on his lips. Yeah. The other party was Death God. He had no obligation or position to save the lives of humans. It was Death God's job to harvest souls. Mr. Death God. Tony took a deep breath and said, "Please forgive me for refusing to go to Soul Society. I want to stay here. Even if I can't do anything, I will not leave here." "Is it meaningful?" Laud asked. Tony frowned and did not quite understand what he meant. "What do you mean?" Laud looked deeply at Tony and slowly said, "I'm asking you, you would rather sacrifice yourself than leave even after death? With such a strong obsession, is there any meaning to you?" Tony opened his mouth, and his eyes alternated between bright and dark. Thousands of words eventually turned into a sigh. "I don't know if it is meaningful, but I just want to save these people. Even if I can't do anything, I don't want to leave like this." "Interesting human." Laud smiled from the bottom of his heart. His eyes lit up, as if he had made up his mind. "If I give you a chance to save them, but the price is that you will be bound for the rest of your life, and you may even die. Are you willing to do this?" Hearing this, Tony's breathing suddenly became rapid, and without any hesitation, he said firmly, "I am willing." "Even if he is bound for the rest of his life? Even if he might die?" "Yes." As he asked and answered, Laud and Tony looked at each other. From this man's eyes, he saw an unwavering determination, as well as a determination that he would never give up no matter what. "Since that's the case," Laud smiled calmly like a spring breeze and said, "then become Death God, Tony Stark." The next moment, a long sword, whose entire body was suffused with a light blue brilliance, was caught off guard and pierced into Tony's chest. "Survive. Then, turn into Death God, Tony Stark." This was the last sound that entered Tony's ears, and then he felt like he was drowned by a storm. Chapter 259. Hot. So hot. It felt like it was about to melt, forcing Tony, who was unconscious, to open his eyes and jump up from the hot ground. He looked around in confusion. The scene that came into view shocked him so much that his jaw almost dislocated. Flames. The entire sky and the earth were like a huge bronze furnace. The interior was filled with raging flames, emitting a terrifying high temperature. His skin became cracked due to the high temperature. The saliva in his mouth was evaporated, and sweat continued to ooze out of his pores. Maybe in a few minutes, even if he was not burned to death, he would still die from a severe lack of water in his body. "Is this hell?" Tony widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. "No." In the midst of the burning flames, a burly man walked out. "This is the scene in the depths of your heart." Its voice was like thunder, rumbling between heaven and earth, shaking Tony's brain until it buzzed. Tony's Adam's apple moved up and down, swallowed a non-existent saliva, resisted the dry feeling of dehydration, and asked, Who are you? Why do you say that this is the deepest part of my heart?" "How sad, Tony Stark." A deep sadness flashed through the burly man's eyes. "You have clearly stepped into this space, but you still don't know my name." Tony was confused. "What do you mean?" "This is your inner world." The burly man sat on the ground and stared at Tony with his fiery red eyes. He slowly said, "And you, Tony Stark, are the master of this space." "I am the master of this place." Tony opened his mouth and seemed to be in disbelief. "Yes." The burly man nodded slightly and said, "If you can understand it, this place is equivalent to a world of self built in the depths of your subconscious." "I understand." A hint of enlightenment flashed through Tony's heart, but then he looked at the burly man and asked doubtfully, "But, since this is my subconscious, who are you? Why are you here?" "Ha ha." The burly man suddenly let out a thunderous laugh. "That's why I said it was sad, Tony Stark. Hey, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're tall." Tony frowned and said unhappily, "I've been going around since just now. Tell me clearly what is so sad about me." The burly man supported his face with one hand and said indifferently, "You don't even know my name. Isn't that sad?" Tony was angry and mocked, "I'm really sorry. I've seen too many people. Not everyone is qualified for me to remember. So, big guy, you either tell me who you are or get out of here. Your courage is commendable." The burly man sneered. Zanpakuto and Death God were one with one heart, and each of them had their own thoughts. What Death God needed to do was to communicate with them, and in the process of deepening their soul connection, he would obtain Zanpakuto's real name to liberate his battle. Obviously, Tony had violated Zanpakuto's taboo. Of course, men of the Stark family never lacked the courage to face them head-on. Tony Stark's old habit flared up again. He arrogantly said, "Hurry up and tell me who you are and why I came here." "All right, I'll tell you." The burly man slowly got up and said coldly, "Don't you want to have Death God's power? It's very simple. As long as you can conquer me, you can become the real Death God." "Wait a minute. I'm a little confused." Tony raised his head and looked at the burly man who was 3 or 4 meters tall. He suddenly felt his brain was in chaos. "What is the necessary connection between me becoming Death God and conquering you?" "Heh, of course it has something to do with you." The burly man was expressionless. "Every Death God has his own Zanpakuto. That is the weapon of self-manifestation and the foundation of all Death God's power. I am the Zanpakuto that belongs to you. Only by conquering me can you become Death God." "Ayo, why didn't you say so earlier?" Tony rolled his eyes and put on a fawning expression. "Since our relationship is so close, we don't need to fight at all. Why don't you just give me strength?" "I refuse." The burly man's eyes were cold, and he said seriously, "Tony Stark, although I belong to your power, I also have my own dignity. If you can't conquer me, then scram back to your real world." Tony's face froze. He could see that the burly man's words were not the least bit false. If he could not conquer this burly man, he would really send himself back to the real world. Since he was unable to bypass the test, he could only face it head-on. After Tony vented his anger for himself in his heart, he said in a low voice, "Tell me, how do I conquer you?" "It's very simple." The burly man leaned over and slapped his palm on the bronze ground. Rumble. The bronze ground suddenly cracked open, and a pitch-black anvil slowly appeared. The anvil was 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. It was entirely made of unknown pitch-black metal, and there was a pitch-black metal with a diameter of 1 meter and a short hammer on it. "This is..." Tony was confused for a moment. "Didn't I say I was going to conquer you? Why are you showing me this? Go to the anvil, pick up the hammer, and forge that thing into a sword." The burly man crossed his arms as if he was telling a trivial matter. "If you can do it, I will admit that you have conquered me. Are you sure that you didn't take revenge on purpose?" Tony opened his mouth to the maximum and widened his eyes. "That piece of iron is more than 1 meter long and half a meter thick. You want me to hold a broken hammer and hammer it into a sword?" The burly man was expressionless as he said, "If you can't do it, then hurry up and get out. If you want to use my power, then prove yourself to me." Tony was stunned once again as his gaze fell on the anvil with difficulty. If this was outside, with the help of all sorts of high-tech equipment, forging a simple thing like sword would only take a few minutes. He could even secretly make a cup of coffee during the forging period and then leisurely wait for the forging to end. But here, using such a simple and tattered prop to forge a huge piece of pig iron and to forge it into a piece of sword was simply a fantasy. "You can refuse." The burly man mocked from the side, "After all, You are a great scientist, a playboy, a billionaire. You don't have to be like a blacksmith here. Why do I want to refuse? Tony calmly walked to the anvil, then slowly picked up the hammer and said lightly, since you are hiding in my subconscious, you should know how Mark I was born. The burly man grinned. I'll wait and see. Who? Tony's eyes were firm as he raised his hammer high up and heavily smashed it down. Chapter 260. Tony riveted all the strength in his body and smashed down dozens of times in a row. The huge reaction force was transmitted along the hammer, causing the space between his thumb and index finger to crack, and his entire arm was aching. He looked down again, and the flames that had just ignited in his heart were instantly extinguished by more than half. The iron bricks on the chopping block did not shrink at all, but the surface was still flat. He only needed to make a simple estimate. If he wanted to hammer this iron brick into shape, it would take at least tens of millions of hammer strikes. This hardness, it can't be iron. Tony threw down the hammer and turned to glare at the burly man. The burly man sat on the ground and said with a smile that was not a smile, when did I say that it was iron? You. Tony was about to retort, but the words were swallowed back down. Indeed. He never said that the material on the cutting platform was iron. Then can you at least tell me what this thing is, and what is the melting point? Tony glared at the burly man and said, don't tell me that you don't know how to forge metal. You need to melt it first. No need. The burly man shook his head and said, it doesn't need to melt, nor does it have a melting point. The method of forging it is very simple. All you need to do is to keep swinging the hammer. Tony gritted his teeth in hatred. This is not in line with science. The burly man smiled and asked, then, is it in line with science for you to appear here? Tony was speechless. If you want to give up, you can at any time. The burly man grinned as if he was trying to persuade Tony to give up. Sorry. This sentence aroused Tony's resistance. He picked up the hammer that fell to the ground and said word by word, it seems that I don't know enough. I, Tony Stark, know everything, but I won't give up. The burly man sneered and said, the premise of this sentence is that, you can persevere. Tony turned around and stopped arguing with him, because it was meaningless. He only needed to focus on the thing in front of him and beat this iron brick into shape, then he would be able to completely block that guy's mouth. Clang. 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 Sparks flew and metal clashed. The crisp and heavy sound of metal colliding was like an impassioned melody, echoing in this world that was like a furnace. Raising the hammer, he smashed down. Lifting the hammer, smashing down. Lifting the hammer, smashing down. This kind of meaningless action, Tony did not know how many times he had repeated it. Again and again, he swung the hammer like a machine, hitting the hard iron brick in front of him. At the beginning, Tony could still think of what angle to swing the hammer from, which could save more strength and speed. But later on, Tony had completely given up on thinking, because no matter what he thought of, he could not speed up or shorten the forging progress. The hardness of this unknown material had completely exceeded the scope of his understanding of materials. Even Tony suspected that the shield created by his father was not as hard as this material. At least it would not have been smashed thousands of times without a dent. There was no shortcut. There was no shortcut. The only way was to persevere. Just as the burly man had said, if one wanted to forge this iron brick into a shape, it would only require a persevere. It was a simple word, but when it was put into practice, Tony knew how difficult it was. 10 strikes. 100 strikes. 1,000 strikes. 10,000 strikes. 100,000 strikes. In the end, he could no longer count how many strikes he had used. Every time he raised his arm, it would affect the muscles all over his body, making him feel like he was being torn apart. The right hand holding the hammer had long been cracked. The overflowing blood mixed with the splashing sparks fell on this black iron brick, and was heavily smashed into it. As for the abnormally hard iron brick, under the hammering and smashing of the hammer, the area became smaller and smaller. Hope was right in front of his eyes. Dang! 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 Every once in a while, the sound of a hammer hitting could be heard, just like the speed of a turtle. At this moment, Tony's consciousness was almost completely lost, only the instinct of his body was still persisting. One hammer, another hammer. The pitch-black iron billet finally began to change. The originally irregular and ugly appearance of the iron billet gradually changed into the appearance of a long sword. Finally, as it appeared, the change of the iron billet was seen by the burly man, and his tone contained an uncontrollable excitement. That's right. That's it. Refine your soul, into a shape, Tony Stark. The dark material was actually not metal. It was the manifestation of Tony Stark's soul, and also the original appearance of Zanpakuto. Only by forging it into shape could it carry Death God's power. Now, it is about to take shape. Clang! As the last hammer fell, the iron blank completely faded the original darkness and burst out a dazzling golden light. Sword, took shape. I succeeded. Tony stared blankly at Sword, as if he couldn't believe that he had actually formed that iron brick. Congratulations, Tony Stark. The burly man's eyes flashed. I admit that you have conquered me, but before that, I want to ask your heart, what are you pursuing? Why did you raise this sword, and why did you become Death God? There was a long silence. Tony slowly raised his head, and his eyes were filled with a light that had never been seen before. To save life, to be the protector, for the person I love. Humph, the will to protect. The burly man spread his arms and laughed like thunder. I already understand your will. From now on, I will use my entire life to protect your will. Tony Stark. I'm here. Hold my sword blade tightly, and then, call out my name. He raised his hand and shook Sword. It was just a simple action, but Tony took several minutes. But when Tony reached out his hand to hold Sword, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Buzz. The terrifying spiritual power completely engulfed the space, setting off a huge storm visible to the naked eye. In the real world, a strong hurricane suddenly swept up, blowing away the smoke and dust that filled the surroundings. Green Goblin, who was chasing after the fleeing crowd, stopped laughing because a man in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of him. Tony Stark. You are not dead yet. After Green Goblin saw the man's appearance, his pupils shrank slightly and he said in horror, "This is impossible. I clearly saw you die. I am dead, but I came back from hell again." Tony's eyes were blazing like fire, and spiritual power gushed out from his body, creating waves of wind and waves in the air. An invisible pressure came straight at him, and the Green Goblin couldn't help but distance himself from him. It's time to end it, Green Goblin. Tony slowly pulled out the long sword at his waist and inserted it into the ground. Bring the world into the palm of your hand and analyze the truth of all things. Shikai, Hephaestus. Chapter 261. The god of fire and craftsman, Hephaestus. One of the 12 gods of Greek mythology was a god who was in charge of fire and volcanoes, forging and smelting, masonry, building, and carving arts. Although Hephaestus was born ugly and had lost a leg because of Hera, he used forging and smelting skills to obtain the position of 12 gods for himself and married the most beautiful goddess Aphrodite. The most well-known place of Hephaestus was that he had forged many powerful divine artifacts for the Greek gods. For example, Hera's chair, Zeus' aegis, Dionysus's Dionysian scepter, Helios' sun carriage, Eros gold and silver arrows, Achilles' armor, the metal giant Talos, and the chains that bind Prometheus. And the Pandora that symbolized disaster. and the Zanpakuto that Tony Stark reflected in his heart was the true name of the god of fire and craftsman, Hephaestus. The common point between the two was that both of them were craftsmen who had surpassed the current era. After the Shikai, Hephaestus looked very different from before. It was no longer the shape of sword's blade, but a short black hammer. Moreover, it was a forging hammer. WTF? When Lod saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "God damn, Tony's Shikai is actually a hammer. Are you going to snatch Thor's role?" When he thought of the future, when facing Thanos, the Captain America, Thunder God, and Iron Man each held a hammer, and then swung it open and wide. The scene of a tiger and a gust of wind could be said to be too raw grass. However, although he complained, Lod was actually quite curious in his heart. What exactly was the ability of Zanpakuto of Tony Stark? With Hephaestus as the name and the shape of the forging hammer, is the ability related to forging? Lod pinched his chin and analyzed. Each and every one of Zanpakuto's Shikai names symbolized its ability to a certain extent. For example, Shinso, Senbonzakura, Hyaran Meru, Getsuga Tenshou, etc. From the name of Shikai, it could be roughly analyzed. As for Hephaestus, as a well-known Greek god, Tony's ability was obviously related to artisan, forging, smelting. Of course, this was only his personal guess. As for the specific situation and ability, he could only wait until Tony made his move. Hammer. The Green Goblin was obviously stunned for a few seconds, then burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha. I thought you had some trump card, but it turns out to be a forging hammer. Do you want to use this thing to hammer me to death? It's funny, isn't it?" Tony was expressionless. His eyes were bloodshot and there was a hint of anger in them. He clenched the hammer that had turned into a hammer and said, "It doesn't matter. Soon I will make you unable to laugh." He was angry. Even when he was betrayed by Obadiah, he did not feel this angry. This guy who claimed to be Green Goblin in front of him actually relied on the high technology he invented to wantonly slaughter unarmed ordinary people in the venue. He even almost killed his beloved. These two things had undoubtedly trampled on his bottom line. "Ayo, I'm so scared." Green Goblin flew into the air with his demon wings. He looked down at Tony Stark and laughed savagely. "Without the steel armor, you are trash. How can you defeat me? Do you think you can defeat me with this hammer? Ha ha." Tony held the hammer and slowly walked towards Green Goblin. "It's enough to deal with you. I want to see what you can do to stop me without the steel armor." Green Goblin estimated that they were about 10 meters away from each other. Tony did not have the steel armor, so he could not get to him. So he relaxed and made a declaration of provocation, "Tony Stark, I will kill these people one by one in front of you. Let's see how many you can save." He wanted to personally destroy his superhero dream in front of Tony Stark, let him feel the deepest despair, and then torture him to death. Only this. "Sue." The Green Goblin suddenly rushed toward the fleeing crowd. "What a despicable guy. He actually wants to threaten me with a hostage." Tony's expression changed slightly. He stomped on the ground and rushed forward with the help of the anti-force. "Ha ha ha ha." Green Goblin laughed wildly and aimed the weapons hanging under the demon's wings at them. He was like a hunter chasing after his prey, admiring the despair on the faces of those people and the screams echoing in his ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 6 black barrels slowly turned, and the aura of death and despair enveloped the crowd. Tisk, tisk. Things have become troublesome. A helpless expression appeared on Tony's face. His Zanpakuto was not a direct attack type, and because he had just become Death God, he was not very familiar with the use of spiritual energy, so he could not catch up with the Green Goblin flying device. But this did not mean that he had no way to stop the Green Goblin. "Phew, I can only use that move. A look of determination flashed across Tony's face. He exhaled and said in a low voice, "Let him experience your strength, Hephaestus." Tony raised the pitch-black forging hammer high up in the air, and then it drew a beautiful arc in the air, bringing with it a violent sound of wind breaking down. It smashed into the ground in front of him like a hot knife through butter. The hard ground suddenly cracked under the hammer, and the violent force sent countless pieces of gravel flying. In the name of Hephaestus, melt, reconstruction. Boom. The entire stadium shook violently, and scorching flames spewed out from the cracks in the ground. Almost half of the dark night sky was dyed red by the flames. Just as Green Goblin was still shocked by this sudden change, he found a shocking scene. The flames that shot out from the ground melted the ruins of the arena under Tony's guidance. In less than a breath of time, they rebuilt it into a huge metal eggshell, protecting all the fleeing people. Boom 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 boom. The bullets turned into a torrent and poured out, all of them landing on the metal eggshell. However, what surprised the Green Demon was that other than the countless dazzling sparks and deafening roars, it was impossible to penetrate its defense. "It's useless, Green Goblin." Tony held the pitch-black forging hammer and slowly walked towards the Green Goblin like a fire god. This defensive wall has 13 types of rare metals, and it also has a special anti-vibration and isolation power. It is impossible for bullets to penetrate it. "This is impossible." Green Goblin's pupils shrank slightly. "What did you do? Don't you understand?" Tony raised the forging hammer in his hand and chuckled. "I only smelted the metals nearby and reconstructed them. That's all. Smelting, restructuring. This was the ability of Hephaestus." Chapter 262. Damn it! Green Goblin had a bad feeling in his heart. His eyes were extremely vicious. After hesitating for a moment, he said ruthlessly, "You win this time. Next time, I will definitely kill you, Tony Stark." This strange ability was completely beyond his expectations. If he continued to stay, something might happen, so Green Goblin chose to escape from his heart. No matter how powerful Tony Stark was, without the steel suit, it was absolutely impossible for him to catch up with the winged aircraft. With his flying ability, do you think it's okay to escape? The scene of the Green Goblin fleeing fell into Tony's eyes, and his face immediately revealed a hint of ridicule. "It seems that you still don't understand the ability of Hephaestus. Too naive. Green Goblin. It was said that Hephaestus' ability was to melt and reconstruct. Could it be that he couldn't use his brain to think that the only thing he had just melted and reconstructed was the metal eggshell? It was obvious that the Green Goblin had not thought about this. "Jarvis!" Boom! A golden-red humanoid mech tore through the dark night sky like a shooting star. "Iron Man, go on stage." Other than the metal eggshell that was melted by Hephaestus, there was also the damaged Mk4 mech. After being reconstructed by Hephaestus, Mk4 had become a brand new armor. Not only was it no different from before, but it was also slightly enhanced in all aspects of its function. And most importantly, after being transformed by Mark IV, it became a new type of mecha that could be worn by spirits. Tony strode into the interior of the mecha. As the various data on the mecha gradually lit up, a familiar voice was heard. "I'm very happy to see you again, Mr. Stack," Jarvis said happily. Tony was filled with emotion for a moment and sighed, "Me too. I'm very happy to see you again, Jarvis. Although I'm not sure what happened to you. But, welcome back." Jarvis was sincerely happy for Tony. "It's time to take revenge, Jarvis." Tony's gaze penetrated through the mech's mask and landed on the fleeing Green Goblin. "I want that guy to know what the consequences of daring to lay a hand on Potts are." "Yes, sir." Boom. The golden-red mech spewed out flames and turned into a comet, dragging a long trail of flames as it charged straight into the night sky. In the night sky of New York. Damn Tony Stark. Green Goblin recalled that he was forced away, and his heart was full of resentment. He cursed, he is clearly dead, why did he suddenly revive? Damn. 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 If not for Tony Stark, all those damn bastards would have died. Originally, he wanted to kill all those damn shareholders and take the opportunity to take over the Osborn Group. However, he did not expect Tony to interfere and save several major shareholders. This completely disrupted his plan. Next time, I must kill them. Green Goblin growled in his heart, his eyes flashing with madness. Rumble. An intense air-breaking sound rang out, as if some sort of object was rapidly approaching. Huh. Green Goblin suddenly heard a sound coming from behind him, and subconsciously turned around to take a look. He saw a golden red mecha, carrying an explosive wave, crash out a transparent sound barrier. Like a burning comet, it was speeding towards him at an extremely fast speed. 2. Tony Stark. Green Goblin's pupils suddenly widened, and he was so scared that he almost fell. He shouted in horror, This is impossible. Hasn't his mech been destroyed by me? If Tony Stark came back to life, it could be that he was mistaken. In that case, there was no way he could have seen wrongly about the steel mech being completely destroyed. He had seen with his own eyes that the mech had been torn into pieces. But why? This mech that was supposed to be destroyed had actually revived again. Could it be? Green Goblin's pupils contracted slightly. Thinking back to Tony's method of creating something out of thin air, he had a faint guess in his heart. Did he use that ability just now to repair the mech? Green Goblin. The angry roar came from behind like a clap of thunder, interrupting the Green Goblin's thoughts. No, not good. The Green Goblin looked at Tony, who was gradually approaching, and his face instantly turned ashen. His entire body was shrouded in a cold aura. Compared to Mark IV, the Devil Wings were not enough. One had to know that Mark IV's maximum speed was 2,691 km per hour, which was more than twice the speed of sound. If he still did not understand, then he could simply convert it. Mark IV could fly 747 meters per second, and even a missile could not catch up to it. It only took less than 30 seconds to catch up to the Devil Wings. Ah! Green Goblin screamed in horror. He aimed the gun barrel of the Devil Wings at the mech and started to shoot wildly. The golden bullets drew a line of fire in the night sky, blooming like gorgeous fireworks. However, it was a pity that Tony was able to dodge all the bullets that flew towards him. Even if it were military interception missiles, it would be extremely difficult for it to shoot down a flying object that was at least twice the speed of sound, let alone the weapon that the Demon Wings carried. It was just an ordinary machine gun. Die, Green Goblin. Tony let out a roar, and the golden red mech once again accelerated to tear through the air. The endurance of Tony's spirit body, which Death God had transformed into, was greatly increased. It could almost ignore the overload of the acceleration and could bring out all the performance of the mech to the limit. Rumble. Ear-piercing sonic booms exploded one after another. It was as if countless bolts of thunder were ringing in his ears. The golden and red mecha set off explosive winds around its body. It was like an overwhelming tsunami, drowning the poor Green Goblin. The distance between the two sides instantly shortened, almost face to face. Even through the mech mask, Green Goblin could feel Tony's naked killing intent. Under the threat of death, Green Goblin was finally afraid. He screamed in horror, "No, you can't kill me. I am Norman Osborn. A superhero has no right to enforce law. You can't judge me. Sorry, no matter who you are, it has nothing to do with me." Tony raised his palm and said coldly, "I am not a superhero now, but Death God. The law can't judge me." Dead, Death God. Green Goblin was stunned. He did not understand what this meant. "Goodbye, Norman Osborn. The killing intent in Tony's eyes rolled and he pressed his palm heavily on Green Goblin's chest. There is only one cause of death for you. That is to trample on my bottom line and hurt my beloved. Hephaestus, kill. Boom. Blazing flames engulfed the green demon. A mournful cry echoed in the night sky. The green demon and his mecha were melted by Hephaestus, leaving only broken ashes that drifted in the air with the wind. Chapter 263. The long day finally came to an end. Under Norman Aoben's miserable screams, the second hand of time just happened to pass midnight, and the curtains were completely drawn for yesterday. It was only at this moment that Tony let out a long sigh of relief. His nerves, which had been in a high state of tension, finally had a moment of respite. The exhaustion and powerlessness that followed, like a flood on a dam, swallowed him. After removing the Shikai of Hephaestus, his spiritual power was directly consumed. So, tired. Tony's eyes turned black, and his whole body could not muster any strength, and he directly began to fall from the sky. "Sir, are you okay?" When Jarvis saw that the situation was not right, he immediately took over control of Mark IV and helped Tony land in the ruins of the Science and Technology Expo. I'm fine." Tony fell to the ground in a big shape and said weakly, "It's just that the consumption is a little too much and I can't muster up any strength. Let me rest for a while. By the way, how is Potts? Is she okay?" Miss Potts was too sad and passed out, but there is no problem with her vital signs," Jarvis said. Hearing that Potts was fine, Tony immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I am relieved." "Sir, allow me to ask you a question," Jarvis showed a rare hesitation. "Your current state seems a little strange. Why can't I detect any signs of your existence?" Although the modified Mark IV could be worn by spirits, Jarvis, who was an artificial intelligence, could not detect Tony Stark inside. So from the perspective of ordinary people and Jarvis, Mark IV was like a ghost mecha. "Heh, of course you can't detect it." Tony's eyes dimmed slightly as he said bitterly, "Because I am in a soul state, the physical detection method can't find me." "Sir, you mean, soul?" Jarvis did not doubt Tony's words. There was a hint of surprise in his mechanical voice. "This is unbelievable, the soul actually exists. It is indeed incredible." Tony nodded in agreement, then continued, "But what is even more incredible is that I actually became Death God." "Sir? What do you mean by Death God?" Jarvis was silent for a few seconds after searching the database. He suddenly felt that he could not keep up with his master's thoughts. The literal meaning is to harvest souls and send people to hell. It should be a profession. Tony thought for a moment and said according to his own understanding. This is too shocking. Jarvis did not know how to react. According to its huge database, Death God should be an existence like the myth. It could not exist in the material world, but now this point of view was subverted. Yes. I also feel that it is incredible. Tony clenched his fists tightly, feeling the explosive power that he had never felt before, as well as the spiritual power hidden in his soul. He said absent-mindedly, "The feeling of becoming Death God, isn't it good?" A familiar voice suddenly sounded. He would never forget that it was the owner of this voice that made him become Death God. Finally, was it still here? All the gifts from others needed to be paid a corresponding price. This was his father, Dr. Howard Stark, who had repeated the sentence countless times. When Tony grew up, he felt that it was true. This power of Death God was definitely not a free gift. Now, it was time for him to bear the price. Huff, huff. Tony took a deep breath and slowly stood up, looking towards the source of the sound. Laud, dressed in a black tyrant outfit, his silver hair fluttered in the wind under the moonlight. His pair of azure blue eyes were as tranquil as the sea, and the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile. You saw it all. Tony raised his eyebrows slightly. For some reason, he felt that his smile was a bit annoying. I saw it. You did a good job. A trace of praise flashed through Lod's eyes. Even though he failed the 4 basic skills of the ghost-slaying fist, given that Tony was a half-Dao monk, and his application of Zanpakuto's ability was quite outstanding, it could be said that he made up for these points. Overall, it was still very good. Tony stared at Lod, suppressing his nervousness, and directly asked Sword, "Tell me, what price do I have to pay?" Lod narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "If I said, the price is death, what would you think?" Death. Tony's pupils suddenly contracted and his face turned pale. You are joking with me, aren't you?" "No." Lod smiled and said, "In Soul Society's law, if you become the soul of Death God without permission, you will be sentenced to death immediately." Tony's eyes twitched. "But, you were the one who made me become Death God." "That's right." Lod shrugged helplessly and said, "I was just joking. I didn't expect you to really succeed. This is a headache. If the Central 46 finds out, I will also be punished. This guy is even worse off than me." Tony resisted the urge to slap him. He gritted his teeth and said, "According to what you said, what should I do?" Lod raised 2 fingers. "Don't worry, I have 2 ways." Tony widened his eyes. "What are those 2 ways?" "The first way is to kill you. As long as I kill you now, Soul Society will never be able to do this. What do you think?" Lod smiled at Tony and said the most terrifying words with a gentle face. "No. Pass." Tony was so frightened that he shuddered, and quickly waved his hand and shouted, "The second method, I chose the second method, murder is against the law." Tisk tisk. Lod shook his head with slight regret. Then, he took out an object from his pocket and threw it to Tony. "The second method is to become the substitute of Death God. This way, you can temporarily hide from Soul Society." Tony caught the object thrown at him and found that it was a special certificate that was neither gold nor copper. There was a skull printed on it. He asked in confusion, "Death God, can this thing be used as a substitute?" "Pretty much." Lod was too lazy to tell him so much. He said, "This is the acting Death God certificate. It can be used to detect abnormal spiritual power, eject the soul out of his body, and also suppress you, so that Soul Society can't detect your existence in a short time." "Short time?" Tony frowned. "Maybe forever, maybe tomorrow. In short, who can say for sure?" Lod smiled and comforted him, "If your luck is good enough, Soul Society might never find you in his entire life." Tony's eyes twitched and he asked, "What if I am unlucky?" "It's best not to." Lod narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Once you are discovered by Soul Society, you will be sentenced to death. Believe me, you will never want to taste the feeling of being burned to ashes by the flames after being pierced through by the Sukyaku." "I understand." Tony's heart sank as he tightly gripped his agent, Death God certificate. From Lod's tone, he could tell that the punishment known as the Sukyaku was definitely not like the death penalty of the human world. It also pursued human nature. "Oh right, you will need this thing." Lod threw Tony a thick book and said, "Everything about Death God, remember to do your job as a representative. The first grade teaching materials of the Spiritual Arts Academy." Tony was stunned. Just when he wanted to raise his head to ask, he found that Lod had disappeared. Chapter 264. The next day, noon. In a private villa facing the sea. The bright sunlight shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, accompanied by the sound of waves hitting the rocks. Tony slowly opened his eyes and slowly got up from the bed. Death God, Zanpakuto, Soul Society, Shikai, Hephaestus. Recalling what happened yesterday, it was like a fantasy to Tony. A pair of white jade arms wrapped around Tony's waist, followed by Pepper Potts coming out of the bed and rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Why are you up so early?" "Good morning, dear." Tony looked at his lover in his arms, smiled and lowered his head to kiss Potts's lips. After a long time, their lips parted. Potts glared at Tony. "If it's possible, I really hope that I can give you a warm kiss every morning in the future," Tony said seriously. If not for yesterday, with his arrogant personality, he would never have said the words "I love you" to Potts. However, after experiencing death, especially with the potential threat of soul society, it completely changed Tony's original thoughts. He only wanted to cherish everyone around him, as well as every day. "Tony." Potts saw the uneasiness in Tony's heart and hugged him tightly. She said worriedly, "Can you tell me what happened last night?" Last night. The scene that happened at the technological exposition became a lingering nightmare in her mind. She saw Tony's body and the broken Mark IV with her own eyes. However, when she woke up from her coma, she saw that Tony had been resurrected, and even Mark IV had been resurrected. It was as if she had just had a nightmare. However, the collapsed ruins around her, as well as the pungent smell of smoke. It reminded Potts at all times. This was not a nightmare, but a real thing. Tony was silent and his heart was in a dilemma. He did not know if he should tell Potts the truth. On one hand, he did not want to involve Potts in case there was danger in the future, but on the other hand, he could not hide it from Potts. After all, this resurrection was too big. "Tony, can you tell me?" Potts held Tony's stub-bled face with both hands and said seriously, "No matter what difficulties or dangers there are, I want to share the burden with you. Just like how you became Iron Man, don't keep me in the dark, okay?" These words made Tony slightly moved. He carefully examined the woman in front of him and found that her eyes were very firm. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly, "Hey. If I say it, please don't be afraid, okay?" "Okay." Potts nodded. Tony slowly began to narrate, "In fact, I am already dead. Right now, in front of you is a Jigai who carries my soul." Potts listened carefully from his side. When he heard Tony say that he had wielded the hammer and swing it 11 million times just to save his loved one, tears could not help but flow out of her eyes, and she was moved to send a hot kiss. Tony was naturally not to be outdone. He used his excellent kissing skills to conquer Potts and covered the two of them with the blanket. The clouds turned and the rain fell. Little Tony advanced with great momentum, teasing Potts until he was utterly defeated and screamed again and again. Soul Society. The huge door opened and Lod slowly walked out. "Sir, welcome back." Hashwalth had been waiting at the side. He raised his head and saw that no one was following behind Lod. He revealed a puzzled expression. "Sir, could it be that Tony Stark's transformation did not succeed?" "No, the transformation is quite successful." The flames that were everywhere appeared in Lod's mind, and he couldn't help but smile. "It should be said that it exceeded my expectations. He is better than I thought." Hashwalth frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "Since he succeeded, why didn't you bring him back to Soul Society?" "Ha ha ha." Lod laughed happily. "Because I changed my mind. He is more important than I imagined. I want him to join Soul Society willingly." Hephaestus, Melt and Reconstruction. Zanpakuto, which was named by the god of fire and artisan, had already shown its sharpness with just the Shikai ability. It made people look forward to what kind of terrible ability Tony will show when he uses Bankai in the future. "Excuse me," Hashwalth pushed his glasses and said, "with Tony Stark's character, I'm afraid it will be very difficult." "It doesn't matter." Lod's eyes were deep, and he said with a faint smile, "The script has been prepared for him. It seems that Sir is determined to get it." Hashwalth believed in Lod, so he smiled and said, "What script did Sir prepare for him?" "What do you think, the invasion of the calamity. Lod looked at Siriti in the distance and said, "We can take this opportunity to let Soul Society officially appear in front of everyone." Hashwalth said thoughtfully, "It seems that you have found the right actor for this act." "No hurry." Lod smiled and waved his hand. "There are still a few left. Let him be free for a while." Hashwalth nodded slightly and then asked the question in his heart, "Sir, I want to know, why do you think so highly of Tony Stark?" "Because of Asachi." Lod took a deep look at Hashwalth and said, "The number of Death God now is still small, and I have personally transformed them, so there is no need to worry about Zanpakuto. But in the future, once the number of Death God rises, it will be a problem." "I see." Hashwalth suddenly realized. Not every Death God was born to be able to forge spiritual power into Zanpakuto. Most of Death God used the standard weapons provided by Siriti before graduation, and with the help of years of grinding and study, finally transformed the Asachi into the Zanpakuto that belonged to themselves. However, the problem they were about to face was that they could not provide standard weapons such as Asachi to the graduated Death God. All the Asachi in the original work were forged by sword, Uritsunemeya. They were handed over to the Central 46 and sent to every student of the Spiritual Arts Academy as the initial tool to communicate with Zanpakuto. Then the problem was, what if there was no Uritsunemeya in Lod's Soul Society? Asachi seemed to be very simple, however, after Lod asked Nimue, he knew that the forging difficulty of this thing could be said to be breaking through the sky. It must be known that Uritsunemeya successfully entered Zero Division with the credit of forging Asachi. Originally, Lod did not hold any expectations and planned to spend money in the future to draw Uritsunemeya. But until today, when he saw Tony's Zanpakuto, he suddenly changed his mind. Since Uritsunemeya could forge an Asachi, then there should be no reason for the genius inventor of Stark Industry to not be able to forge a new Asachi. Moreover, even if Tony Stark couldn't do it alone, with Kuratsuka Mayuri and Kisuke Hara, wouldn't that be enough? Chapter 265. The Hand Building. A black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the door, and three men in suits got out of the car. One of the men was tall and sturdy, and his eyes were like that of a wild beast. Even if he wore a high-end suit, it would not be able to hide his iron-blooded aura. Moreover, one of his hands was always on his waist, and his gaze was vigilant as he searched the surroundings. "Take it easy, Brock Rumlow." The other bald man with a suitcase pushed the frame of his glasses on the bridge of his nose and gazed at the building in front of him. He said calmly, "Don't forget our purpose this time. We are not here to fight." "I know what to do, Sitwell." The man known as Rumlow sneered. His hawk-like sharp eyes flashed. "My mission is only to protect you. I won't do anything unless it is absolutely necessary." Brock Rumlow's code name was Crossbones. On the surface, his identity was SHIELD's quick response to the captain of the Special Forces. In fact, he was one of the members of the Hydra organization and one of the future enemies of the Captain America. Sitwell that Brock Rumlow mentioned was one of the high-ranking agent that Hydra had inserted into SHIELD. He was usually responsible for the experiments. In fact, he was the bald man with glasses in the elevator of the Captain America 2. Although in the movie, Sitwell was a nobody and there were few cameras, in fact, he had a lot of power in the Hydra, SHIELD. He was even quite trusted by Alexander Pierce. When Alexander Pierce gnawed on the Space Stone, such an important task was handed over to Sitwell. It was enough to see that his status was actually not low. At least, it was much higher than agent like Crossbones. "I hope so." Sitwell looked at Rumlow with fear, then walked to the hand building with his suitcase. Rumlow looked at Sitwell's back with disdain in his eyes. If not for the fact that this mission was so important, he wouldn't want to protect this sinister guy. After silently cursing for a while, Rumlow followed Sitwell and walked into the hand building. It was strange. Inside a large building. There was no one. The temperature outside the building was more than 30 degrees, but it was unusually cold inside. But when they looked around, they found no cooling facilities. Strange. Is there no one here? Sitwell frowned. This situation was beyond his expectations. It's empty. Rumlow frowned and turned to ask, Sitwell, are you sure there are people here? That shouldn't be the case. Sitwell looked around in confusion. According to the information, after the hand was destroyed, it was Jessica Jones who took over this building and power. Did they move? When the two of them were puzzled by this, they suddenly felt the hair on the back of their necks stand up all of a sudden. An indescribable strange feeling, as if there were countless eyes around them, silently observing them in the shadows, accompanied by a chill that gradually spread to their limbs and bones. Be careful, something is wrong here. Rumlow pulled out his pistol and reminded Sitwell beside him. Perhaps because he had been wandering on the edge of death all year round, he was very sensitive to danger. From the moment they stepped into the building, Rumlow had vaguely sensed a faint killing intent, which was like a thread that surrounded them all the time. This building. It was like the nest of a spider, and they were the prey that had fallen into the spider web. At this moment, figures slowly appeared from the shadows of the entire building. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of men in black suddenly appeared in the entire building. They stood in the shadows like ghosts. Their cold eyes looked through the masks on their faces, staring straight at the two uninvited guests who had suddenly barged in. Hiss dash. Sitwell was startled by this group of people. He took a step back with a slightly pale face and hid behind Rumlow silently. This bastard. Rumlow was so angry that the corner of his mouth twitched. He wished he could shoot this coward. You are clearly the person in charge of this operation. What is the meaning of hiding in the back when there is a problem? Sitwell saw the unfriendly look in Rumlow's eyes and awkwardly squeezed out a smile, explaining, isn't this just a subconscious reaction? Aren't you very skilled? Why don't you go up and test them first? I'll test your grandpa. There were at least 70 to 80 people on the other side. Even if the Captain America came over, he would probably be knocked down. Rumlow was furious. If not for the Colt M1911 loading only 7 rounds and still needed to deal with this group of people, he would have shot this idiot in the head. Sitwell shrank his neck, not daring to look at Rumlow's murderous eyes. Tell me your purpose. Rumlow looked up at the source of the voice and saw a masked woman standing on the beam of the hall. The black tight clothes vividly reflected her figure, and the bright red cloth wrapped around her limbs. It seems that this is the leader. Rumlow thought to himself. After all, among all the men in black, she was the most special. Sitwell also noticed this. He mustered his courage and walked out behind Rumlow. He coughed twice and then smiled. This must be the leader of the new hand. We came here on behalf of SHIELD to discuss a deal with you. A deal? The woman with the red cloth mask sneered and said, we don't need to trade. Get out of here, or you will die here. Directly refuse. Moreover, there was no room for negotiation in her tone. Her unyielding attitude made Sitwell dumbfounded. Even the words that were about to come out of his mouth were forcibly swallowed back. Seeing that Sitwell was defeated, Rumlow was secretly pleased. He had long disliked this bastard. He only knew how to brag all day, but his actual ability was unsightly. If not for Pierce's protection, he would have long been eliminated from the inside. I'll count to 3. If you still don't retreat, then stay here forever. The masked woman in red didn't care about them at all and directly began to count down. 1. 2. Wait. Sitwell quickly raised his suitcase and shouted, please take a look at this first. I believe you will be interested. As he spoke, the suitcase was opened. Rumlow couldn't help but look sideways. He had long been curious about what was inside the suitcase, and it was worth Sitwell hiding like a treasure along the way. Inside the suitcase was a deep red crystal. The moment this crystal appeared, the surrounding air seemed to become thick, and a faint pressure spread out. This is. The eyes of the masked woman with red cloth narrowed. After a moment of silence, she waved her hand to stop the ninjas who were trying to move forward. She looked at them deeply and said in a low voice, "The two of you, come with me. The leader wants to see you." Chapter 266. Leader. Rumlow and Sitwell looked at each other and saw a touch of shock in each other's eyes. This woman with the red cloth mask was actually not the leader of these men in black. Under the shocked eyes of the two, the woman with the red cloth mask jumped down from a beam that was more than 10 meters high, heavily smashing into the marble floor, and terrifying cracks spread out. This move clearly subdued Rumlow. As a mortal, his physical strength could be considered outstanding, but if he jumped down from a beam that was more than 10 meters high, even if he did not die, he would have to break his leg, but this woman was unscathed, which showed how abnormal her physical fitness was. Rumlow estimated in his heart that if he did not rely on any weapons to fight this woman with his bare hands, he would be beaten to death in less than 10 seconds. And this kind of person was actually not the leader of the hand. It seemed that since the death of Five Fingers, the strength of the Jessica Jones who once again ruled the hand was far stronger than they had imagined. At least when those Five Fingers were in position, they did not show such abnormal physical quality, nor did they have the ability to let people climb out of the shadows, otherwise SHIELD would have killed them long ago. Rumlow suppressed the shock in his heart and followed the woman into the elevator. 36 floors underground. Looking at the floor pressed by the masked woman, Rumlow and Sitwell were shocked again. If the first floor was 2.5 meters, then the 36th floor was 90 meters underground. This was too shocking. When did they build a building that was 90 meters underground? When? As the elevator shook slightly, the number stopped. Ding! The elevator door opened. It reflected in the eyes of Rumlow and Sitwell. It was a huge underground palace. The overall construction style of the palace was inclined towards the east. Several huge pillars supported the circular dome and carved all kinds of beautiful beasts. Pieces of white marble were paved into stairs, extending from their feet to the deepest part of the palace. This is. Sitwell was dumbfounded. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he could never have imagined that there was actually such a magnificent palace hidden beneath the hand building. Rumlow's eyes widened, as if he was also shocked by this scene. "Come with me," the red-masked woman said coldly, striding her long legs into the depths of the palace. Rumlow and Sitwell put away the shock in their hearts and followed her to the deepest part of the palace. Sitwell observed the murals around him and suddenly found that the murals recorded some stories about a war. The first mural described a newborn baby. This baby was very weak. He could not see, hear, speak, or even move, just like a dead body. On the second mural, the baby that should have died miraculously survived. A group of people appeared around him, treating him as a god. In the third mural, the baby had grown up. He became a handsome young man with long black hair. More and more people followed him, and they all looked at him with reverence. In the fourth mural, the black-haired middle-aged man sat on the throne. The people who followed him all knelt on the ground and lowered their heads, as if they were welcoming the return of the king. The fifth mural was a fierce war. The black-haired middle-aged man led a group of white-clothed people with bows and arrows. They were fighting a group of black-clothed men with sword in their hands. A large amount of red paint scattered wantonly. The intensity of the battle was so fierce that even through the mural, Sitwell seemed to be able to smell the pungent smell of blood. In the blink of an eye, the mural came to the last one. The black-haired middle-aged man was dead. He was lying quietly on the ground, surrounded by a large number of shadows. Standing in front of his corpse was a bald man covered in scars and holding a flame blade. Tisk, tisk, strange. After looking at the murals, Rumlow couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Have you noticed that in all the murals, only this black-haired man hasn't had his eyes drawn?" Hearing Rumlow's words, Sitwell re-examined him and was shocked. "That's true. Why is he the only one?" These murals were quite realistic. All the characters who appeared had eyes, but only this main character of the mural had his eyes not drawn. It was obvious that the painter had done this deliberately. Who knows? It has nothing to do with us anyway. Rumlow shrugged and stared at the murals thoughtfully. Instead of wondering if he has eyes, it is better to think about the contents of these murals. What exactly does it mean? I seem to have seen them before. Sitwell stared at the mural with a sense of familiarity in his heart. Especially the scene of the battle between the men in black and the men in white. He felt as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he could not remember where. "We're here." The woman in red cloth interrupted their thoughts. She pushed open the bronze door in front of her and respectfully bowed her head after walking in. "Miss Jessica, they've already brought them over." Rumlow and Sitwell took a deep breath and followed closely behind the bronze door. Another palace. However, the area of this palace was much smaller than the outside palace. An unknown source of light hung at the top, illuminating the entire palace. There was only one seat inside. "It's been hard on you, Erica." A black-haired woman sat on it with one hand on her cheek, her eyes as tranquil as the sea. "You can leave now. I have something to discuss with them." "Yes, Miss Jessica." Erica lowered her head and slowly retreated, closing the bronze door behind her. Rumlow and Sitwell tensed up. The woman in front of them was clearly just a woman, but the pressure she gave them felt like they were facing a ferocious beast and could die at any time. Sitwell swallowed his saliva and said cautiously, "Miss Jessica, we are here on behalf of SHIELD. We want to make a deal with you." "SHIELD? He. A hint of ridicule flashed through Jessica's eyes. He sneered, "You Hydra, when did you change your name?" Boom. Rumlow and Sitwell's faces changed drastically. You must be joking, right?" Sitwell's pupils trembled slightly. He forced a smile and said, "Hydra was destroyed by our SHIELD during the Second World War. Cut off one head and grow two heads." Jessica straightened up slightly from her seat and looked down at the two people whose faces were pale. She said lightly, "SHIELD, he, I think it should be called the nine-headed snake trap now, right?" Sitwell. Rumlow. "Not good, there's a traitor." Chapter 267. "Not good, there is a traitor." Sitwell's expression changed slightly, but he still refused to admit it. "I think you must have misunderstood. We really aren't Hydra." "Heh, are you still unwilling to give up?" Jessica shook her head, and then said slowly, "Alexander Pierce, Grant Ward, Baron Strucker, Viper." Every time a name came out of her mouth, Sitwell's and Rumlow's faces turned paler. Later on, beads of cold sweat oozed out of Sitwell's face and flowed down his temples. These people. Even within the Hydra organization, their identities should be extremely confidential, but this woman in front of them seemed to be very familiar. "By the way." Jessica paused for a moment, and then her gaze carried a trace of ridicule as she said, "I almost forgot that there is still a Dr. Arnim Zola, who is trapped on the internet, and a few Winter Soldiers. Am I right? This is impossible." Sitwell's pupils dilated slightly, and his heart was in turmoil. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. In the entire Hydra organization, only 3 people knew of the existence of Dr. Arnim Zola. How did this woman find out? First of all, he could not be a traitor. Next, Alexander Pierce was the leader of the Hydra, and he could not be a traitor. The last Baron Strucker would not be a traitor. Then, who was the one who leaked the information? Sitwell felt a chill run down his spine. he suddenly felt that they had underestimated the woman who had single-handedly destroyed the hand. Jessica narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked down at Sitwell and said in a mocking tone, "Do you still need me to continue?" "No, no need." A bitter look appeared on Sitwell's face. It was as if his strength had been sucked out. "You are right. We are indeed Hydra." The accuracy of the other party's intelligence was far beyond his expectations, and it was clear that they were trying to show off their strength. At this point, even if they continued to pretend, there was no point in it. It was better to admit it openly and see what she wanted to do. After figuring out the key points, Sitwell calmed down. He was not as flustered as he was in the beginning. Since the other party already knew the identity of their Hydra, but they were still willing to meet them. From the side, it showed that the other party actually did not care about the identity of Hydra. "My dear Lady Jessica." Sitwell cleared his throat and tidied up his messy suit sleeves. Then, he calmly said the words he had prepared, "In fact, I think that whether it is Hydra or Shield, these titles are not important, and they have no practical meaning." "Oh." Jessica slightly raised her eyelids, sizing up Sitwell, and said, "Then tell me, what is important to me and what is meaningful?" "Benefit. Value." Sitwell did not avoid the gaze that was cast at him. Instead, he straightened his back and said firmly, "Those who can bring you benefits are the most important to you, aren't they?" Rumlow looked at Sitwell strangely, as if he had recognized this little white face he had always looked down on. If he didn't even have such thoughts and methods, he would have long been removed from the inside. After all, Hydra was not a charity organization. "You are interesting." Jessica raised her eyebrows slightly, interested in him. "Then what benefits can you bring me? What about its value? Have you ever heard of Super Soldier Serum?" A mysterious smile appeared on Shi Well's face. "I've heard of it." Jessica leaned back in her seat, her index finger lightly tapping on the armrest as she slowly said, "I'm sure there is no one who doesn't know about the famous Captain America, right?" "Yes." Sitwell smiled even more brightly. At the same time, he raised the suitcase to his chest, patted it, and said, "Please allow me to solemnly introduce you to the latest invention of the Hydra, the second generation of Super Soldier Serum. It is based on the serum research and development of the last generation. The second generation serum not only has various abilities that are far beyond the first generation, but it can also make humans evolve to a higher level. You may not be able to imagine how terrifying a human fighting in the form of a soul is. He is simply like a ghost. Super Soldier Serum Second Generation." When Rumlow heard this name, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the suitcase with a strong sense of greed. It was the serum. It made the originally thin and weak chicken become Captain America, who had exceeded the limits of human body. Rumlow admitted that he was no worse than that weak chicken. If he got this tube of serum, he would definitely be more powerful than Captain America. Huck it. Huck it. Rumlow's breathing became rapid. His eyes were red as he stared at the box. His hands were clenched and relaxed at times, and terrifying blue veins popped up on his neck. "Brock Rumlow." Sitwell noticed his abnormality and quickly hugged his suitcase tightly. He stared at him vigilantly and threatened, "Don't think about what you shouldn't have. You know the tricks of Hydra." As soon as this was said, Rumlow's expression changed slightly and he instantly calmed down. It was as if a basin of cold water had splashed on his head, extinguishing the fire of greed burning in his heart. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Rumlow took a deep breath and moved his eyes away from the suitcase with great difficulty. Sitwell heaved a sigh of relief. If Rumlow really wanted to rob him, he really couldn't do anything about it. Sitwell turned his eyes to Jessica and said, "Now, what do you think the value of the serum is?" "Just this." Jessica sneered, her eyes full of contempt. "If it is only at this level, it seems that there is no need for us to cooperate. Wait, Miss Jessica. Sitwell's expression changed slightly. He had not expected that the serum he was proud of was not attractive to Jessica at all. You may not understand the value of the second generation of super soldier serum. Is it hollow? The mocking expression on Jessica's face grew even stronger. Your so-called super soldier serum should be a medicine developed based on Hollow's blood, right? As if struck by lightning, Sitwell's face turned pale. His pupils trembled slightly as he looked at Jessica in horror. He exclaimed, "You! How did you know that the serum is related to Hollow?" He. Jessica laughed and shook her head. When you came in, didn't you already see the murals? Can't you recognize who we are? You. Sitwell suddenly recalled the contents of the murals. It was a group of people in white with bows and arrows. Bow and arrow. White clothes. I got it. Sitwell's pupil suddenly shrank to the tip of a needle, and he could not help taking a few steps back. You are Quincy. Chapter 268. Confidentiality, Top Secret, Level 8. Code, Quincy. Sex, Male. Age, Unknown. Appearance features, long blonde hair, emerald green eyes, white military uniform, visually Anglo-Saxon, with high-definition camera image. Character, Unknown. Special ability, Bow and Arrow, detonate flames, instant movement, suspected to be able to control some special energy. Evaluation, although it has a similar appearance and body shape as a human, it must not be regarded as a human. The target individual has the terrifying power to threaten a country. It is recommended to be closely monitored. Note 1, the target and death god are natural enemies. They once fought for 1,000 years due to an unknown reason. After failing, most of them were slaughtered. Currently, they are only one body. Note 2, the target once contacted a captain of Death God. After a difficult victory, the two talked for a while. The specific content is unknown, but the captain of Death God should give up the mission afterwards. The information about the Quincy and Death God was extremely confidential in the whole of SHIELD. Only Agent, who was above level 8, could access them. And Sitwell was the assistant of Pierce, so he could read these information that were extremely confidential. However, he had never calculated that he would see the Quincy in this place. Now that I think about it, what those murals described is undoubtedly the origin of the Quincy race. Too lucky. Thank God for his mercy. Sitwell wanted to laugh out loud. This was really not a waste of effort. Ever since Nick Fury made contact with Death God, many secret bases had been established. Even their Hydra did not know what these secret bases were researching. Thus, Alexander Pierce decisively ordered, have them find traces of the Quincy at all costs and establish a cooperative relationship with them. Unfortunately, they searched for more than half a year, but they did not find any trace of the Quincy. They seemed to have disappeared into thin air. To this end, Pierce was furious and even ordered them to find the Quincy. Unexpectedly, in a trade mission, he caught this big fish. Sitwell's eyes flashed, as if he saw a road in front of him. If he seized this opportunity and established a close cooperation relationship with Quincy, it would not be a dream to take over Pierce as the next Hydra leader. Quincy and Hollow, what are they? Rumlow looked blank, and he found that he could not hear what these two people were talking about. Sitwell did not have time to pay attention to him. He stared at Jessica eagerly, bowed deeply, and then said respectfully, "Respected Quincy, please forgive my previous rudeness. On behalf of Hydra, I express the most sincere respect to you." Rumlow was shocked and wiped his eyes, as if he could not believe the scene in front of him. Who was Sitwell? The assistant of the current head of Hydra, Alexander Pierce, could be regarded as a figure under one person in the entire Hydra organization, but he was so respectful to this woman. And then Jessica raised her slender legs and placed them on her other leg. With one hand supporting her cheeks, she calmly said, "If that's all you want to say, then prepare to die here." As soon as the word die came out, along with the seemingly tangible killing intent, it caused Sitwell and Rumlow's expressions to change, and they subconsciously took a step back. She was serious. If she still couldn't take out anything that had a value, she would definitely kill them without mercy. Even if it was Rumlow who had been in battle for a long time, when he felt this killing intent, the hairs on his back stood on end. Fear couldn't be suppressed from the bottom of his heart and spread throughout his entire body. "Wait a minute, esteemed Lady Jessica." Sitwell's heart was beating wildly. He quickly said, "I can represent the Hydra organization. I am willing to establish the most intimate and unbreakable cooperative relationship with you and the organization behind you." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Jessica let out a sneer and said with disdain, "The basis of cooperation is based on the equality between the two sides and strength. May I ask why I want to cooperate with the weak you?" Sitwell knew that this was his last chance. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and raised his suitcase. "Miss Jessica, you only know one thing, but you do not know the other. This tube of serum is a special blood purified from the body of a special hollow." Jessica asked, "How special is it?" "This hollow is very special. Its blood can cause other hollow to have some kind of mutation effect." When he said this, his face was full of pride. "And this hollow was created by the Hydra organization with all its strength." Created. After hearing this word, Jessica's expression finally changed slightly. No wonder. Lord Hashwalth would personally send a sound transmission to let her contact these two people and establish a cooperative relationship. It turned out that it was because they had already grasped the method to create hollow, and it was a special body that could allow other hollow to evolve. This news was no less than a heavy bomb, exploding in Jessica's heart, setting off a tempestuous storm. The special hollow. Jessica narrowed her eyes slightly, tapping her knuckles on the armrest, forcing her expression to remain unchanged, saying in a calm tone, "Sounds good, but if that's the case, I don't think there is a need for me to cooperate with you, right?" She was very greedy. The task that Lord Hashwalth gave her must be completed with 10,000%. What she wanted was not just a tube of blood, but that hollow. This. Sitwell wiped the sweat on his forehead, swallowed his saliva, and desperately searched through the thoughts in his mind. Then, he said with difficulty, "Of course not. If you are willing to cooperate with us, we can transfer this hollow to you." "What else?" Jessica was like a demon, greedily begging to squeeze out all the value of the Hydra. This. Sitwell's nervous face was covered in sweat. He wiped it with his suit sleeve and said, "I'm not too sure. What else do you want?" He. Jessica smiled but did not answer the question. Instead, she asked, "Let's talk about you first. What do you want from me?" There was nothing to hide about this. Sitwell said bluntly, "It's like this. We originally wanted to use the serum to exchange for the right to use the hand's dragon bones." Dragon bones. Jessica recalled for a moment before remembering that there was such a thing. She couldn't help but laugh. "What do you want that thing for?" The hand's dragon bone was actually a mysterious bone from the East Kunlun. It had the effect of longevity and giving special energy. However, for the Quincy, the dragon bone was useless, so it was thrown in a corner. If Hydra hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten that there was this thing. Sitwell showed a troubled expression. "This? I don't know. I only know that this is an order from Chief Pearce." "I understand." Jessica nodded slightly and then said lightly, "The dragon bone can be given to you, but you have to tell me that hollow is for me." Chapter 269. Using that hollow to exchange for the dragon bone? Even though Sitwell, who had already been mentally prepared and had been extorted, could not control his facial expression, and his face twitched violently when he heard the request of Jessica, who was almost like a lion opening its mouth to speak. To put it bluntly, no matter how powerful this dragon bone fossil was, its value was absolutely not comparable to that of hollow. Because the existence of that hollow itself meant the highest technology crystal of the Hydra. Just the research and development process, the funds spent on the experiment, and the huge manpower invested in it were enough for Nick Fury to build several hundred secret bases. I'm afraid it won't work. Sitwell wiped the sweat off his face. He said carefully, Honorable Lady Jessica, you should understand in your heart how valuable that hollow is. It is definitely not something a dragon bone can compare to. Don't misunderstand. Jessica leaned lazily against the seat, her two beautiful legs folded together, a hint of mockery in her eyes. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm telling you, I want that hollow. Do you understand? This meant that she was planning to rob him openly. This, respected Lady Jessica, that hollow is a precious research material that belongs to our nine-headed snake. Sitwell was sweating profusely. He was both angry and helpless. It had always been their Hydra that threatened others. When had it ever been their turn to be threatened? Jessica said indifferently, what has it got to do with me? Zidwellwell was speechless. A wave of anger and frustration surged in his heart. The status of negotiations between the two sides was completely not on the same level. Without any strength foundation to support it, even if he was angry and sullen, what could he do? Not to mention the destructive power that the Quincy showed in the New York War, just the fact that the other party was familiar with all the information of Hydra's top executives was enough to make the whole Hydra feel fear. Not agree? Sitwell suspected that if he dared to refuse, the next day, Alexander Pierce's head would probably be hung on the door of the triangular building. At that time, he might even see the heads of the other higher UPS hanging up together. However, he did not have the authority to do so. My esteemed lady, my authority is not enough to make such a decision. Can you allow me to contact Chief Pierce? Sitwell said as he wiped his sweat. Up to you. Jessica waved her hand casually and said, but I don't like to wait, so I will only give you 1 minute. Yes. Sitwell breathed a sigh of relief as if he had been granted amnesty. At the same time, he quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed Alexander Pierce. A moment later, the communicator projected a blond old man in a suit and tie. His hair was gray and his face was full of wrinkles. His eyes were not angry but full of majesty. It was the former director of SHIELD, the current leader of Hydra, Alexander Pierce. Pierce frowned and his eyes showed a trace of impatience. You shouldn't have contacted me. What happened? Director, there is a problem with the deal. The specific situation is like this, due to the limited time, Sitwell spoke very quickly and described what happened in the most concise and brief sentence. When he heard quicker, Pierce's expression changed slightly, and there was a slight change, and there was a sudden burst of light in those turbid eyes, which made Sitwell and Rumlow feel that their hearts were almost completely broken. Even though Alexander Pierce was only an old man now, without the strength to truss a chicken, but when he was serious, the aura he exuded, even through the communicator, made Rumlow and Sitwell tremble in fear. Ha ha ha. To their surprise, not only did Pierce not get angry after hearing it, he even laughed. Sitwell was uneasy. He nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead and lowered his head deeply. He did not dare to look at the old man's eyes. Pierce smiled and turned around. He faced Jessica on the seat and bowed deeply. Then he smiled and said, Dear Lady Jessica, please allow me to express my highest respect to you and Quincy on behalf of the Hydra organization. Jessica was expressionless and said impatiently, Now, can you tell me your choice? Of course. Pierce had a smile on his lips and said, we are willing to establish the most intimate cooperation with the Quincy family, and that hollow is a gift to you. Meeting gift. Jessica said thoughtfully, so you don't want the dragon bone anymore? No. Pierce waved his hand generously and said, it's just a dragon bone fossil. If you can exchange it for the friendship of the Quincy, it is the biggest harvest of Hydra. Sitwell could not help but take a cold breath, looking at Pierce as if he was looking at a stranger. Is this still the chief of Pierce who plucked feathers and left skin? The current director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, had learned how to extort money from the Congress from the director in front of him. Otherwise, how do you think the Hydra organization, which suffered a crushing defeat during the Second World War, could rise up so quickly when they were poor and had nothing to ask for? When it came to the ability of Pierce to make money, even the soy egg was far behind. After the initial shock, Sitwell thought about it and found the meaning of this move. Whether it is the dragon bone fossil that allows people to live forever, or the infinitely evolved hollow, in front of the friendship of the Quincy family, there is no value in comparison. The Quincy is the transcending power that they really want to win over. Alexander Pierce's move is really far-sighted. The long-term vision is enough to make the soy egg next door ashamed. In contrast, regardless of whether it was Nick Fury's way of doing things or his way of doing things, it was inevitable that he was too petty. He could not remove the aura of agent from his body. He was always wary of anyone. It was no wonder that SHIELD ended up falling apart in the end. Pierce placed his right hand on his chest and made a standard gentleman salute. He smiled and said, I wonder how Miss Jessica feels about the sincerity of our nine-headed snake. Very good, very good. Jessica nodded with a smile. It was rare to see such a sensible person. Since the Hydra organization had shown the greatest sincerity just to win over the friendship of the clan, what reason did she have to refuse? As for whether the Hydra was righteous or evil, what did it have to do with the Quincy? This world. There had never been only black and white colors, but also mottled gray. Alexander Pierce. Jessica stood up slowly, her eyes glimmering. Congratulations, you have won the friendship of the Wandenreich. I can't thank you enough. Pierce got what he wanted and said with a smile, please wait for a few days, Miss Jessica. We will escort that hollow here. At the same time, we will also have a few other small things. Just treat it as a small gift for you and the Wandenreich. Please accept our sincerity. Too sensible. Jessica was quite satisfied with his performance. She smiled faintly and said, since you have shown your respect, the Wandenreich will naturally not treat you unfairly. The dragon bone fossil is given to you. Pierce was a little surprised and laughed, thank you, Miss Jessica. I believe this will be a good start for our cooperation. The deal was over. Both sides had obtained what they wanted the most. Chapter 270. Greenland. It was located in the largest island in the Arctic Circle, sandwiched between the Arctic Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. More than 80% of the island's land was covered in ice. The climate was cold all year round. The lowest temperature could reach -86 degrees. It was one of the coldest regions in the world. On this island, one could see countless icebergs and glaciers. It could be said to be a great marvel. Thule, north of Greenland, is one of the northernmost towns on Earth. Due to the cold weather all year round and the weather at 90 degrees below zero, all food and water sources were very short. Even survival had become very difficult. Only a few dozen people still lived here. Going north along Thule town was a white desert. Thick layers of ice covered the earth, and blue icebergs floated on the surface of the water. The 100-meter-long glaciers of various forms could not help but make people sigh with emotion. Boom! Along with the roar of the engine, the tail of a carrier aircraft shot out flames and flew across the sky at an extremely fast speed, landing on this deserted white desert. If one looked carefully, one could find the place where the carrier aircraft landed. Behind it was a huge mysterious base covered in white camouflage, almost merging with the glacier. The cabin door opened. Carlson, who was about to face a bald crisis, walked out of the cabin, wrapped in thick winter clothes. Damn, this place is actually so cold. Carlson stomped his feet and rubbed his hands. He breathed out white gas as if he regretted coming to this place. Don't complain, aren't you meeting your idol? Following behind Carlson was Melinda, agent, who was also wrapped in a thick winter coat. She grumbled, if not for you pulling me along, I would have been training new students in the academy right now. They had come to the North Pole this time, bearing the mission that Fury had personally given them. Cold Winter Plan. The search and rescue of the Captain America had been going on since the time of Howard Stark. After a full 70 years, they finally found the legendary figure. He was also the leader that could lead the Avengers. Carlson smiled. He joked, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, we are the only ones left in the station. Melinda glanced at him, don't we still have Barton and Natasha? They have another mission. I heard that there was a problem in Italy. The fossil suddenly swallowed several living people. Carlson shrugged his shoulders and shrugged helplessly. Is it the fossil that carved 3 men? Melinda knew about this thing. In St. Christine's Cathedral in Italy, there was a world-famous mouth of landscape truth and an ancient fossil. According to the data from Carbon-14, this ancient fossil was about 100,000 years old. 3 lifelike men were carved on it, which attracted Schild's curiosity about the prehistoric civilization. Therefore, he established this secret base to study this ancient fossil. This was not a high-level secret. Basically, it could be known by agent who was at least level 3. However, an ancient fossil that was more than 100,000 years old suddenly swallowed several living people, which inevitably made people feel a bit strange. I don't know the specific situation. Carlson shook his head and said, according to the news from the scene, after the researchers touched the fossil, their entire body was, strangely integrated into it, as if they were eaten. Melinda frowned. This fossil, could it be a weapon made by the prehistoric civilization? I don't know. Carlson shook his head and said, but the director guessed that it might be some kind of weapon, so he asked Barton and Natasha to go and have a look. Okay. Melinda sighed helplessly, if I had known, I would have gone to Italy too. At least it wouldn't be so cold. Ha ha ha. Carlson tightened his neck and smiled, don't complain. Don't you want to see the Captain America with your own eyes? Melinda glanced at him and sneered, sorry, I'm not interested in him. As the two talked, they walked into the base under the glacier. Where is he? Carlson asked impatiently as soon as he entered the door. The person in charge pointed inside, his red face showing a trace of excitement. He said, Captain America, he is inside. Oh my God, do you know? He has been frozen in ice for 70 years, but he still has vital signs. It's incredible. I knew he wouldn't die. A rare look of excitement appeared in Carlson's eyes. He rubbed his hands together and said, now, let's go meet the legendary figure of the United States. Under the lead of the person in charge, they passed through layers of security checks and arrived at the room where the Captain America was placed. Squeak. As the security door opened, Carlson impatiently stepped inside and saw the Captain America lying in the life support warehouse. Carlson said in surprise, 70 years have passed, but he is still so young. His time seems to have stopped. Melinda was also shocked that Captain America was so young. He didn't look like a 70-year-old old man at all. When I first saw him, I was also very shocked. The person in charge smacked his lips and explained, it's because of the eye seal and the super soldier serum. That's why he can maintain his youth. I really look forward to the time when he wakes up. Carlson pursed his lips that had been frozen to the point of cracking. His eyes flashed with excitement. The feeling of seeing his idol with his own eyes made him so happy that he almost wanted to jump up. Cough cough. Melinda coughed and interrupted Carlson's fantasy. She gave him a look and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to chase after the stars. Don't forget our mission." Carlson was reminded by her and suddenly remembered that their mission was not only to take back the Captain America, but also to retrieve the item that had disappeared with him. The only one that was salvaged was Captain America. Carlson turned around and asked. The person in charge knew what he meant. He lowered his voice and said, "There is another thing that is placed in a level 6 secret warehouse. Follow me." Following behind the person in charge, they passed through the layers of metal doors. After passing through the strict surveillance, they arrived at the highest level of confidentiality room in the base. The person in charge carefully entered the password, then unlocked the safety lock with his pupil and voice. He took out a square-shaped suitcase and handed it to Carlson. "This is what you are looking for." Carlson and Melinda looked at each other, and the latter tacitly entered a state of alert. Beep. He entered the password and opened the suitcase. A square azure crystal lay quietly inside. That's it? Carlson's pupils contracted. He had seen in the information that this blue cube had sunk into the deep sea with Captain America. During the Second World War, the energy weapons developed by the Hydra organization were based on the energy of this cube. And this was the real Cold Winter Plan. Chapter 271. New York, Brooklyn. The overall architectural style and furnishings in the sanatorium were modeled after the end of the Second Battle of the last century, full of nostalgia of the era. In the main ward, a handsome young man with short blonde hair was sleeping on the bed with his eyes closed. His chest was slightly rising and falling, and his breathing was steady. He was the legendary figure of the United States, Steve Rogers, also known as the Captain America. During the Second World War, he led the Howling Commandos and defeated the conspiracy of Hydra and Mafia time and time again, helping the United States to defeat the hero of the Axis country. In the end, in order to save the world, he slept under the glacier of Greenland for a full 70 years. After persistent searching and rescue, we finally let the legend of the United States see the light of day again. Steve Rogers slowly opened his eyes. He felt as if he had been asleep for a century. His muscles were sore and weak, and his joints were stiff as if they had rusted. Where is this? Steve Rogers got up from the bed. His eyes revealed a sense of loss and helplessness. He turned his neck and looked around. The familiar structure slightly calmed him down. On the radio beside the bed, the live record of the baseball game was playing. Now the Dodge team and Philadelphia team have reached a 4:4 level. Everyone knows that as long as the player swings his stick, it is possible to change the situation on the field immediately. It is worth mentioning that today's weather at the ABC court is very good. At present, the two teams have fought to a draw. However, the Dodge team has 3 people on the base, but Pearson threw the ball last month and injured Lice. Lice must be very eager to come to the home run to take revenge. Lice bent down, ready, swing the stick, he hit. The ball flew to the right side and crossed coach. "I guess it will get 3 points." The coach wanted him to run back to the base. The ball was thrown back to the base, but Lyle was not eliminated. He still had a chance. The voice in the radio was excited and high, accompanied by the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. But Steve Rogers' pupils shrank slightly. His originally calm and stable heart suddenly rippled violently. At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. A beautiful blonde woman dressed in the costume of a nurse from the last century walked in. When she saw Steve, who had woken up and was sitting beside the bed, a hint of joy appeared on her face. "Good morning, Captain." Steve Rogers frowned and said calmly, "What is this place?" The nurse smiled and replied, "This is the sanatorium of the New York City Hospital." The baseball game in the broadcast was still playing. Steve glanced out of the window and asked again with a frown, "Where exactly is this place?" The blonde nurse was stunned and squeezed out a formal smile. "Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean." Steve Rogers stared into her eyes and said word by word, "The Game in the Radio is a play in May of 1941, and I was there." The blonde nurse froze. She had not expected such a big mistake. Steve Rogers slowly got up from the bed. His eyes were fixed on the nurse. Step by step, he walked to the nurse who was obviously avoiding his eyes and said in a low voice, "I will ask you again, where is this place?" "Captain Rogers, please calm down." The blonde nurse's expression changed slightly as she tried to explain. At the same time, her right hand, which was behind her back, pressed a button in an extremely secretive position. "Who are you?" Steve Rogers' eyes were full of vigilance as he questioned her loudly. But the next moment, two fully armed soldiers walked in from outside the ward. The black armor worn by the two soldiers and the unknown weapon held in their hands made Steve Rogers alert and think of something else. Hydra. In just a second, Steve Rogers thought of several possibilities. When he was unconscious, SHIELD did not find him. Instead, he was found by the dead Hydra organization and deliberately created such an environment to confuse or even imprison him. The blonde woman saw the fierce light in Steve's eyes and quickly tried to explain, "Captain Rogers." Unfortunately, it was too late. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Steve suddenly jumped up, his muscles tensed up like a cheetah, and his fists smashed into the chests of the two soldiers. Bang! Bang! The two soldiers seemed to have been hit by a car, and they were instantly sent flying, crashing into the fragile white wall. Steve finally saw that outside the ward, it was hollow, who looked like a film studio. "Captain Rogers, wait." The woman was shocked and tried to stop Steve from running away. However, Steve was already very wary of them. He even thought that this was the base of Hydra, so he did not listen to her at all and ran straight along the passage. The woman looked at the back of the captain and took out her walkie-talkie helplessly. "Attention, number 13 patient. Captain Rogers has escaped. Stop him." Steve ran along the passage. After pushing open a door, he found that the hall was full of people in suits and suits. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. "He is there. Stop him. Don't let him run out. Hurry up and go." A group of people swarmed forward, trying to stop Steve, who was running away. However, even the well-trained agent was no different from an ordinary person in front of the super soldier. Steve charged through the crowd like a land tank, knocking down all the people who tried to get close to him in 2 or 3 moves. Then, amidst a scream of pain, he rushed out of the building where the imprisoned was located. However, the moment he rushed out of the building, the steel buildings, the bustling streets, and the heavy traffic undoubtedly shocked the old man from 70 years ago. He ran all the way along the wide and bustling streets until he arrived at the Times Square. Steve was like a lonely person isolated from the world. He looked at the familiar yet strange scene in a daze. There were people coming and going on the huge cross streets, flashing with neon lights of various colors and countless bustling shops. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? All of a sudden, countless mysteries and questions flooded Steve's mind. Beep, beep, beep. Black cars drove directly into the square and surrounded Steve. Countless men in black came down from above and separated the crowd from them. "Relax, warrior." Just as Steve clenched his fists and made an attack posture, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Steve looked at the source of the voice. When he saw the man's appearance, the nervous expression on his face relaxed and he slowly loosened his fist. Nick Fury put his hands in his pockets and looked at the captain's old face. He grinned and said, "Long time no see. Are you okay?" Chapter 272. Let me formally introduce it. Nick Fury had joined the Howling Commandos team in the second battle and had been injected with unlimited formulas, so he had a very long lifespan. After the end of the Second War, Nick Fury had joined the Central Intelligence Bureau and served as the commander of many secret spy organizations. He had contributed greatly to the destruction of the Soviet Union's Red House in the Cold War. After the war, he was promoted to Director of SHIELD, responsible for the safety of the country and the danger from the unknown. In the face of the former comrade of the Howling Commandos, Steve finally put down his guard and looked at him doubtfully. "Tell me. What happened? And the house just now, these people, what happened?" "I'm sorry, we made some arrangements." Nick Fury raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder, indicating him to calm down first. Then he said, "It's mainly because I think it's better to tell you about this slowly." Steve vaguely sensed the problem, but he still refused to believe the answer in his heart, so he could only stare at Nick Fury. He asked worriedly and nervously, "Tell me." Nick Fury was silent for a moment, then slowly exhaled. Staring at Steve's nervous eyes, he said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry to tell you this. In fact, Captain, you have been asleep for nearly 70 years. 70 years. What a long time it was." At that moment, Steve's mind went blank, and even his breathing was forgotten. Then, countless buried images were dug out from the depths of his memory. He owed that person a dance for 70 years. Seeing that Steve seemed to be in a bad condition, Nick Fury asked with concern, "Captain, are you all right?" I am fine." Steve's eyes seemed to be a little moist. Facing the gentle breeze, he pretended to be calm and said, "I'm fine. I just have a date." Even in the face of the most difficult and desperate situation. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he never shed a single tear. But now, after learning that he had slept for 70 years and missed that date, even though he was a tough man, he still could not suppress the grief in his heart, and a drop of tears fell from the corner of his eyes. How cruel was time! A full 70 years of separation broke the two like a heavenly mote. Nick Fury could deeply feel his pain. He stepped forward and hugged the tough man who was still struggling. He whispered in his ear, "If you want to go, you can go see Carter. She is still waiting for you." Good. Steve did not hesitate. Even if he knew that the woman he loved was likely to be married and have children, old and white-haired, he still wanted to see Carter. Just take it as, in order to make up for this 70-year late date. "I'll wait for you to come back." Nick Fury waved his hand, indicating for Carlson, who had already been unable to contain his excitement, to come over. He introduced, "This is SHIELD, Level 8 Agent Phil Carlson. He is responsible for taking care of you during this period of time." "Thank you, Fury." Steve did not refuse and shook hands with Carlson. Firstly, he really needed someone to take care of him now, and secondly, he needed to understand the world in 70 years. Carlson said excitedly, "Captain, take my Laura." "Laura? Laura is a car. I love her like I love my wife." "Your taste is quite unique." Captain must be joking, ha ha ha. 3 days later, Steve, who had been accompanying Carter in the hospital, suddenly received a message from Nick Fury. He asked him to rush back to SHIELD's headquarters at top speed. There was a very important task for him. Although he was very reluctant, Steve still said goodbye to Carter. Because he knew very well that if not for a very important matter, Nick Fury would never disturb him and destroy the 70-year late date. The person in charge of receiving them was Carlson, but this time, there was no smile on his face. His tightly knitted brows and solemn eyes were undoubtedly indicating the seriousness of the matter. Steve sat on Laura, and before he could ask, he heard the roar of an engine. Weng. 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 Carlson directly stepped on the accelerator to the end, and with a strong sense of back-pushing, he instantly turned into a fiery red light and disappeared at the end of the road. The two of them returned to the main building as fast as they could. Steve, full of doubts, followed Carlson to the top floor of the building and arrived at Director Schild's office. Ding! As the elevator door opened, Maria Hill nodded at him. Steve glanced around and frowned. Fury, what did you call me here for? I'm sorry, Captain. Nick Fury sat on a chair and crossed his hands on the table. His eyes shone with a dignified light. Your vacation is over. We need your strength. Steve raised his eyebrows. Don't tell me it's another job to save the world. Nick Fury sighed. Unfortunately, you guessed it right. I knew it was like this. Steve laughed at himself and then slowly asked, is it a terrorist organization this time? Robbers? Or an enemy army? None of them. Nick Fury shook his head and looked up at Steve. The enemy this time is neither a spy, nor agent, nor a terrorist organization. It is a kind of creature that we can't understand at all. Creature? Steve frowned slightly. He noticed that Fury had deliberately emphasized this word. In fact, we are not sure whether that thing is a creature or not. Nick Fury let out a shaky breath, and a rare trace of fear appeared on his face. They are humanoid entities that crawled out of a fossil from 100,000 years ago. They are extremely aggressive and have very strange abilities. Wait a minute. Steve suddenly raised his hand and interrupted Fury's description. Rogers looked at him with a puzzled expression. He repeated, did I hear it wrong, or did you say a creature that crawled out from a fossil from 100,000 years ago? You can interpret them as creatures from prehistoric civilization. Nick Fury looked bitter. At least this can barely explain their origins. Steve had a strange expression on his face. There seemed to be 10,000 thoughts running through his mind. 70 years ago, his enemies were the Axis country and the Hydra. Now that he woke up, he had become a prehistoric civilization 100,000 years ago. Even if he saw aliens invade the Earth one day, he would not be surprised, right? Chapter 273. Nick Fury said, Hill, play the mission report sent back by Barton. Yes, Director. Hill, the assistant standing at the side, nodded and then swiped his finger across the tablet. This is the video information sent back by Barton, an agent in H5 secret base at 5:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon. The holographic projection in the office began to play an image sent back. The image was a special viewing angle, just enough to take in all the scenery in the laboratory. It was a huge standing patio laboratory, and in the center of it was a huge stone pillar sculpture that was about 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide. On the sculpture were 3 creatures that were suspected to be male. The sculptures of the 3 men were lifelike, and their eyes were extremely vivid. The muscles all over their bodies were perfect like Greek sculptures, and even the hair of the 3 men were carved extremely meticulously, as if they had sealed the living into the stone pillar. Even through the image, Steve felt uneasy, and a chill ran down his spine. This feeling. It was like the survival instinct that creatures showed when facing their natural enemy. Nick Fury noticed Steve's expression. He pursed his lips and said, "You feel very uneasy, right?" Steve glanced at him. "Since you know it is strange, why did you touch it?" "Because of the unknown." Nick Fury rubbed his eyebrows and seemed a little annoyed. "We must find out whether it is beneficial to humans or not." "Heh, now you know." Steve sneered and said, "Because of your desire to explore, you personally opened this Pandora's box." "You are wrong, Captain Rogers." Nick Fury said calmly, "The Pandora's box will open sooner or later. It will not change the result because of my interference. At least we know that it is a threat. We can find a way to correct this mistake." Steve was speechless. Staring at Nick Fury for a long time, he sighed, You have changed a lot, Fury. Everyone will change. Nick Fury said meaningfully, 70 years is enough to change a lot of things, including you and me. Steve did not want to argue with him and continued to look at the holographic projection. Two researchers in white were preparing the experiment project by the stone pillar. The experiment record is 00-3. Experimental staff, Meln Modun. Monitoring staff, Wharton Hans. Experiment content, analysis of fossil composition and increase the drop of blood. After Shield found the stone pillar from 100,000 years ago, he had been trying all kinds of research methods. During a certain experiment, after an experimental subject was devoured by the stone pillar due to improper operation, they discovered that this ancient stone pillar could actually absorb the blood and tissues of living creatures. In the previous experiment, they had always used a small amount of blood of living creatures to test if there would be any changes to the stone pillar. It was a pity that there seemed to be too few of them, so the stone pillar had never changed. After the agreement of this base's highest level of responsibility. In the previous experiments, they found that the stone pillars absorbed human blood very quickly, but they were slower to absorb other non-human blood, and there were even signs of rejection. So the researchers thought that if they wanted to activate the stone pillars, they needed a lot of human blood. With everything ready, the experiment officially began. The two researchers carefully placed a tube filled with blood into one of the male individuals on the stone pillar. Wharton, prepare to enter the blood of 4,000 ml. Meln installed the monitoring device, then took out the record book that had been prepared and said, "The first experiment record, begin." Understood. With a solemn expression, Meln pressed the button. Blood input begins. Everyone, be alert and activate the greatest defense measures. Gilug. 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 Bright red viscous liquid flowed along the conduit and into the ancient stone pillar. Then, not a single drop was left. It was completely absorbed by the male sculpture. Soon, 4,000 milliliters of blood was transferred, but there was still no movement from the ancient stone pillar. Colonel Stroheim, do you still want to continue? Wharton looked up at the people inside a transparent glass in the laboratory and asked. Proceed. A burly man held a cup of coffee and nodded. I would like to see how big its appetite is. Colonel Stroheim, should we be more cautious? Barton, who was standing at the side, frowned. A sense of uneasiness suddenly rose in his heart. I also don't think we should be in such a hurry. That stone pillar is obviously a bit strange. What if the three men on it are some prehistoric creature? Natasha nodded in agreement. The woman's intuition told her that if she continued to pour blood into the stone pillar, something bad would happen. Don't be afraid. Stroheim sipped his coffee and said confidently, the steel plate in this laboratory is 50 centimeters thick. It can resist the direct impact of a missile. Moreover, there are thousands of flamethrowers, 10-20 mm machine guns, and even several time bombs. Barton heard this and the uneasiness in his heart weakened a little. It seems that you are well prepared. These weapons are enough to kill any carbon-based creature in an instant. Exactly. Stroheim said proudly, in front of the power of modern weapons, any creature is fragile. Even if they are prehistoric creatures, they must submit to the power of technology. Natasha frowned. Although she knew the power of these weapons, she still felt uneasy. I think it's better to be careful. Don't rely too much on these weapons. Don't worry, Black Widow. Stroheim was full of confidence. He looked at the laboratory with disdain and said, no one will be afraid of a tiger locked in a cage in the zoo. They have just been eliminated from the prehistoric civilization long ago. Just as he was full of confidence, he suddenly heard the researchers below shouting. Wharton turned pale with fright. Colonel Stroheim, the stone pillar has split open. Kaka. Kaka. Clear cracks started to spread from the male body. Along with the crisp cracking sound from the rocks, those cracks quickly covered the surface of the entire stone pillar. From a distance, it looked like a porcelain that was on the verge of shattering, filled with a strange sense of beauty. "Not good, something is spurting out," Warden exclaimed again. Everyone's gaze was drawn over. An immeasurable amount of bright red liquid was gushing out of the crack. Chapter 274. It was blood. The blood that was seeping into the stone pillar was spurting out. Warden and Meln were the first to be hit by the blood, and they screamed in horror. As researchers, when had they ever seen such a scene before? The people observing from above were also frightened by the scene and let out loud exclamations. Natasha looked at Stroheim strangely, meaning that you were confident just now and said that you were fine, but now there was a problem. Silence. Stroheim was angry in his heart and waved to everyone to calm down. Open the sprinkler and wash the blood. Crash. The sprinkler sprinkled the water on the stone pillar and washed the blood that sprayed out. But, an even more strange thing happened. The male body that was originally carved on the stone pillar suddenly had a luster and blood color after being moistened by the water. His whole person seemed to have been resurrected, and a stream of white-hot air sprayed out from his mouth. Kaka. The rock on the male body gradually peeled off, revealing the hidden white skin below, and then he fell to the ground in front of him. Barton and Natasha's pupils suddenly shrank to the point of a needle, and a storm surged in their hearts. Stroheim's expression changed slightly. It was obvious that he had not expected that the sculpture on the stone pillar would actually come back to life. He is alive. Warden, who was the closest to the male body, said in shock, "He is a living creature like a human." Colonel Stroheim. Natasha felt more and more uneasy and shouted, "I suggest we eliminate it immediately." No. Stroheim refused directly. This is the best experimental material to understand the prehistoric civilization. No one is allowed to hurt him, understand? I think he is right, Nat. Barton also agreed with Stroheim's opinion and said, "This is a living prehistoric civilization creature." Which for both humans and SHIELD were precious experimental materials. Seeing that both of them said so, Natasha was helpless. She took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I hope you won't regret it." While they were talking about whether they should destroy him, the man who had left the stone pillar suddenly stood up slowly. Plop. However, the ground that was sprinkled with water was abnormally smooth, causing the male to fall hard on the ground. He was like a newborn baby, clumsily learning how to walk. Then the male waited for a few seconds and stood up from the ground again. He moved his stiff joints and muscles, making a thunderous explosion. Then, he stretched his limbs wantonly, exposing his strong and developed muscles. The metal pieces on his hair collided with each other, making a crisp sound. The man's eyes swept across the entire laboratory and finally fell on Warden and Meln. Colonel Stroheim. Warden looked up in horror and shouted, "Please let us out, this guy is looking at us with a strange look, as if he is looking at food." Stroheim. Natasha said anxiously, "Hurry up and let them out. Something is wrong with that guy. Wait a bit longer." Stroheim narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "This is the best time to observe. Warden and Meln, try to communicate with him." Warden and Meln dared not say anything but listened to his orders and tried to communicate with this unknown man carefully. "You. Hello." Warden swallowed his saliva and asked, "Can you speak English?" The man looked at him with a hint of natural disdain in his eyes, as if he disdained to communicate with him, and walked towards the two experimental staff. "Don't come over." Warden retreated in horror and grabbed his pistol with a trembling hand. "If you come any closer, I will shoot." Step. The man ignored them and continued to walk toward them. "Warden, you are not allowed to shoot." Stroheim was about to stop Warden, but he was a step too late. Bang bang bang. Wharton, who was in a state of extreme horror, subconsciously pulled the trigger and poured the bullets on the man. However, to everyone's surprise, the moment the bullet hit the man, it seemed to be distorted by some kind of special power, forcibly changing the trajectory of the movement, and all of them were hit elsewhere. A touch of ridicule appeared in the eyes of the man, and then he continued to walk to the two experimental staff at a moderate pace. "No. Don't come over." Wharton and Meln huddled in the corner, shivering as they watched the man gradually approach. The man walked in front of them and raised his hands as if he was hugging them. He pulled Wharton and Meln into his arms. Is this a sign of goodwill? This action was beyond everyone's expectations. Their originally nervous mood suddenly relaxed. In human society, hugging this gesture symbolized the contact between the heart. Especially in Western civilization, hugging was the etiquette of intimacy and trust. Did we all misunderstand him? This creature from the prehistoric civilization seems to be quite polite. Just as everyone put down their guard a little, Wharton and Meln suddenly screamed and raised their hearts. Ah! Wharton and Meln, who were held in the arms of the man, suddenly screamed in pain. Colonel Stroheim! An observer shouted in horror, "We are being absorbed by the monster." Wharton and Meln were integrated into the body of the man. It looked like a strange product after being forcibly merged, or, like a human being. Such a horrible scene made everyone present shudder. Stroheim! Natasha felt more uneasy and shouted at him, "I order you to shoot immediately and stop that monster." It's too late. It was unknown who said this, but the screams of the two people stopped abruptly. Chi-la! Wharton and Meln's bodies were forcibly torn apart, and the missing part of their flesh and blood was coincidentally part of the male absorption. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The male grabbed onto Wharton and Meln's incomplete bodies and threw the blood that had sprayed out onto the ancient stone pillar. Kaka. Amidst a series of heart-shaking rock-shattering sounds, the other two sculptures also came to life. Wamuyo! The male knelt down on one knee, his face revealing a pious and respectful expression. Awaken, my masters! The rock fell off. It revealed two perfect men who looked like Greek sculptures. The muscles all over their bodies were filled with strength and beauty. Even the world champions bodybuilders were not able to match up to 1 in 10,000 of them. Oh, it's Wamuyo! A man with long purple hair and a perfect appearance slowly said, "What era is it now?" The man called Wamuyo swept his gaze around and said, "Lord Kars, it has been several thousand years since we last woke up." "A few thousand years." Kars pondered for a moment, and then his eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. He turned to the man beside him and said, "Did you see that? When we were sleeping, these animals seemed to have learned to be smarter." The lips of the white-haired man, Isidisi, rose slightly, outlining a hint of ridicule. "I can already imagine these weak inventions. Do you think you can trap us with these things? Barton, they speak Natasha, and it's actually English." Stroheim. Chapter 275. The Pillar Man had revived. These three strange creatures from the prehistoric civilization from hundreds of thousands of years ago were now alive in front of them. It was just the first appearance. They had shown humans the strange ability beyond common sense. Stroheim was greatly shocked in his heart, but he managed to maintain his composure on the surface. "Tell me, when did you learn English? Is this question important?" The other researchers looked strange. Shouldn't they think of a way to destroy or tame these three ancient humans at this time? Barton and Natasha, as agent, were more quick-wit than ordinary people, so they could understand why Stroheim asked this question. The point of this question was not why they spoke English, but when they learned English. English belonged to the Germanic language species. The earliest origin was 4,000 years ago, when it was the era of bronze in Northern Europe, and the carbon-14 monitoring of this stone pillar was at least 100,000 years ago. Only according to the era of the two, they could easily come to a conclusion that they could not speak English. Excluding all the above possibilities, the only remaining result, even if it were for hard to believe, was the correct answer. In other words, they had learned English in just a few minutes through some unknown method. And the answer that Stroheim wanted was actually a disguise test. The learning speed and ability of these three prehistoric humans. Among the three people, Wamuyu raised his head and his gaze met with Stroheim, who was in the isolation window. He naturally revealed a hint of ridicule. When I ate that human, I already learned your language. Not only did it possess intelligence that surpassed humans, it also had a strange devour ability, and its learning speed was astonishing. Such an ancient creature could simply be called an ultimate life form. That's right. That's right. Stroheim stared at them with fiery eyes and murmured, "This is what I want, an ultimate life form." Stroheim, you are a madman. Natasha heard this. Can't you see that they are all dangerous? Even Barton felt that this guy was crazy after hearing the idea of Stroheim. He said uneasily, I agree with Natasha and Agent. They are too dangerous. I suggest destroying them immediately. Danger? So what? Stroheim gave her a cold look and said disdainfully, any great invention is accompanied by great risks, just like the invention of atomic bombs and firearms. As long as we can control them in the end, won't it be fine? Natasha was not to be outdone. She stared at him and said, are you so sure that you can control them? Ha ha ha. Stroheim seemed to have heard something funny. He laughed and said, this beautiful lady, please open your eyes and look clearly. There is a secret room inside. It is a special alloy steel plate with a thickness of 50 centimeters. It is enough to resist the bombardment of air and earth missiles. Believe me, no creature can come out of it. A special alloy steel plate with a thickness of 50 centimeters. This was indeed a number that could make people feel at ease. No matter how shocking the abilities of the three ancient creatures in the secret chamber were, they were still carbon-based creatures made of cells and protein. Theoretically, it was impossible for them to break through this chasm. But, there were always accidents. Ever since she witnessed the battle between Death God and the Quincy on the streets of New York, Natasha had always maintained her fear and awe of the unknown. I think it's better to be vigilant. Natasha still refused to give up and persuaded, I suggest using a machine gun to break their limbs. At least make sure they have no ability to move, right? Barton nodded and said, I agree. After pondering for a few seconds, he saw the determination in the eyes of the two and said, if this can make you feel at ease, then, let's do as you say. As long as they are alive, it will be fine. Natasha and Barton looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. But before their hearts completely sank, they heard the observer by the window suddenly shout in horror, see Colonel Stroheim. What? *3. Barton, Natasha, Stroheim's hearts almost stopped. Their pupils shrank to the point of a needle, and they were trembling slightly. The three of them rushed to the glass window and stared at the secret room with wide eyes. The purple-haired man was still there. He was sitting on the top of the stone pillar, looking at them through the glass window with an indescribable and strange look. The man with fluffy white hair was also there, and he was doing some stretching exercises leisurely. Only the man with blonde hair and dirty braids was missing. Bastard! Stroheim picked up the observer from the chair. His eyes were bloodshot. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on them? Where did the rest go? Tell me. No. I don't know. I just blinked and he disappeared. The soldier in charge of observing was sweating and explaining in horror. Get lost. Stroheim was extremely furious. He shook off the soldier and then looked back and forth in the secret room with gloomy eyes. He gnashed his teeth and said, Impossible, this is impossible. How did he escape from the secret room? At this time, Barton suddenly raised his hand and pointed at an obviously deformed vent. He said, "The ventilation duct. He escaped from here." "How is this possible?" Stroheim looked in the direction he pointed. It was just a pipe less than 10 centimeters long. Even if he stuffed a hand in, it would be enough, let alone a strong man who was nearly 2 meters tall. Now is not the time to think about this. Natasha made a prompt decision and said, "Activate your weapons immediately and eliminate the 2 people in the secret room. Then, keep an eye on all the pipes in the base. Do not let him get close to us." Before he finished speaking, an extremely shrill scream suddenly reached everyone's ears. Everyone's expressions changed. They looked to the side and saw the soldier in charge of observing. His entire body swelled up like a balloon that had been blown up. "Save! Save me! Stroheim!" "Colonel," the soldier who had been blown to the extreme, his facial muscles twisted in pain. He raised his trembling hand and said, It's so painful. He is in my body, in my mind, in my brain. Please, let me free. Sergeant Alton, the country is proud of you." Stroheim's eyes narrowed, and he pulled out his pistol and fired several shots. Bang! 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 The bullets shot out from the gun barrel and penetrated deep into the body of the Alton. Boom! Flesh and blood rained down from the sky. Crushed flesh and organs spilled out, dyeing the entire office red. It was a terrifying scene like hell. Wamuyo! The monster named Wamuyo walked out from the broken flesh of the soldiers. He swung the golden braids behind his head and stuck out his tongue to wipe away the minced meat and blood on the corner of his lips. His eyes revealed a strong sense of ridicule. "It's just a group of domesticated animals. Do you think you can trap us with a few iron plates? Livestock." When they heard this adjective, everyone surprisingly did not feel angry. Instead, from the deepest part of their hearts, there was a strange feeling that should have been like this, just as this man said, humans were originally livestock raised by this group of people. There were a few drops of sweat on the face of Stroheim. He had long regretted not listening to the advice of the 2 people. He looked down on these monsters from the ancient times too much. Unexpectedly, just a 10-centimeter ventilation tube was enough to become the exit to escape the secret chamber. It was too late now. This group of monsters from ancient times who fed on humans had escaped. If such a terrifying person were to run outside, who knows how many ordinary people would become their food. Stroheim simply couldn't imagine what kind of great damage it would cause to human society if he let out these monsters from the past because of one mistake. He had to stop them. Even at all costs, he had to bury them again. Before he could turn his thoughts into actual action, 2 people were already one step ahead of him. It was Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow Natasha. Barton drew the bow and shot the 2 special explosive arrows in one go, aiming straight at the face of Wamuyo. Natasha followed closely behind. She pulled out the electric gun at her waist and shot 2 ropes with 30,000 volts and high-voltage electric current at Wamuyo's legs. The 2 had cooperated with each other for many years, so they were already quite familiar with each other's routine. If Wamuyo dodged the explosive arrows on it, he would definitely be killed by the high-voltage electric rope. On the other hand, if he wanted to avoid the high-pressure rope, he would definitely be killed by the explosive arrow. No matter which of the 2, they could easily take the lives of any carbon-based creature. However, they had clearly underestimated the strong physical body of the Pillar Men. In front of Barton and Natasha's horrified eyes, a bone-chilling sound was heard as it compressed itself into a ball of flesh. This time, everyone knew. How did this man named Wamuyo escape from the ventilation duct? Boom! Boom! The 2 explosive arrows collided with the glass behind Wamuyo. The violent explosion immediately set off a cloud of dust, blocking everyone's line of sight. Kaka! A crisp shattering sound caused the expressions of everyone in the room to change. No, not good. Stroheim shouted in horror, that glass can only bear the impact of the outside, but it can't bear the impact of the inside. They are coming out. The so-called good intention to do bad things might be referring to this situation. One super ancient monster was enough to give them a headache, and now they released the other two. This was simply adding insult to injury. Barton's face was quite ugly. He took out 3 more arrows from the quiver and put them on the bowstring. His eyes were surging with cold light. He gritted his teeth and said, "Nat, this time you are in charge of the main attack. I will support you." Natasha shook off the electric gun, grabbed the submachine gun of the soldiers next to her, aimed at the smoke, and shouted, "Colonel Stroheim, now is not the time to be in a daze. We must stop them here." "Yes, you are right." Stroheim snapped out of his daze. He picked up the walkie-talkie and called, "Everyone, pay attention. The base has entered the highest alert state. All soldiers gather at the entrance of the laboratory and kill the 3 ancient humans who have escaped." Crash. More than a dozen well-trained soldiers loaded their guns and aimed at the 3 figures in the smoke. "I'll leave it to you." The purple-haired man glanced at them and said indifferently, "Don't waste time. We still have things to do." "Yes, Master Kars." Wamuyo knelt on the ground and lowered his head respectfully. "Shoot." With the order of Stroheim, the hot bullets drew a dazzling line of fire in the room. Accompanied by the roar of death, it turned into a flood that covered the sky and covered the 3 people in the smoke. Boom, 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 boom. No one knew how many shots had been fired. The hot shells fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. The dark room had been lit up by the flames coming out of the muzzle, as bright as day. The depths of everyone's eyes were filled with dense fear, and they let out hysterical roars of anger. It was as if this was the only way to cover up the fear in the deepest depths of their hearts. Firearms. The greatest killing weapon in modern warfare was roaring wantonly, releasing bullets of death. Ka. Only when everyone's gun barrels were red did they stop their crazy attacks. Huck-it. Huck-it. Everyone was panting heavily, letting sweat drip down from their eyes. They stared at the smoke and dust with wide eyes. "Dead, dead." Stroheim gulped and asked nervously. "Not a bad weapon." In the smoke and dust, a burly man walked out. It was none other than the blonde-haired Wamuyo. He was covered in blood, and the surface of his skin was covered with countless bullet holes. He looked like a hornet's nest, but the strange thing was that the bullets were stuck on the surface of his muscles and did not go deep inside. Just as everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak, they saw that Wamuyo controlled his muscles to move slightly, squeezing out all the bullets and causing them to fall to the ground with a crisp sound. "It's time to end this." Wamuyo's arrogant gaze swept past everyone and then slowly raised his arms. "For the sake of providing us with blood, I, Wamuyo, have decided to let you die under this move." Weng. His left hand and joints rotated counterclockwise, while his right hand and joints rotated clockwise. The violent wind pressure created by Wamuyo's hands, which were spinning at a super high speed, swept up all the air nearby, forming a vacuum space with great destructive power. It was like a giant meat grinder. Fighting technique, divine sandstorm. Boom. 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 In an instant, the wind pressure came roaring. Under the strong wind pressure, the steel ground under their feet was cut inch by inch like a rag. The structure beam that supported the underground base, as well as the walls in the room, all things were crying out in pain. Everyone was sucked into the terrifying tornado, and their bodies were torn apart like fragile tofu. Blood and organs splashed out like a storm. Zizi. The scene ended. It's over. This is the last scene that was sent back. Nick Fury looked serious and said slowly, "Now tell me your opinion, Captain Rogers." The corners of Steve's mouth twitched. Thought. What he thought was that Nick Fury wanted him dead. Chapter 277. Under the Italian Church, the creatures that were revived in the ancient stone pillars were officially named by Shield as the Pillar Man. This was a group of terrifying creatures from the ancient times who had extraordinary bodily functions and regarded humans as livestock. The only thing that Shield could rely on to eliminate the Pillar Man was the newly revived Captain America. In fact, there was still the Iron Man who was entrusted, but Tony was busy with something recently and kept refusing to pick up Shield's call. Therefore, Nick Fury could only pin his hopes on this legendary figure who had saved the United States several times. "I need support." After a long silence, Steve finally broke the strange silence. He raised his head and looked straight at Nick Fury. His gaze was extremely oppressive as he said, "In the face of such an ancient monster, I alone cannot stop them." Of course. Seeing that the Captain America had agreed, Nick Fury's tense expression eased slightly. He nodded and said, "I've already prepared for support. It's an elite special operation team. Coulson and Melinda, 2 high-level agent, what else do you need?" "Weapons, information." Steve's eyes were unusually serious. He said in a low voice, "I need a more powerful weapon, as well as all the information about the Pillar Man. You can't hide anything from me." "No problem, I can satisfy all your requests." Nick Fury crossed his arms in front of his chest and said lightly, "And I only have one request, and that is to bring back the body of the Pillar Man's." "You haven't given up yet?" Steve frowned and looked a little unhappy. He said, "Do you still insist on doing this kind of dangerous research after seeing that tragedy?" "Captain Rogers." Nick Fury looked at him deeply and said meaningfully, "The human world is not as safe as you think. The Pillar Man is not the first, nor will he be the last. All we can do is protect the human race at all costs. Do you understand? To deal with the impending danger, study something more dangerous." Steve looked at Nick Fury with a complicated expression. After 70 years of reunion, he suddenly felt that this comrade in arms in front of him had become very unfamiliar. Nick Fury said calmly, "You are right." Steve laughed at himself and asked, "Then have you ever thought that it was because you were studying these dangerous things? That was why you caused those dangers? This is a necessary method." Nick Fury remained unmoved and stubbornly said, "If this can protect humans, then no matter how dangerous it is, we must try to control it. But what if this thing brings even greater danger? Then study stronger weapons to deal with greater danger. Weapons and wars have already brought us great pain, but you still insist on developing without stopping. Do you think this is really correct?" "I don't think my actions are wrong. At least I am protecting this world." Steve looked at Nick Fury sadly and sighed. "Such an idea is like a sad marathon running desperately while vomiting blood." "Your description is very accurate." Nick Fury exhaled heavily. He slowly stood up from his seat and looked at the sky outside the window. His voice was emotionless as he said, "But we are such pathetic creatures. We are full of ambition, desire, and despicable beggars." In order to protect himself, he wanted to develop a powerful weapon. However, a powerful weapon would attract even more powerful threats. Wasn't it just a marathon that was still running while vomiting blood? However, no one knew. How long could this man who vomited blood last? "I'll go back and prepare." Steve did not want to dwell too much on this issue. He got up and said, "In an hour, we will set off to Italy. Coulson, take the captain to prepare." "Yes, Director." The two left the office, and Hill followed closely behind. Only Nick Fury was left, watching the scenery outside the window. A marathon that vomits blood. There was a helpless look in the depths of Nick Fury's eyes. "Captain Rogers, Pandora's box, has long been opened by us. If we don't run with our lives on the line, the only thing waiting for humanity is destruction. The hand building." In the afternoon, 3:50 p.m. An ordinary-looking large truck, as well as a dozen pitch-black anti-missile cars, drove along the main road of the city and entered the interior of the Hand building. Dozens of fully armed personnel in charge of escorting goods were removed from the huge frozen warehouse in the truck and then ordered back by Sitwell, driving away from the Hand. Sitwell stood alone in the empty hall of the Hand. He rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "Dear Lady Jessica, we have brought the gift we promised you." Whoosh! In the shadows of the buildings, one ninja after another appeared. The leading ninja in red, Erica, walked over. Her eyes fell on the huge frozen warehouse. After confirming that there were no problems with the goods, she waved her hand and said, "Carry it and send it to the underground palace." 4 ninjas walked over, lifted the huge frozen storage, and slowly blended into the shadows under the gaze of Sitwell. "Do you have anything else to do?" Erica glanced at the bald man and directly chased him away. "If there is nothing else, it is best not to disturb Senior Jessica." Just as she was about to chase him away after putting away her things, this operation really surprised Sitwell. He had to wipe the sweat on his forehead and carefully said, Ms. Erica, Director Pierce still has a few gifts for me to personally hand to Ms. Jess." Erica was silent for a moment and then said, "Come with me." The two of them took the elevator and arrived at the lowest level of the palace. When they walked through the palace again, Sitwell's actions were a little strange. His gaze remained on the murals all the time, as if he wanted to memorize all of them. Erica ignored him. The two of them went to the end of the palace and then said to him, "Lady Jessica is inside. You can go in now." "Thank you." Sitwell retracted his gaze from the mural. He smiled and nodded in thanks. Then, he pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the bronze door. As soon as Sitwell entered the door, he realized that something was wrong. Jessica was not like last time, sitting on the bronze chair at the end of the long flight of stairs. Instead, there was a respectful guard at the side. On the bronze chair sat a Western man wearing a white military uniform, with long golden hair and delicate facial features. "Hydra." The man in the seat spoke. Even though his voice was very soft, it was like a clap of thunder in the depths of Sitwell's heart, causing the latter's legs to go limp and he almost fell to his knees. "Let me introduce you." Jessica said indifferently, "This is an existence second only to His Majesty in the Wandenreich, Lord Jugram Hashwalth." Chapter 278. Jugram Hashwalth. When Sitwell heard this name, his heart shook violently. When he raised his head and carefully observed, he found that this man was the mysterious Quincy during the New York War. "Mr. Hashwalth, hello." Sitwell swallowed and tried not to be too nervous. "I am Director Alexander Pierce's assistant. I am in charge of the task of escorting the goods this time." "I see." The man on the seat seemed to be a little tired. He just nodded slightly to show that he had no intention of speaking more. In fact, the person sitting here was actually not Hashwalth, but Lord Carl. Just 2 days ago, Lord suddenly received a message from Sorcerer Supreme, saying that he had discovered the aura of the Darkness Divine Book in Sokavik, so he sent Hashwalth over to take a look and fulfill his promise to retrieve the broken pages of the Darkness Divine Book. Just as Hashwalth was on a business trip, Jessica sent a message saying that Hydra was on his way, asking if he needed to come over to see him. In accordance with the basic principle of working well with Hydra in the future, Lod had to put down his work for the time being and come to see Agent of Hydra, and also to see Hollow who had infinite evolution. As for why he was tired, in fact, it was because he was trying the new Zanpakuto no Zarashi. To be able to use such a rough and wild Zanpakuto, Lod could only say that Zaraki Kanpeka was savage enough, just to bear the beast-like rough spiritual power. His body was almost broken. But this was not without benefits. At least Lod found that under the sharpening of spiritual power in the wild, his body became more and more tough and terrifying, and his defense was even comparable to the previous Arankari arrow. I really don't know in the original work, how big of a cheat did Kurosaki Ichigo open to defeat Zaraki Kenpei this monster? Perhaps. The one who really defeated Zaraki Kenpei was not Kurosaki Ichigo, but Waiwak, who was hidden in his body. Jessica looked slightly sideways. I was keenly aware that Hashwalth seemed to be a little tired, and immediately issued a message to Sitwell, "We have received the gift, and now you can leave here." "Please wait a moment, Ms. Jessica." Sitwell calmly lifted the box in his hand, opened it and presented it to the two of them. He smiled and said, "This is a precious ruby we found in the ruins of the Aztec civilization in Mexico. Take it back." Jessica frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "We don't need this kind of thing. Perhaps in the eyes of the outside world humans, the value of a ruby is very high, but in the eyes of Quincy, it is worthless." "No, no, no. Miss Jessica, you misunderstood, it is different from other gems." Sitwell hurriedly explained. "This gem has no trace of impurity. It is the purest ruby that only has one in the world. Moreover, it can make light reflect in it for hundreds of millions of times. After the amplification, it will radiate from a little bit. It is a miraculous power created by nature." Huh. The originally sleepy Lod suddenly opened his eyes after hearing this. When his gaze landed on the ruby that was as pure as blood in the suitcase, his pair of green eyes that were as tranquil as the sea suddenly trembled slightly. "This thing. Isn't it a red stone of Aya?" The corners of Lod's lips twitched slightly. He thought to himself, the nine-headed snake really knows how to give things. He even found this thing. Sitwell did not notice this. He was still introducing himself. "Originally, we planned to use this gem to create high-end laser weapons. However, Chief Pierce could not bear to see such a beautiful gem become a weapon, so he wanted to give it to a beautiful lady like you. Because only a perfect woman like you can be worthy of having this one, the unique ruby of nature." Although Sitwell's flattery was good, it was a pity that Jessica did not enjoy it because she did not care about the ruby. Gemstone. No matter how precious this thing was, it was nothing in her eyes. Hashwalth praised her. "No need." Jessica's eyes were slightly cold. She said, "Take your things and get out of here. Lord Hashwalth is tired." Sitwell's face suddenly stiffened. Obviously, he did not expect that there was a woman in the world who was not interested in this perfect ruby. This was a gift that Alexander Pierce had carefully selected just to please the Quincy family. But now it seems. There seemed to be something wrong with the direction they were trying to curry favor with. The other party did not like this kind of flashy thing. "Since that's the case, then I will take my leave first. Honorable Lady Jessica, Mr. Hashwalth." Sitwell expressed some regret and intended to put away the gem and leave. "Wait." Lod suddenly opened his mouth and said, "This gem, I want it." Why did he suddenly change his mind? Sitwell was stunned for a moment. It was only when Jessica suddenly appeared in front of him and took the suitcase with the gem that he reacted. He smiled and said, "Since Mr. Hashwalth is willing to accept it, then it will be convenient for me to report to the director when I go back." "Go back?" Jessica's attitude softened a lot. She nodded and said, "Tell Alexander Pierce that we are satisfied with his gift." Sitwell bowed and stepped back. With a bright smile on his face, he was taken away from the underground palace by Erica. After Jessica watched him leave, she took out the ruby and handed it to Lod respectfully. She asked doubtfully, "Lord Hashwalth, is this gem very special?" "Yes, very special." While playing with the gem in his hand, Lod showed a thoughtful look and said lightly, "I never thought that I would actually be able to see a super red stone of Aya." Red stone of Aya? Jessica recalled carefully and found that she had never heard of such a thing before. She asked, "Forgive this subordinate for being ignorant. May I ask, Sir Hashwalth, Is there anything special about the super red stone of Aya? The appearance of the super red stone of Aya was a bright red as blood, and its interior was extremely pure, without a trace of impurity. And in the center of the gem, there was a dim pattern in the shape of a cross. Such a high purity and only ruby, if placed in Sotheby's auction house, the price will definitely exceed the original Josephine Blue Moon, and even the one on the Queen's crown may not be as good as this gem. However, in Jessica's eyes, this gem had no value. Laud placed the bright red gem under the light and looked at the magnificent light that appeared inside after multiple reflections. He smiled faintly and said, "Its special aspect is that it can allow a certain race to evolve into the so-called ultimate life form. Super red stone of Aya has appeared, presumably the three brothers under the moon should not be far away, right?" Chapter 279. Ultimate Life Form. Jessica raised her eyebrows and looked at Hashwalth with a surprised expression. An existence that can be called by the Lord as ultimate life form, could it be the legendary Vasto Lord class Arankar? Laud choked for a moment and shook his head. That's not the case. It should be a super creature that gathers all the characteristics of the creatures on Earth. Although in the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Battle Tendency, the super creature, Kars, was appointed as an ultimate life form by the government, that was only limited to JoJo's view of the world, and it was before the appearance of the substitute. If the Kars was placed under Death God's view of the world, it wasn't that he looked down on Kars. Even if there were 10 more ultimate life form, Laud would be able to use 100 kinds of fancy methods to torture him to the point of living a life worse than death. Ultimate life form. Possessing the abilities of all living creatures in the world? Sorry. In front of my Zanpakuto, everyone is equal. Even if it is an immortal body, it is just like hollow, meaningless. If the target of comparison is changed to Quincy, I am afraid that Kars will die more ugly. It must be known that Death God's Zanpakuto mainly focused on super speed and purification of souls, and the ability of Quincy was the natural enemy of all souls. The souls killed by Death God would be drawn to Soul Society, but the souls destroyed by the Quincy would only be scattered. Of course, the premise of all this was that it could kill Kars effectively. Otherwise, in the face of the near-infinite physical strength of the ultimate life form and the biological system evolved from Earth for hundreds of millions of years, it could only be an empty talk. At the very least, the current Jessica did not possess such an ability. "Sir, you seem to care a lot about this ultimate life form." Jessica pondered for a moment. Through Hashwalth's actions, she seemed to understand something. Laud did not hide anything and said bluntly, "That's right, it is very useful to us." Even though Jessica's mind was sharp, she could not guess what this lord was thinking. She tilted her head and asked curiously, "This subordinate is very curious. What is the use of this lord wanting it for?" Laud did not want to reveal too much information to her, so he said ambiguously, "Give some trouble to the Soul Society, so as not to stare at us all day." Seeing that Hashwalth did not seem to want to say more, Jessica was very tactful and did not ask more. She lowered her head meekly and said, "If there is anything you need me for, please feel free to tell me." Laud thought for a moment and said, "Go and get some information from Hydra and see if there is a race called Pillar Man recently. The characteristics are 3 super ancient male creatures. They have some strange abilities and use humans as food." "Yes, Lord Hashwalth." Jessica nodded and agreed, "I will figure out these things as soon as possible." "Okay." Laud slowly got up from the bronze seat and said, "I will take that hollow away. Inform me if there is any news." Jessica bowed slightly. "Farewell, my lord." Soul Society, Tower of Penitence. The surroundings were filled with murderous spirit stones that completely isolated spirit energy. There was no need to worry about affecting the outside world. Therefore, Laud carried the special hollow with one hand and dragged him out of the shadow domain. Roar dash. The hollow let out a strange howl, and the ear-piercing sound waves hit the depths of his soul. It was a Minos grande that looked like a giant octopus. Its tentacles that were full of suckers stretched out for 6 or 7 meters. Its entire color was a strange purple color, and on the sides of its huge tumor-like head, there were 2 dark purple organs similar to eyes, as well as 2 teeth that were as neat as a human. From its appearance alone, it was almost difficult to determine that it was a Minos grande. Because on its body, there was no mask or hole that symbolized hollow. Instead, it was more like a giant octopus that had been radiated by a certain island nation. As soon as it escaped from the domain of shadows, this Minos grande could not wait to let out a howl. It waved its tentacles that were full of suckers, trying to capture the man in front of it and turn him into its food. Bang! A blood mist exploded. Just as the tentacle was about to reach the corner of the black clothes, it was shattered by spiritual power, who had been released out of reflex by Lot in a completely unconscious state. Roar dash! Losing 6 or 7 tentacles at once made the octopus hollow let out a tragic howl and moved his bloated and ugly body backwards. When the difference in strength was too great, even touching the other party was an unattainable hope. Interesting. Although Lot looked disgusted, he was still a little interested in it. After looking at it for a moment, he said with a strange expression, judging from spiritual power's level, it was clearly just Jillian, but he actually had the form of an Agichas in advance. Under normal circumstances, Jillian's form was generally in the shape of a spire and a clown mask. However, this Jillian was obviously different. Although it had the form of a Agichas in advance, it did not obtain the strength of the individual consciousness and the corresponding spiritual power. The great hollow who has infinite evolution. Lod narrowed his eyes and observed for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered that among the original Espada, there seemed to be a Jillian who could evolve infinitely. Yes, he remembered. It was the number 9, Araniro Aruruari, the self-proclaimed Great Hollow who could evolve infinitely, and after swallowing more than 30,000 hollow, he was killed by the female protagonist, Rukia. But that's not important. Among all Espada, only this one is not popular. The empty gimmick of infinite evolution makes people feel so, even death is full of drama. In addition to using its infinite evolution to create a Minos grande, Lod did not really want to add it to his Espada list. Therefore, he intended to change number 9 and number 7. Don't ask why he wanted to eliminate number 7. He had trypophobia. Maybe, can we combine it? Lod looked at the wriggling giant octopus and thought for a moment. Then, he suddenly had a bold idea. Unlimited evolution was a very outstanding ability. It was just wasted by that dish. Its potential was definitely not as simple as it seemed. At least, it should not stop at just a mere Jillian. If his idea could really be established, then perhaps in the future Espada, there would be an additional ultimate creature that could evolve infinitely. Tell Kingpin to come and find me. Lod thought about it carefully and felt that it was feasible. The stone mask and art stone of Aya. Next, all he needed to do was find Kars and help him become an ultimate life form. Chapter 280. Italy, Rome. In order to avoid causing international disputes and public panic, SHIELD's carrier aircraft concealed itself and landed on the edge of the city. With Captain Steve Rogers as the leader, Level 8 Agent Phil Carlson, Level 7 Agent Melinda May as the support, Brock Rumlow led an elite special operation team to form the main force of this mission. Everyone took the anti-missile vehicle provided by SHIELD and headed to the destination of the mission. St. Christine's Cathedral, located on the main street of Marathon Opera, the famous marble carving of the world, the Mouth of Truth, had a strange collapse yesterday afternoon. According to speculation, it might have been caused by an earthquake. Fortunately, there were no casualties. At present, the area had been blocked by the local police. HIELD was a global organization. In addition to the Asian region, there were branches in Europe, America, and other countries. This time, after the European branch found the abnormality, it immediately blocked the scene to avoid causing panic among the ordinary people. Carlson and May got out of the car, took out the documents they had prepared, and handed them to the police in charge of the blockade. The policeman took the certificate and looked at them in surprise. The United Nations Special Investigation Unit and the World Cultural Relic Protection Center. That's right. Carlson's expression did not change and his heart did not beat. He smiled and said, "We are responsible for evaluating the damage this time, as well as the work of repairing the cultural relics." "Are you really here to repair the cultural relics?" The corners of the policeman's mouth twitched visibly. These dozens of fierce men who were nearly 2 meters tall and exuded a fierce and murderous aura, no matter how you looked at it, it had nothing to do with repairing the cultural relics, right? After May's gaze swept across the officer's chest, she looked straight into his eyes and said in a half-threatening and half-serious tone, "Officer Daniel, for the sake of your work and your life, there are some things that you better not ask too clearly. Do you understand?" Daniel was silent for a moment. He looked at the group of people with fear and moved sideways to make a path. "Go over." The group crossed the police blockade line and came to the entrance of Truth. The second alert line was responsible for receiving them. It was the branch members who had been contacted in advance. When they saw them coming over, they went up and gave Carlson a warm hug. "Thank God, you are finally here." The man wiped the sweat on his forehead. Without any hesitation, he went straight to the point and said, "The underground research lab has completely collapsed, but we have detected 2 vital signs. From the data, it should be humans." "Have you cleared the entrance?" Carlson asked. "We managed to clear out one, but only one person can pass through it, and even the situation inside is unknown, so we have been waiting for you to come." The person in charge described the situation inside in a few short sentences. "Let me go." Steve did not hesitate and volunteered to be the vanguard. Carlson and May exchanged glances. They both thought that the captain was the best candidate. Now, everything below was in an unknown state. Moreover, the collapsed passage could only accommodate one person. Therefore, it was the most suitable choice to hand it over to the strongest Captain America present. "Captain Rogers, be careful." Carlson was still a little worried and reminded him. "Yes, I will be careful." Steve would not joke about his own life. After equipping the golden shield, he changed into the familiar Star Flag battle suit and said while moving his muscles, "If they are really down there, I will find a way to stall them. You should support them as soon as possible." Crack. Rumlow pulled the gun bolt and grinned. "Don't worry, Captain. This time, in order to eliminate the Pillar Man, SHIELD specially equipped them with the energy of the Tesseract as the foundation. As for the new energy weapons that were developed, any carbon-based creature would be burned to ashes on the spot by the high temperature of thousands of degrees as long as they were hit. Pillar Man? In front of modern technology, they were just a bunch of savages. Steve had seen the power of this weapon in World War II, so he was more at ease with Rumlow and the others, so he bent down and went down the collapsed gap. The cave below had collapsed quite seriously. There was almost no place for people to step in, and they had to rely on the strength of their hands to grab the wall and slowly climb down. This was all thanks to the fact that he was a super soldier. Otherwise, if someone else had come over, they might not have been able to safely go down. This difficult climb lasted for more than 10 minutes. Steve squeezed out of the collapsed boulder and successfully arrived at the location of the research institute. The outermost steel door of the research institute was about 1 meter thick. It should be the most defensive facility, but it was still violently knocked away from the inside. It flew for 3 to 4 meters and penetrated deep into the underground rock wall. However, the most surprising thing was that when Steve looked at the inside of the iron gate, he found that there were many messy and violent fist marks on it, which were deeply embedded into the steel. What a terrifying power! Steve reached out and brushed past the fist marks. Feeling the lines of the steel cracks, his pupils could not help but tremble slightly, and a violent shock rose in his heart. This was a steel gate with a thickness of 1 meter. It was smashed open by one punch after another. To be able to reach this level with pure physical strength, one could imagine how terrifying the ancient men of pillars was. At least, he could not do that. Who? Steve took a deep breath and wiped the shield hanging on his right arm. He calmed down a little and continued to move deeper into the laboratory. Along the way, apart from the collapsed research lab, the ground was covered in human skin that had been sucked dry. There was no flesh or blood left in these people, only dry skin, which made Steve shudder. As they went deeper, Steve suddenly saw a dim light under the collapsed boulder not far ahead. The brightness of the light was very weak. If not for his good eyesight, he might not have been able to see it. Could it be a survivor? With this thought in mind, Steve carefully approached the boulder. Is it Rogers? Captain. The person who was pressed under the boulder was covered in dirt and could hardly see her face, but her long, maroon hair undoubtedly proved her identity. Agent Natasha Romanoff. When Steve saw that it was one of his own, he immediately put down his guard and said with a little peace of mind, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Is Agent Barton still alive? Barton, in a lower place. Natasha was rather weak. She said with a pale face, if you had come a little slower, I'm afraid we would have really died. What exactly happened? Steve took out his adrenaline and gave Natasha a shot. He asked, all the people in the research institute were killed. How did the two of you survive? With adrenaline, Natasha's face turned a little ruddy as she said intermittently, when the research institute collapsed, it was Stroheim who activated the defensive facilities in time, allowing Barton and I to escape. And then? Steve frowned. Even if they could escape the initial collapse, how did they survive the hands of the Pillar Man? All the people in the research room were sucked into human skin by the Pillar Man. Only Natasha and Barton survived. He wanted to know why. Because of a vow. Natasha looked bitter and said, I played some tricks with Barton and let one of the warriors named Wamuyo think that we can surpass him in a month, so the other party let us go and agreed to duel in 33 days. Steve looked a little strange. Did they really believe this kind of lie? Yes, but, Natasha sighed. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes. They left a ring with poison on the major artery of my heart and Barton. The antidote can only be obtained after defeating them. Chapter 281. Barton and Natasha were quickly rescued. Although their injuries were very serious, at least their lives were not in danger. With SHIELD's Black Technology recuperation method, it would take about half a month to completely recover. The only problem was, the man named Wamuya used some unknown method to insert the two poison rings into the major artery of their hearts. Even the most advanced surgery could not remove them. Moreover, the poison in the rings could not be analyzed. It seemed that the only way to save them was to defeat them and take the antidote in the lip rings as Wamuya had said. Apart from the two of them, this research institute, along with Colonel Stroheim, had a total of 147 people killed in the line of duty. When more than 100 human skins were neatly placed in front of their eyes, everyone fell silent. The Pillar Man was terrifying and cruel. It was like a red-hot iron that was deeply imprinted in the heart of everyone. This was a battle of survival. Success or failure was related to the status of prey and predators, as well as the honor of being the head of all spirits at the top of the food chain. Just like 2 million years ago, when the ancestors of mankind defeated the Neanderthal, they established the current position of human beings at the top of the food chain. The Pillar Man must die. This was the thought in everyone's hearts. After reporting all the information here, they received a reply in less than 15 minutes. After being confirmed by the members of the three major council, they jointly signed the highest level command, demanding that they capture the man of the super ancient race pillar at all costs. That's right, it was capture. Moreover, the higher UPS had specifically warned them that they must be the living pillar man. When he heard this order, Steve was so angry that he almost went crazy. The rest of the people were also dumbfounded. Capture. In the face of a terrifying race that treated humans as food. They didn't think about how to destroy the other party, but asked them to capture them alive. Steve suppressed his anger. He grabbed his communicator and asked loudly, "Fury, I need an explanation. When you asked me to come over, you didn't say that." "Captain Rogers. I can't do anything about it." Nick Fury said with a tired face, "I swear I have tried my best, but this is an order from the council. F***ck. Steve frowned and said angrily, "What the hell are these bastards trying to do? Long life." Nick Fury sighed. The council saw the hope of humanity's long life on the Pillar Man, so they gave such an order. Steve gritted his teeth and said, "But don't they know how dangerous the Pillar Man is? No one can refuse the temptation of immortality, especially when it is within our reach," Nick Fury said faintly. Perhaps the so-called pig teammate referred to the politicians who paid attention to the corpses and disregarded life for their own selfish desires. In the face of the temptation of immortality, things like life, morality, and laws were simply too cheap. This was not the first time, and of course, it would not be the last time. Sometimes Nick Fury felt tired. He clearly knew that the danger factor was very high, but there was a group of pigs sitting on top of his head. They repeatedly probed around on the edge of death, and after they were done, they let him wipe his butt. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Although there was only a difference of 2 words between capturing and eliminating the two, the difficulty was like heaven and earth. If one wanted to capture the living body of the Pillar Man without using a fatal weapon, who knew how many lives would have to be sacrificed to do so? Steve gripped his communicator tightly and said unwillingly, "But I can refuse to carry out this mission, right?" "I suggest not." Nick Fury understood what he was thinking and sighed. The Council controls the world's greatest power. The result of resisting them will only be worse. Although Fury did not make it clear, Steve still understood the hidden meaning. Unless you don't want to live in this world, it is best not to resist the Council. "I didn't expect to meet such a disgusting group of people after sleeping for 70 years. Steve hung up the call weakly, a look of disappointment on his face. This was not the first time he had experienced such a situation. Back in World War II, there were many similar politicians who ordered him to complete missions against his will with all kinds of selfish requests. "We need to make a plan." Steve looked around and found that everyone was suppressing their anger. He said helplessly, "First of all, Carlson, come and gather all the information about the Pillar Man that we already know." The special operation team led by Rumlow could not access information about the Pillar Man in terms of authority, but now that they were about to fight with such a terrifying creature, they had to be familiar with all the habits and weaknesses of the other party, so it was very necessary to gather information. "No problem." Carlson took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. "Currently, there are 3 men who know the Pillar. They are at least 100,000 years old or even older. Their flesh and bones can be squeezed and deformed at will. Secondly, the Pillar Man also has a strange ability called flow. It is known that Wamuyu in the group of 3 can use this ability to launch a powerful storm attack. The collapse of the underground research room is because of this ability of Wamuyu. Other than the above points, everyone must pay attention to not touching the skin of the Pillar Man. Otherwise, they will devour and assimilate it like food." "Wait." Hearing this, Rumlow could not help but frown. "You only mentioned their strengths. What about their weaknesses?" "Unfortunately, we still don't know the weakness of the Pillar Man." Carlson sighed and shook his head. "Currently, there was too little information about the Pillar Man, and he could not find the weakness at all. Steve pondered for a moment, and his brain worked wildly. The biggest problem we are facing now is how to find these three men of the Pillar. Carlson, Melinda, do you have a way to track them down? This is not a problem, Captain Rogers. Melinda May smiled. If we mobilize the Heavenly Eye system, we'll be able to find their tracks very soon. The Heavenly Eye system was born based on the massive network and cameras around the world. It was the predecessor of the Project Insight that Pierce had carefully planned to use to search for the traces of the three Pillar men. It could be said that it was not too easy. Steve, who had been asleep for 70 years, obviously did not have a deep understanding of modern technology, so he was somewhat skeptical. Melinda didn't explain too much. She directly turned on the computer she carried with her and inputted the characteristics of the cars, Isidisi and Wamuyu into the system. Then, she used the dozens of satellites in the nearby orbit and instantly began a huge search. Mobile phones, ATM machines, surveillance videos, driving records, and so on. All electronic devices that could be connected to the internet and had cameras became part of the Heavenly Eye system at this moment. Everyone waited patiently for a few minutes before the Heavenly Eye system found the Pillar Man. Found it? Melinda narrowed her eyes and said, they took an international flight and left Italy. They officially arrived in America this morning. Everyone? Chapter 282. Wait a minute. Steve Rogers suddenly raised his hand and interrupted Melinda. He asked in surprise, you said they were on an international flight. Melinda explained, according to the analysis of the Heavenly Eye system, the Pillar Man swallowed three ordinary people and then transformed into their appearance. He used this identity to successfully get on the plane. Three ancient creatures from tens of thousands of years ago, it was already shocking enough to learn how to take a plane. What was even more shocking was that they actually bought first-class cabins. The expressions of the rest of the people were also quite wonderful. There was an inexplicable feeling of absurdity in their hearts. It was as if they were listening to a fantasy story. Were they sure that they were not joking? The corners of Steve Rogers' mouth twitched. Is this possible? I think we seem to have missed something. Carlson bit her lips and suddenly said, Captain Rogers, don't forget that they are mutants with intelligence and learning ability that surpasses humans. They only used a few minutes to learn English. With his reminder, Steve Rogers suddenly recalled. In the surveillance video, after Wamuyu swallowed one of the researchers, it learned English at an extremely fast speed and could talk to other people normally, showing amazing learning ability and wisdom. But I still can't figure out why they insist on going to America. Carlson frowned and asked the question in his heart, could it be that there is something in the US that is attracting them? This is indeed very strange. Judging from the trajectory of their movements, their goal is too clear. Melinda also frowned. As agent, her sharp senses told her that those male pillars definitely had a special purpose. We will naturally know when we find them. Steve Rogers did not care about this. After getting up and tidying up his equipment, he ordered, everyone, immediately return to America on a carrier Eagle. We must capture them before they make a big commotion. There were no coincidences in the world, only inevitable. The Pillar Man revived from the era hundreds of thousands of years later. In order to seek the Red Stone of Aya. The three men were nearly 2 meters tall. They were tall and sturdy, and their bodies were wrapped in thick cloth pieces. They looked like strange men from India who were walking on the empty streets. When they finally reached the end of the sun, one of them impatiently took off the cloth pieces that were wrapped around the outside. It was one of the three men who took a plane to America after escaping from the research room. Isidisi breathed out and turned around to ask, Kars, are you still unable to find the exact location of the Red Stone? No, my senses have been blocked. Kars, whose eyes were only exposed due to the cloth, said somewhat angrily, but the red stone is in a corner of the city. It's just that I'm temporarily unable to determine the exact location. He was born with a special sense for the ref stone of Aya. But now, there was something wrong with his senses. Before stepping on this land, he could clearly sense the location of the red stone, but when they officially stepped into the city, their telepathic connection with the red stone was suddenly blocked. As a servant, Wamuyo suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Lord Kars, could it be that the Haman user is behind this?" "Don't joke around, Wamuyo." Isidisi laughed and said, "The Haman race was already killed by us thousands of years ago." "Well, it's possible." Kars' gaze was slightly gloomy as he said coldly, "Other than the Haman clan, I really can't think of anyone else who would deliberately block my perception of red stone of Aya." "Damn the Haman clan. It's been thousands of years, but they still haven't given up." Isidisi was a little angry and smashed the wall next to him with a punch. "Lord Isidisi, please calm down. This time, I, Wamuyo, will personally destroy them." Wamuyo's eyes were boiling with killing intent. As the strongest person among the three, he had sufficient confidence to do it. After all, he was the one who wiped out the Haman clan thousands of years ago, and now it was just another time. "I'll leave it to you, Wamuyo." Obviously, Isidisi trusted him very much, and his face showed a touch of fanaticism. He whispered, "Our dreams for tens of thousands of years must be realized this time, and become the ultimate creature that dominates the world." "Shut up, Isidisi." Kaz's eyes suddenly became unusually sharp. He swept his gaze across the shadows in front of him and said coldly, "A group of rats hiding in the sewers, why aren't you getting out?" Isidisi and Wamuyo were slightly shocked and looked in the direction of Kars' gaze. "Suo. I saw dozens of figures slowly appearing from the shadowy corners all around. This group of people was equipped with the most advanced equipment, night vision goggles and gas masks, armed with various weapons, and the dense red dot sights landed on the three of them." "How is that possible? I didn't find them." Isidisi's face was quite ugly. Even with his perception, he did not notice that there were still such humans around. "Lord Isidisi, please look at the masks they are wearing. They seem to be able to stop breathing. That's why we can't find them." Wamuyo glanced at those people and calmly analyzed. "The Haman clan, the red stone of Aya, ultimate life form." Carlson finally walked out of the crowd and looked at the three people. He said with a little regret, "I originally wanted to listen a little longer. Maybe I could get more information, but now it seems that it is unlikely." "Interesting." Kars looked at them with interest and asked curiously, "Human, can you tell me how you found us?" "It's a satellite." "You don't understand, right?" Carlson smiled honestly, then pointed to the sky and said, "I admit that your physical functions are indeed very outstanding, but in the hundreds of thousands of years that you have been asleep, human beings are not unchanging." "Oh." Kars narrowed his eyes, but it gave off a dangerous glow. "Unfortunately, no matter how humans change, they are still animals in our eyes." "No, no, no." The smile on Carlson's face deepened. He said brightly, "Mr. Kars, from 100,000 years ago, what I want to tell you is that the times have changed. Humans are no longer the humans of the past. Now, it's your turn to be animal. Wamuyo, go and teach them a lesson." A murderous intent burst forth from Kars' cold eyes as he said cruelly, "Let them experience for themselves who is the king at the top of the food chain." "Yes, Master Kars." Wamuyo responded respectfully, then turned around and walked towards the crowd. Carlson looked at them calmly, raised his right hand high, and then waved it down fiercely. One word came out from between his teeth. "Fire." Chapter 283. Fire. Following Carlson's command, everyone raised their guns. Judging from the statistics of the Pillar Man, their bodily functions were far beyond that of ordinary creatures. Not only were they able to control their bones and muscles at will, but their recovery speed after being injured was also astonishing. Therefore, when they attacked, they only needed to pay a little attention to avoid the head and heart and other fatal parts. In any case, the requirement of the council was only to capture the Pillar Man alive. There was no requirement for the complete Pillar Man. Compared to capturing the complete Pillar Man, it was obviously much simpler to cripple him. These weapons had undergone special modifications and had been filled with strong anesthetic and tranquilizers inside the bullets. Once they entered the body, they would quickly spread throughout the body. In just a few seconds, an elephant would faint. Just as Carlson had said before. My lord, the times have changed. The humans now are no longer the barbarians from tens of thousands of years ago. Instead, they have conquered the sea of stars and are the overlords at the top of all the food chain. In front of the weapons invented by the modern humans, 3 backward creatures from hundreds of thousands of years ago can only be beaten. Boom 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 boom. Countless bullets swept through the air, stirring up scorching waves of air. Clusters of lethal tongues of flame shot out from the black muzzle, like fireworks in the night sky, bursting out a series of deafening roars. The dense bullets rained down on the 3 men of the column. However, under the endless barrage of attacks, a scene that almost caused everyone present to drop their jaws. Foolish human, don't even think about harming Lord Isidisi and Lord Kars in front of me. A hint of ridicule appeared on Wamuyu's face, and then his arms suddenly rotated, releasing 2 violent storms. Wind flow technique, divine sand mist. Whoosh. 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 The joints of the arms that were spinning at an extremely high speed brought about a gale. They formed 2 terrifying white hurricanes that were like roaring dragons that repelled all the bullets that were shot at them. Then, before Shield and the others could react, 2 white dragons whistled over. The hard cement floor on the street, as well as the utility poles and glass windows on the side of the road, were all cut into fingernail-sized pieces by these 2 dragons. The gravel was wrapped in the wind pressure and rushed to Shield and the others. The fierce wind howled, and the flying gravel left a bloody mark on Carlson's face. He couldn't help but change his expression. He subconsciously took a step back and shouted for help, Captain Rogers. The next moment, Steve Rogers descended from the sky and faced the 2 dragons charging at him. Like an ancient dragon warrior, he raised his shield, which was full of honor. 2 roaring storm dragons came head-on, slamming into the shield of the Captain America. Clang! When the visible shockwave hit the indestructible shield, it was as if millions of sharp blades of steel sword were slashing at it, causing countless sparks to fly and explode in everyone's ears along with the sound of metal clashing. The huge sound wave made Carlson and the others cover their ears, and their faces showed a painful expression. They felt as if their eardrums were about to be shattered. A moment later, the wind and waves dispersed. What a terrifying attack power! Steve Rogers slowly put down his shield. His arm trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes could not help but reveal a hint of shock and horror. If not for this golden shield, which had an almost indestructible and energy-absorbing characteristic, he would have been knocked dozens of meters away by the 2 storms, or torn to pieces by the wind pressure on the spot. The Pillar Man was indeed strong. I must not be careless. Steve Rogers took a deep breath and immediately raised his vigilance to face these monsters. I didn't think that a human would be able to withstand my divine sand mist. Evidently, Wamuyu had not expected this to happen. He was slightly surprised. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years that someone had been able to receive his ultimate skill head-on. Wamuyu, take a good look. The one who will receive your attack is not this human, but the shield in his hand. Isidisi crossed his arms in front of his chest and said proudly. I know, Lord Isidisi. Wamuyu licked his lips, a burning desire to fight rising in his eyes. But he is the first human to take the divine sand mist. I want to play with him for a while. Is that okay? Ha ha, ha ha. Isidisi laughed loudly when he heard this. You are still the same as before. Wamuyo likes to toy with humans who think they are strong, and then give them the greatest despair. No, Lord Isidisi. Wamuyo shook his head. I only respect the warrior. I can feel from the aura that he is emitting from his body that he is a pure warrior. As a veteran of the Second World War, Steve Rogers had the purest ideals and dreams. The persistence that flowed from his body and the aura of a battle-hardened warrior fascinated him. He revered fighting, enjoyed fighting, and longed for victory. He was a true warrior. The temptation of ultimate creatures was even greater than a hardy battle in front of Wamuyo, so he suddenly had a desire to defeat the man in front of him. Just like the unyielding Haman warriors from tens of thousands of years ago, the only way for him to feel the pleasure brought by the battle was to flow, roar, and boil again. Knowing the battle style that Wamuyo revered, Kars and Isidisi did not blame him for it. I understand. Kars patted the dust off his body and said lightly, I'll leave this place to you. Wamuyo, let's go find the red stone first. You can come back to us after you deal with them. Isidisi laughed and joked, don't play for too long, Wamuyo. Lord Isidisi, Lord Kars, please rest assured. Wamuyo's face revealed a hint of joy, and he said with a strong fighting spirit, I will finish them off very quickly and then find you. Steve Rogers shouted, everyone, launch an attack to stop the target from escaping the encirclement. Sniper, break their legs. To prevent any accidents from happening in this operation, non-lethal weapons could not cause effective damage to the pillar mans. Steve Rogers had set up 2 layers of encirclement in advance. Rumlow was in charge of the second layer of encirclement, and all of them were equipped with heavy weapons. 5 of the best snipers, once they found out that the pillar man was trying to escape, they would immediately shoot at their limbs. Bang! 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 On a tall building in the distance, a Barrett M82A1 anti-equipment sniper rifle roared. The 12.7mm armor-piercing bullet was pushed forward by the huge kinetic energy. It was like the deadly sickle that Death God was waving at Sword. It tore a vacuum tunnel in the air and rushed straight to the 3 of them. There was no panic on Kars's face at all. A bone blade popped out from the outside of her arm, and under the faint reflection of the moonlight, it shot out a rainbow-like gorgeous color. Flow of light, radiance blade. Kars raised her bone blade, which was as dazzling as a rainbow, and then swung it towards the incoming bullet. Dang! Everyone suddenly heard a crisp metallic sound. Then, they saw that 12.7mm armor-piercing bullet was forcibly split in half by a 7-colored ray of light. Carlson, who had witnessed this scene, was so shocked that his jaw almost hit the ground. What did he see? That monster actually used a bone sword that popped out from the outside of his arm to split the 12.7mm broken armor into 2 halves. Chapter 284. Do you think this is over? No, not yet. In the face of the dense bullets fired by the soldiers, Kars did not stop. The speed at which he waved his arm was almost like a blur. Countless bullets were cut open by Sword, who was shining with rainbow light, and fell to the ground one after another, making a crisp sound like a wind chime. These sounds, in the ears of Shield and the others, undoubtedly filled their hearts with despair. Carlson's face was full of bitterness. Although they had already thought highly of the danger level of the Pillar Man, they did not expect to discover that they had underestimated these perfect creatures from 100,000 years ago when they were facing him. The man who looked like the trio could easily split open the 12.7mm armor-piercing bullet with the bone blade on the outside of his arm. This was a huge blow to the originally confident them. Flow of heat, Flame King. Isidisi, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest, seemed to be unable to endure the loneliness any longer. He raised the blood in his body to 500 degrees and then sprinkled a scorching hot blood bead at Shield and the others. Ah! Any soldier that was touched by the blood bead was instantly melted by the high temperature. Then, the exposed skin was melted into holes by the hot blood bead. He screamed and rolled on the ground. Fortunately, Carlson slipped away quickly and was not touched by the blood bead. Bastard! The scream echoed in his ears, causing Steve Rogers to be furious. He held his shield and blocked the blood bead outside, then charged at Isidisi. Human, your opponent is me. Wamuyo flashed to appear in front of Steve Rogers, and he swung his huge fist at the shield. Bang! The powerful kinetic energy contained within this punch was completely absorbed by the golden shield. It was reflected back by the golden shield, causing Wamuyo to be forced back several steps by his own strength. Good chance. Steve Rogers' eyes lit up. As he ran forward, he forcefully turned around and threw the shield with the help of the centrifugal force. Woo! The air whistled, and the circular shield transformed the centrifugal force into kinetic energy. It spun quickly and crashed into Wamuyo. This was a commonly used move by the Captain America. He threw the shield towards the enemy. Because the edge of this golden shield was extremely thin, and its appearance was quite smooth, it had perfect aerodynamics characteristics, so the shield could be bounced back into the hand after hitting the enemy. But it was this habitual action that became the cause of Steve Rogers' defeat. He had misjudged one thing. That was the near-perfect bodily functions of the Pillar Man, which could completely ignore the great kinetic energy brought by the shield. Wamuyo had a combat instinct that was almost abnormal. The moment the round shield flew towards him, he suddenly made a hugging motion. His body bent backwards at a strange angle. His two palms that were the size of a cattail leaf fan came up and down. The moment the shield was about to touch his body, they suddenly closed up like a crocodile biting its prey. Bang! After a loud dull sound, the visible air waves spread out. Steve Rogers was horrified to see that the golden shield he threw was caught firmly by both of his hands. I haven't moved for thousands of years, so I'm a little rusty. With the golden shield in one hand, Wamuyo frowned and said with a little dissatisfaction, if it was thousands of years ago, I would only need one hand to take this attack. What should I do? Even the battle-hardened Steve Rogers was suddenly dumbfounded. He had never met someone who could take the shield he threw with his bare hands in World War II. The key was that without this golden shield, how could he deal with the Pillar Man? What an interesting shield. Wamuyo tapped the shield with his finger and felt the rebound force on it. He analyzed, in addition to its hardness, it can also reflect external power. No wonder you use this harmless thing as a weapon. Steve Rogers gritted his teeth and began to think about what he should do next. Without a shield, it meant that he absolutely could not engage in close combat with the Pillar Man. Otherwise, there would be the risk of being devoured. However, weapons like firearms could not cause any damage to them. Just as Steve Rogers was lost in his thoughts, Wamuyo seemed to see his embarrassment and threw the shield over. You! What are you doing? Steve Rogers widened his eyes, almost unable to believe that the other party had thrown the shield back. This is your weapon. Wamuyo crossed his arms in front of his chest, his arrogant expression showing on his face. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. I admire powerful warriors, so I am willing to give you a challenge to my glory. Pick up your weapon and show me your bravery, human. At this moment, although he knew that the other party was an enemy, Steve still could not control himself and felt a hint of admiration for Wamuyo. Come on, human. Wamuyo let go of his arms and said excitedly, a miracle will not happen a second time. Now, use all your strength to fill the empty hollow in my heart. Carlson threw out a short black stick and shouted at the same time, Captain Rogers, use this. Steve raised his hand to catch the black short stick. After pressing the bottom, the entire short stick was covered with high-voltage electricity, flashing with crackling blue electricity. One of the black technology produced by SHIELD, a short stick with high voltage electricity. It could last for a very long time and was one of Natasha's favorite exclusive weapons. It was used by Coulson to support the Captain America. I hope this thing is useful to him, Steve thought to himself, holding a shield in one hand and a short stick in the other as he charged at Wamuya once more. You actually chose to rush forward head-on. Your courage is commendable. Without knowing whether to mock or praise him, Wamuya raised his foot and stomped on the hard cement ground beneath his feet, charging forward like a tyrannosaur. Step, punch. To Steve's surprise, he did not choose to dodge. Instead, he threw a punch straight at Steve. Bang. However, the result this time was beyond Steve's expectations. This punch contained some kind of strange power. It was not completely absorbed by the golden shield. Instead, a large portion of the power fell on him. Steve, who was holding the golden shield, was forced back by the punch. Clear footprints were left on the ground. After taking more than 10 steps back, Steve managed to get rid of the strange force. At the same time, he felt that the right side of his body was trembling from the force, and his mouth was bleeding. It seems that I have found a way to deal with you. Wamuya did not take the opportunity to pursue him. Instead, he clenched his fist and said with confidence, I didn't expect the skills of the Haman warriors to be so useful against your shield. Damn it. Steve looked down at his bloody left hand and bit his lip. Do I have to use that power? Chapter 285. Really? Do you want to use it? Steve Rogers had a complicated look in his eyes. At this moment, his heart was full of struggle and contradiction. The two completely different complex feelings were like being roasted by a fire, making him feel tormented and tortured. Human, are you afraid? Wamuya frowned slightly, and his eyes suddenly became a little disappointed. Although his expression was not very obvious, he still noticed Steve's abnormality. Steve's whole body was trembling imperceptibly, like a prey trembling in fear when facing a predator. In his long life, he had seen this scene countless times. It was despair. No matter what creature, there was fear. When facing the suppression from the upper level of the food chain, the fear engraved in the depths of the soul would gush out from the depths of the heart like a tide, covering every corner of the body, every cell. Even the strong-willed Haman clan warriors could not avoid the nature of these creatures, especially after experiencing the overwhelming strength of the man of the column. Many Haman warriors collapsed from despair, finally giving up their dignity and kneeling to beg for mercy. It was precisely because he had seen so many people who groveled and only wanted to live that Wamu was even more eager to meet a respectable and noble warrior. Originally, he had high hopes for this human in front of him and hoped that he could bring him a hearty battle to activate the heart that had long been silent, but now it seemed that he was going to be disappointed again. You disappoint me too much. Wamu suddenly lost interest and felt as if he was tired of playing with it. He turned around and planned to leave this place. Wait. Steve Rogers suddenly opened his mouth and called out to Wamuya, who was about to leave. Give up, human. Get lost before I change my mind. I don't care about attacking someone who has lost the will to fight. You won't be so lucky the next time we meet. If the man who stayed behind was Isidisi or Kars. With their ruthless personality, they would definitely choose to kill Steve Rogers, not to mention handing over their weapons to their opponents and even let him live. Captain Rogers. Coulson's expression was a little complicated as he silently watched the back of the Captain America. Everyone saw the gap between humans and the Pillar Man. Even the modern weapons that they had given their greatest hope could not withstand a single blow in front of this group of supernatural creatures, not to mention that the Captain America was only a super soldier. In essence, he was still a human. On one hand, he hoped that the Captain America would not be impulsive and save his strength for the future battle, but on the other hand, he was a little selfish. He hoped that the Captain America would take out some courage and not accept the charity of Wamuyo. The remaining Shield and the others all held their breaths, waiting for this legend's answer. But no matter what he chose in the end, everyone could accept it. You have misunderstood one thing, Wamuyo. Steve Rogers took a deep breath. His eyes, which were originally filled with hesitation, gradually became firm at this moment. The reason why I am trembling, is not because I am afraid, but because I am hesitating whether it is worth it to do it. Trembling, stopped. Not only did his gaze become more determined, but his entire temperament was completely new. From the inside to the outside, he exuded a strong sense of confidence. These sudden changes made Wamuyo's two thin golden eyebrows raise. He was a little surprised. Human, you seem to have become more confident. Is it because you have found a way to defeat me? That's right. Steve Rogers' eyes were like swords as he looked straight into Wamuyo's eyes. He said word by word, the method to defeat you has always been there. It's just whether I am willing or not. Such arrogant and conceited words not only did not arouse the dissatisfaction of Wamuyo, but made him laugh at the sky. Ha ha, ha ha. I admire your confidence. Although I don't know where it came from, I will defeat you again. Carlson, help me with something. Steve Rogers calmly gave the order. Take everyone and leave this place immediately. What? This order made Carlson confused. He thought of a bad premonition and said in surprise, Captain, do you want to sacrifice yourself to save us? There is no need for that. Wama crossed his arms in front of his chest and said disdainfully, I can promise you that I will spare these people's lives. Listen to my orders, Carlson. Steve Rogers lowered his head. A hint of violence had appeared in his eyes. He suppressed a desire that was about to burst out. He said in a low voice, I won't sacrifice myself to let you leave here. It's only because I don't want to involve you in the next battle. Captain Rogers, Carlson was slightly shocked. He felt an ominous feeling from his body. He swallowed hard and nodded solemnly. I understand. Everyone, retreat immediately. Agents who were still able to move, supported their injured companions and followed Carlson to the other end of the street. Wamu did not stop them. His eyes were always fixed on Steve Rogers, and his expression was rarely dignified. It was not until everyone had retreated, and they were at least 1,000 meters away. Finally, they're all gone. Steve Rogers finally raised his head. His ocean blue eyes were filled with violence, and the air around him seemed to be boiling, emitting an extremely unusual and terrifying pressure. The moment that Wamuyo met his gaze, his heart trembled violently as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. This feeling was different from the past. It was as if it had come from a higher dimension. An indescribable fear filled his entire body, and it was like a greedy poisonous snake was biting him bit by bit. Are you ready? Steve Rogers' eyes were red, and a tyrannical aura suddenly rose. You are the third person to be fortunate enough to see it. Buzz. The boiling air made his figure become a bit distorted. The steady flow of spiritual energy was gushing out of his body like a tide. Then, like molten lava, it gathered directly on his right arm. The shape of Steve Rogers' right arm changed. The color of his skin turned into black and red lines, spreading to the prescription on his shoulder before stopping. The overall pattern and shape were like a grinning demon. What is that? Wamuyo's pupils suddenly shrank, his face violently trembling, revealing a trace of horror. I named it, the right arm of the giant. Steve Rogers had a slightly complicated expression on his face. He clenched his right arm, which had a black base and red pattern that looked like a demon, and the killing intent in his eyes boiled. Wamuyo, a friendly reminder. The power of the next attack is completely different from before. Chapter 286. It's connected. Steve Rogers' eyes flashed, and he exhaled loudly. It was like a thunderclap that exploded on the long street, causing the surrounding air to ripple and spread out continuously like waves. Bang! He took half a step forward with his left foot, and like a mammoth, he stomped on the originally flat ground, shattering it into pieces. Countless small pieces of gravel flew out like bullets out of the chamber, carrying the sound of the wind as they shot out in all directions. The light blue spiritual power suddenly rose up and wrapped around the black-red mark. It was like a demon was on his arm, and the air around it was like boiling water, emitting surging hot air waves. The next moment, Steve Rogers moved. His arm, which looked like a demon's grin, clenched his fist, and as if he was pushing a huge rock weighing 10,000 kgs, he threw a punch at Wamuyo. Arm of the giant, one strike. Boom. This stunning punch was like an ancient giant roaring at the sky. He waved his arm and poured out all the majestic power, causing the entire world to tremble. Rumble. The mighty fist pressure was like a real dragon coming out of the sea, striking hundreds of meters across with unparalleled force. The ground in front of him could not bear the burden and directly tore a gully with a diameter of 100 meters. The surrounding air suddenly became extremely thick, as if he was in the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters below. The terrifying pressure that came from all directions made the backbone of Wamuyo could not help but bend a little. The fierce and domineering fist intent hit the heart, making Wamuyo feel as if he was being roasted by the sun, and a feeling of imminent death enveloped his heart in an instant. However, Wamuyo did not feel afraid. The fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more intense. Yes. All along, he had been praying for this feeling that made him feel like he was about to die. The blood in his entire body seemed to be boiling. Every inch of his muscles and bones were trembling, and every nerve had to be taut. Otherwise, the stimulation of losing his life at any time would greatly stimulate Wamuyo. This was the battle he was pursuing. Perhaps fate had arranged for him to wake up from his tens of thousands of years of slumber in order for him to welcome this moment of battle. Under the near-tangible threat of death, Wamuyo broke through his limits and crazily squeezed every cell in his body, converting all his potential into power. Both his body and will had reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A violent hurricane circled around Wamuyo, emitting a ghostly wail that seemed to come from hell. However, this time, the howling winds did not spread outwards, but were sucked into his body like a whale swallowing the sea. After absorbing a large amount of air into his body through the air tubes, several processes were continuously compressed, until the speed of the whirling winds became faster and faster, even gradually exceeding the limit of what Wamuyo could endure. The Pillar Man, although the bodily functions were strong, there was still a limit in the end. When the air that was swallowed into his body was compressed to a certain limit, no matter how fast the recovery speed was, it would not be able to keep up with the speed of the violent power destruction. Death was never something he feared. If he could pay the price of his own death and leave this dangerous man here, then everything would be worth it for him. Not enough. This is not enough. Human. I admit that you are the strongest person I have ever met in my life. However, I still want to defeat you and leave you here. I absolutely cannot let you destroy Lord Kar's plan. Watch carefully. This is my last blow. The skin on the surface of Wamuyo's body was already showing cracks. His entire body was drenched in blood, as if he was a malevolent demon that had crawled out of hell. However, not only did he not stop absorbing air, he even increased his speed. The principle of this move was to absorb a large amount of air into the body, and then use the strong internal organs to compress it. After several processes of super high-pressure hurricanes, the extremely small gap released a stream of air as sharp as laser cutting through sword. But it was also because of this that this move was also the last trump card of Wamuyo. This move would bring a strong burden to the body, and the degree of pressure and time would also increase the damage to the body, and even the risk of collapse and death. But Wamuyo no longer cared. Just as the light blue fist pressure was about to arrive, Wamuyo finally completed the last step of the addition process. He let out a huge roar that shook the heavens and moved the earth, carrying a boundless battle intent as he soared into the sky. Final mode, Atmospheric Rift. Wamuyo stretched out his palms together, releasing a blade of air from the gaps between his palms. There was neither the terrifying momentum from when he released the divine sand mist, nor the huge movement of sand and stone. There was only the sharpness of the storm after it seemed ordinary but contained killing intent. Swish. The milky white curved air blades flashed and disappeared. The air they passed through was split open like water. The visible air waves appeared to be a strange and shocking scene. They separated in front of the air blades, as if they had been cut open. A deep gully was directly plowed out on the ground. The Pillar Man and Human. The strongest attack vs strongest attack. Both sides had bet on the honor of being a warrior, and this attack was the final end. The milky white blade of air cut through Hollow's air, the light blue fist pressing down like a dragon. In a thousandth of a second, the two suddenly collided. Rumble. The noisy world fell into a dead silence. After the dead silence, an earth-shattering sound burst out, shattering the glass of a tall building within 100 meters. After the impact, there was an unbelievable explosion. The sky exploded one after another, and the street that was 100 meters long collapsed. The terrifying ripples rose into the sky like a huge wave, interweaving with the raging storm that was raging under the night sky. The ripples that seemed material spread out at an extremely fast speed, and they rolled over like a monstrous wave that covered the sky, emitting a roar that sounded like a magnificent army trampling on the earth, crushing everything that one could see into fragments that could not be seen with the naked eye. The street that was hundreds of meters long was actually destroyed. Countless shops, street lamps, glass, and ground were devastated by this terrifying wave of air, and they let out even more unbearable wails. It was only a single collision, yet the outcome was already so earth-shattering. It was unknown how much time had passed. The terrifying storm finally stopped, leaving behind a piece of broken earth. It seems that I failed. Wamuyo struggled to stand up from the ground. He struggled to support his body that was riddled with holes and looked ahead with a sad look in his eyes. You lost, Wamuyo. Steve Rogers slowly put down the shield in his left hand and suddenly felt a little complicated. Even though the white atmospheric rift was extremely sharp, the remaining power of the shield was completely absorbed by the golden shield and did not cause any damage to him. On the other hand, it was Wamuyo. He collapsed because he used his final move and was in a state of near death. It was clear who won and who lost. Chapter 287. This was a battle. It didn't matter if the process of the battle was magnificent or not, it only depended on who the outcome of the battle was. Even with the help of the giant's right arm, Steve Rogers was still scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat when he faced the final counter-attack of Wamuyo. If not for this vibranium shield, the best outcome for both sides would have been to perish together. Well done. Wamuyo raised his hand to wipe away the blood on his face. The fighting spirit in his eyes did not decrease at all, burning like a ball of fire. But the battle between us is far from over, human. Yes, the battle was not over. At least before he fell, this battle would not end. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The strong wind gathered around Wham and was swallowed by the straw in front of his chest. It was obvious that he was planning to use atmospheric rift again. It's over, Wamuyo. Steve Rogers sighed and looked at the arrogant warrior. His tone was a little complicated. Your body is already on the verge of its limit. If you use that move again, it will only speed up your death. I don't care about death. Even though half a foot had stepped into the embrace of death, this Wat arm still maintained the last dignity of a warrior. Burning myself in a perfect battle like a moth darting into a flame is the long-cherished wish I have pursued in my life. There were wounds caused by a blow from a giant, and there was a high burden caused by a wedge. No matter how fast the body of the pillar man recovered, in the face of this continuous damage, he could only barely maintain a delicate balance. If he forced himself to use the interference, even if Steve did not do anything, he would completely collapse from breaking the balance. Steve Rogers was shocked by the determination in Wamuyu's eyes. He said with a complicated expression, "You knew that this attack would be blocked by the shield. Why did you still use this move? Are you ready?" Human. Wamuyu didn't answer his question. He just forced himself to maintain this body that was on the verge of its limit. A sharp spiral appeared on his forehead. "This is my last attack," he said. Final mode, atmospheric rift. He gave up all the organs in his body and transferred all the healing energy to his lungs to ensure that the compression process would not be interrupted. After the intense compression of air in his body, the super high temperature produced by friction made his body unable to bear it. The collapse started from the organs in his body and spread at an extremely fast speed. This process was very painful. It was as if he had gone through thousands of swords cuts, cutting himself to pieces, but even so, Wamuyu did not shout. Then again. Wamuyu sharpened the air in his body through super high pressure, followed the sharp spiral on his head, and released it at Steve. Atmospheric rift. This was the final flow of the faith of this proud warrior. Boom. A milky white spiral blade burst out, instantly breaking through the thin air around it, and issued a sharp, ear-piercing whistling sound as it swept across dozens of meters like a stream of light. It was speed. At this moment, Steve suddenly understood. Why was it that despite knowing that this move could not break through the defense of the vibranium shield, he still had to use this move at the cost of his body collapsing? If the previous move had strengthened its sharpness, even steel would be as fragile as a piece of tofu in front of it. Then this time, the atmospheric rift had strengthened its speed, especially since this air blade was in the shape of a spiral, and its special structure had increased its speed to a new level. However, with his mind and will highly concentrated, Steve Rogers, who was already mentally prepared, finally managed to react and raised the golden shield in his hand. Bang! The milky white spiral-shaped air blade hit the upper corner of the golden shield at a very tricky and strange angle. The sound of a huge metal collision erupted, no less than the sound of hundreds of copper bells. A nearly solid sound wave spread out. The huge impact of the slanting angle made Steve feel very uncomfortable. His body lost its balance in an instant, and the shield was out of control. It was actually sent flying by the spiral air blade. No, not good. Steve Rogers, who had lost his shield, suddenly changed his expression. He understood that this was the real target of Wamuyu. However, the sound of the wind next to his ear shocked Steve. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw two black shadows coming at him. When he looked back, he found that it was Wamuyu's arm. So, this is the real killing move. Steve was shocked, but he, who had lost his balance, had no time to counterattack. His neck was caught by two hands. Although his two arms were separated from his body, Wamuyu was still able to control it. This was the abnormal physique of the Pillar Man race. First, he used the mixed wedge to knock away the golden shield from the oblique angle, and then took advantage of the moment when he lost his balance and lost his footing to launch an attack. One ring after another. Wamuyu was worthy of being a battle genius. Even when he was in a desperate situation, he could still think of such a wonderful counterattack. But unfortunately, the counterattack that he had carefully thought out was destined to be useless to Steve. The giant, who looked like a demon, squeezed his right arm lightly and crushed the two arms that were pinching his neck. Then, he pulled them off and threw them aside. Cough cough. Steve clutched his injured neck and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He said hoarsely, "You lost, Wamuyu." Although his reaction speed was already very fast, his throat was one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Being grabbed by Wamuyu's arm that was full of killing intent, it was inevitable that he had suffered some light injuries and his breathing was not smooth. Wamuyo looked bitter. Yes. I lost. Even though he had burned all the flames in his life and used his last move, he still could not defeat Steve. He had reached his limit. The internal organs and the skin on his body began to melt due to the high temperature. His life had entered a countdown. Kill me, human. A look of relief and satisfaction appeared on Wamuyo's face. He slowly said, as a human warrior who defeated me, can you tell me your name before I die? Steve Rogers, Captain America. Wamu of the Dark Races. I will always remember you, Steve Rogers. Then, farewell. With only muscles and bones left on his face, Walmart forced out a free and easy smile and closed his eyes in satisfaction. As a proud warrior, he finally achieved his wish. Burning himself in a perfect battle, and then pulling the curtains for the glory of his life. In the face of the calmly dying Wamuyo, even though he knew that he was an enemy, Steve Rogers still couldn't help but feel admiration in his heart. Wamuyo was a true warrior. Not only did he possess the lofty glory of a warrior, but he also adhered to the rules of battle from beginning to end. Giants, attack. Steve Rogers could not bear to close his eyes and used the last of his spiritual power to throw out a punch, because Wamuyo was worth it. The huge spiritual power closed in. Steve Rogers, huh? Thank you. Wamuyo understood his intentions, and the corners of his lips curled into a smile of relief. Maybe it was for the sake of meeting you that I was lost for tens of thousands of years. It's just that this time, it was a little short. I really hope that I can hold on for a while longer. I finally met you. But... boom. The last figure of Wamuyo was submerged in the violent spiritual power and gradually fell apart. In the end, Wamuyo turned into a pile of ashes and dispersed with the breeze blowing from the street. He came with the wind and also left with the wind. The Wind Warrior, Wamuyo, died at the hands of the Captain America after fulfilling his lifelong wish. Chapter 288. What is that? Steve Rogers' eyes were suddenly attracted by an object on the ground. It was a ring, shining with a faint golden light under the moonlight. It turned out that in a situation where he knew that he was going to die, he threw the lip ring used to detoxify the poison into a place where it would not be affected. Wamuyo. Steve looked complicated. He picked up the golden ring on the ground and could not help but sigh. Such a warrior, death was his home. If he fell into the hands of those despicable politicians, it would be the greatest insult to him. The Wind Warrior was dead. Even at the last moment of his life, he still maintained his dignity as a warrior. He would rather die standing than live on his knees. Steve respected Wamuyo in his heart, so he used his strongest attack to send the proud warrior to the underworld. At the very least, don't let anyone disturb his peace after his death. At this time, Carlson's voice suddenly came from the communicator. Captain Rogers, how are things on your side? I'm fine on my side. Steve took a deep breath and put away his complicated feelings. He asked, however, since Wamuyo is dead, the task of capturing the living body can only be left for the remaining two pillar men. Dead, dead. After hearing the news, Carlson was shocked. How terrifying was the pillar man? The armor-piercing bullet fired by the Barrett anti-equipment sniper rifle was fired at a speed of 853 meters per second, and the damage it caused could even penetrate the outer armor of the tank car. However, it was split in half by the pillar man. It was obvious how much shock Steve Rogers had caused to destroy the pillar man alone. Steve did not want to dwell on this topic, so he changed the topic and asked, how are the two of them? We are tracking them. The environment on Carlson's side was very noisy. He could even hear the loud roar of the propeller. It was obviously from the helicopter. He shouted at the top of his voice and said quickly, judging from their route, the target seems to be the Statue of Liberty. Captain Rogers, if you can still move, please come and support us. I understand. Steve hung up the communication and sighed with a slightly bitter face. He did not have any extra strength. He had used up all his physical strength and spiritual energy to use the 2 hits from the giant. It was very difficult for him to still stand, let alone support them. But he still agreed. Because he was the Captain America, anyone could fall, but he could not. The Statue of Liberty. Through sensing the location of the super, Isidisi looked at the stone statue in surprise and asked suspiciously, Kars, are you sure the red stone is here? The fluctuations of the red stone have disappeared again. Kars's face was extremely gloomy as he spat out a few words from his teeth. Damn the Haman clan, how dare they fool us like this? Ever since they set foot on this land, the sense of the red stone had been constantly changing. It appeared and disappeared again and again, as if someone was deliberately playing with them. Anyone who was treated as a monkey would be angry, not to mention that they boasted of being the perfect creature that ruled the earth. Isidisi also became angry, gritting his teeth, don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, the Isidisi, will tear off his head. Rumble. The loud noise of the propeller turning came from the sky, attracting the attention of the 2 people who were in the air. They saw 10 armed helicopters full of special ammunition heading in their direction. It's this group of insects again. Isidisi crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, Kars, let me get rid of them. Kars narrowed his eyes slightly. He observed the height of the helicopter and shook his head. There's no need to go. Isidisi, we can't touch that height. It seems that these humans came prepared. Isidisi was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, damn it, are we just going to watch them like this? Let them be proud for a while. Kars sneered and said, when we become ultimate life form, even Earth can't stop us. It was fine if he didn't mention it, but when he mentioned it, he became angry and said unhappily, but now we can't even find red stones, what can we use to become ultimate life form? This obviously poked at Kars's sore spot. He said with an ugly expression, I can be sure that the red stone of Aya is somewhere in this stone statue. While the 2 were discussing, a human suddenly appeared in the open space in front of them. The person was wearing a white double-breasted military uniform and a wide white cloak. His long golden hair fluttered in the breeze and a pair of emerald green eyes were looking at them with a scrutinizing gaze. The moment Carlson, who was sitting on the armed helicopter, saw the person through the telescope, his expression changed several times. He could not suppress the shock that surged in his heart. He grabbed the communicator and shouted, all helicopters, stop attacking and evacuate immediately. Repeat, stop attacking and evacuate immediately. Commander Carlson. The pilot obviously did not react. He looked at Carlson, who was full of men, and asked doubtfully, now is the best time to attack. Why should we retreat? Because. Carlson bit his lips, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle, and he said in a trembling voice, that person is the Quincy of the New York War, Hashwalth. Quincy, Hashwalth. He believed that everyone who participated or heard of this name would have a deep impression of him. After all, the few destroyed streets were still in the process of rebuilding. The Pillar Man could not fly, but this man could. If this touched his bad luck, with the speed of the helicopter, it would be killed by an arrow in minutes. It was obvious that he was looking for death, but not many people would do it. Noticing that the helicopter had suddenly left, Kars frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. However, Kars did not care about this. He said impatiently, human, who are you? Is this what you're looking for? He slowly opened his palm, and on it lay a pure red gem. Red stone of Aya. *2. The gazes of Kars and Isidisi were instantly attracted by this perfect red stone. The red stone of Aya that had been searching for tens of thousands of years finally appeared in front of them, becoming the target of the ultimate creatures. At this time, it was as if it were foreclose at hand. The strong temptation drove Isidisi. He said with a ferocious expression, "So it's you, damn Haman clan. You dare to play with us? Go to hell." Isidisi did not care much and directly rushed to Hashwalth. "Wait, Isidisi, don't be rash." Karsa's expression changed greatly. He had obviously not expected that Isidisi would actually charge straight at the man. Divine arrow annihilation. With no expression on his face, he flicked his finger at Isidisi who was rushing over. Shua. An azure beam shot out from his fingertip and instantly pierced through the space between Isidisi's eyebrows. Ah! There was a hole in between Isidisi's eyebrows, and then his pupils dilated slightly, and his life breath suddenly disappeared. The so-called perfect creature, amazing recovery speed, excellent physical skills, these were like a big joke in front of the power of the Quincy. Dead, dead. Isidisi's sudden death shocked Kars, who took several steps back as if he was struck by lightning. Kars, right. Throwing the red stone over, he said lightly, "I'll give you this red stone. Do you still need the stone mask?" The red stone of Aya was right in front of him, but with the example of Isidisi, Kars did not dare to pick it up at all. He said warily, "You. What are you trying to do? Do you still need to ask?" He looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Of course it's to turn you into an ultimate life form." Chapter 289. Huckya. Huckya. Kars' breathing became rapid, and his eyes revealed a thick look of greed. The opportunity that he had been waiting for tens of thousands of years was right in front of his eyes. Strong desires kept emerging from the bottom of his heart. He was like an evil devil, whispering in his ears and using a bewitching voice to lure him into picking up the stone. In the face of such a huge temptation, Kars finally held back and forced herself to calm down. It was not because he had given up on his dream, but because of the means of this mysterious man. This man only flicked his finger and instantly killed the man who was not weaker than him. Moreover, he could ignore the recovery ability of the Pillar Man. Was it the power of the Haman? Kars immediately guessed that perhaps it was because the beam of light contained a powerful Haman power that caused Isidisi to die instantly. He did not even have the chance to recover. However, when he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. He had seen countless Haman warriors before, but none of them had the power of Haman that was comparable to the beam of light just now. Moreover, even if it was really Haman, unless the strength of the Haman was at the level of solar light, there was no way it would be possible to kill Isidisi one blow. The energy emitted by the beam of light gave him a special feeling that was hidden in calm and violent, as if it was natural to restrain him. The key to becoming an ultimate life form is right in front of your eyes. What are you still hesitating for? Kars raised his guard. Not only did he not pick up the red stone on the ground, he instead slowly moved backwards. He asked, "Who are you? What is your purpose? Why would you help me evolve into an ultimate life form?" His personality was different from the other two Pillar Man. He was obviously more cautious. Therefore, before he figured out all of this, Kars would never pick up the red stone. Even if the hope of evolving into an ultimate life form was right in front of him, as if it was his reach, he would not risk his life. 3 consecutive questions made Hashwalth more impatient. "These questions have nothing to do with you. I'll give you 2 choices, Kars." "What 2 choices?" Kars said warily. He raised 2 fingers and said lightly, "First, evolve into an ultimate life form. Second, I'll help you become an ultimate life form." The corner of Kars's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Was there a difference between these 2 choices? There was indeed no difference. But unfortunately, he had never intended to give Kars a chance to choose from the very beginning. The ultimate goal of these two choices was to induce Kars to evolve into an ultimate life form. As for the process in the middle, whether or not Kars was willing was not important. What was important was the result. I don't have time to waste on you. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He raised his left foot and lightly stepped on the ground. He said indifferently, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Either you do it yourself, or I help you. When a huge 5-pointed star array pattern was formed in the deep blue light. The spirit particles in the atmosphere surged endlessly and gathered in the sky above the 5-pointed star array pattern, condensing into light blue beams that densely hovered above the head of Kars. There are so many of them. When Kars saw the large number of arrows, his pupils could not help but tremble slightly. He subconsciously cried out in alarm. Originally, he had thought of using the sharpness of his flow of light to cut off the arrows that were flying towards him and then take the opportunity to escape. But now, his plan had failed before it could even begin. The energy contained within each arrow was no less than the one that had shot and killed Isidisi before. Coupled with such a large and dense amount of arrows, even if he were to put his life on the line to use the flow of light, it would be impossible for him to block all of them. However, if he were to be hit by one of the arrows, it was possible that he would lose his life just like that of Isidisi. 10. The countdown to death began. Kars's pupils shrank to the point of a needle, and they were still trembling violently. He felt as if his heart had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Even the surrounding air had become thinner and thinner. He had to work even harder in his lungs before he could absorb the air into his body. 1. The number suddenly jumped from 10 to 1. Kars's tense nerves suddenly snapped at this moment. Her eyes were filled with shock and astonishment, as if she was questioning. What about the numbers of 9876543 in between you? However, Kars had no time to think. Her slowly raised finger reflected in his pupils. A cold killing intent pierced into his heart like a sharp blade. Subconsciously, Kars shouted, wait. I agree. I'm willing. Don't attack. Very good. I like sensible people. Throwing a knowing look at the red stone on the ground, the meaning was undoubtedly very obvious. Am I being sensible? Aren't I clearly being threatened by you? Kars wanted to cry but had no tears, and he felt bitter in his heart. In the past, he had always been the one who stood at the angle of the strong. This was the first time he had stood at the angle of the weak and felt the feeling of being oppressed. He asked, where's your stone ghost mask? It's here. Kars reached his hand into his chest and pulled out a stone mask. There was a groove in the middle of her eyebrows for placing gemstones. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he looked at the dim horizon that was about to break and said lightly, the sun is coming out. You can prepare to start. Yes. Kars was in a very complicated mood. He embedded the gem into the stone ghost mask and put it on his face. This scene was clearly what he had been looking forward to for a long time, but being forced by someone made him feel a little strange, and even a little uneasy. The only thing that made him happy was that as long as he could evolve into the legendary ultimate life form, he would have the power to resist this guy. Ultimate life form. This was an existence that was above the entire earth. Time, early morning, 6 o'clock. A ray of dazzling white light, accompanied by the rising sun, emerged from the distant horizon, illuminating the darkness of the entire world. It's here. His eyes narrowed as he observed the changes in Kars. When the light emitted by the sun shines on the red stone of Aya, and after hundreds of millions of reflections inside the gemstone, which are free of impurities and pure, it turns into a huge hot and majestic energy, which gathers together like a vast ocean. The dazzling seven-colored light was like a burning flame, enveloping Kars completely. The extreme sun energy continuously washed over the perfect physique of the pillar man. Under the impact of this vast energy, the cells experienced destruction and restructuring at an astonishing speed. After countless rebirths, the cells gradually evolved to a higher level. Chapter 290. Kaka. A crisp sound of porcelain shattering rang out, causing the stone ghost mask and gem to shatter and fall to the ground. Kars slowly stood up from the ground. Her long purple wavy hair fluttered in the morning breeze. Her strong and tall body appeared exceptionally beautiful under the sunlight. Her angular muscles and face were as perfect as a sculpture in ancient Greece. It was as if she was the greatest masterpiece with both strength and beauty. After tens of thousands of years, he finally achieved what he wanted. He was truly standing under the sun, bathing in the sunlight. Kars. He had already defeated the weak point of the Pillar Man, the sun, and evolved into a super creature that stood above the entire earth. On the several armed helicopters that had long distanced themselves from the goddess of victory, even Carlson couldn't help but reveal a look of greed and envy when he saw Kars's almost perfect and fascinating body. This feeling came from the depths of the human heart, yearning for higher-level creatures. Is this power of the ultimate creature? Kars closed his eyes and carefully felt every cheering cell in his body. Endless power flowed between his limbs and bones. At this moment, he was like a god walking in the world. The energy and life of all living things, the process of life evolved from 9 billion years on Earth, all the genetic factors and memories were recorded in his cells. With just a small thought, he could turn him into any living creature. First, he was invincible. Second, he would never age. Third, he would never die. Fourthly, he had the ability of all living things in the world and was far above other living things. The so-called ultimate life form was the special characteristic of all living things on the earth, and it was the other type of God that was above the entire earth. In layman terms, it was easy to understand. That was, from the moment Kars became the ultimate life form, his own existence was equivalent to the life of the entire earth. While Kars was immersed in the glory brought by the evolution, his intoxication was interrupted by a sudden clap. Congratulations. Hashwalth clapped his hands expressionlessly and said calmly, "You've finally become an ultimate creature. Human." A hint of gloom appeared in Kars's eyes. He had not forgotten the humiliation that this human had brought him. He immediately said coldly, "I'll give you a chance now. Kneel on the ground and beg for my forgiveness. In that case, I'll let you die a happier death." Before becoming a true ultimate life form, perhaps he would still fear this human a little. However, after becoming an ultimate life form, the power surging within his body and the power that was above all other living beings filled him with confidence. He believed that with his current strength, it would be easy to kill him. Whoa, it really is different. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Kars with a faint smile. "You came to provoke me as soon as you became an ultimate life form. May I ask who gave you the courage?" "Humph, ignorant human." A sneer hung on Kars's face. He raised his right hand and said, "I'll let you experience just how terrifying ultimate life form are." Gulp gulp. Kars's right hand seemed to melt. The cells reorganized at an astonishing speed and then turned into a living squirrel. "Oh my God." Carlson, who was secretly observing the scene on the helicopter, was shocked beyond words when he saw this scene. What did he see? The palm of the Pillar Man had turned into a squirrel. If this discovery was in the scientific world, it would cause a huge wave and even overthrow Darwin's theory of evolution. Because of his existence, it completely denied the principle of biological evolution. Too terrifying. This was the power to create life. Kars was like a god in the Bible. Carlson couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The Pillar Man had completely escaped their control and stepped into an unpredictable and terrifying level. It was a forbidden realm that humans could never touch. But then, something even more shocking happened. The squirrel was still constantly cracking and multiplying at an astonishing speed. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16. In the blink of an eye, it turned from a squirrel to thousands of squirrels. It was like a brown wave, making chirping noises. Then, like a tsunami, it charged towards. The neat stone slabs on the ground were crushed by the teeth of these squirrels. Even the steel bars with astonishing hardness could not escape. Under the horde of squirrels with bloodshot eyes and a ruthless and crazy aura, anything that stood in their way would be eaten up. Ha 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 ha, die, human. A cruel look appeared on Karsa's face. She could not wait to see the scene of this damned human being bitten to death by a squirrel. These squirrels were made from his cells. Even steel could not stop them, let alone a human. Not bad. Looking at the swarm of squirrels, there was no panic at all. Instead, he calmly pushed up his glasses and said indifferently, in terms of material, it is barely qualified. Puff, puff. When the beast tide approached within 10 meters of. With an indifferent expression, he walked towards Kars. One after another. As he gradually moved forward, spiritual power erupted with a heavy pressure as he rose, causing the beast tide to forcefully stop its attack. It turned around and continued to collapse and explode, dyeing the surroundings into a scarlet hell. This is impossible. This scene made the confident Kars suddenly turn pale. His pupils uncontrollably shrank and trembled, and an indescribable chill ran down her spine and into his brain. Don't be afraid. His eyes flickered with a glimmer that made one's heart palpitate. Then, he said the most terrifying words in the calmest tone, because soon, I will make you a true ultimate life form. Run. Run. The instinct of all creatures was deeply trembling in fear. The sixth sense that surpassed all living things was now like a buzzing sound in his brain, frantically reminding him to quickly escape from this man. Without a moment of hesitation, Kars controlled the cells in his body to transform his arms into wings of birds. Then, he abruptly flapped his huge black wings, transforming into a streak of light that fled into the distance. Su. In just the blink of an eye, he had already flown dozens of meters away from where he was. Every time the black wings flapped, they would bring up a huge gust of wind, pushing Kars like a rocket to escape at an extremely fast speed. Get out of my way. In order to run for his life, Kars shot the black feather as a bullet when he encountered a helicopter. The feather was as hard as the shell of an armadillo after hardening. Moreover, it was able to use the air in its body to accelerate and eject it. Its might was definitely no less than a bullet. Boom. A helicopter could not dodge in time and was directly hit by the black shell. While the pilot was shocked, those shells turned into a man-eating squirrel, crazily attacking all the life in the range of sight. Help! Help! Finally, after the pilot was bitten to death, the helicopter exploded in the smoke and flames. Chapter 291. Kars had escaped. Perhaps even he himself had never imagined this scene. He had clearly become an ultimate life form, possessing a powerful strength that was above the entire earth, and even all life. But in front of that man, he was still as weak as a newborn baby. No. To be precise, it was weaker than a baby. If that man wanted to pinch him to death, it would not be more difficult than him wanting to pinch a human to death. The instinct that was engraved in the deepest part of biological DNA was survival of the fittest. Even if it was for an ultimate life form, it was no exception. Moreover, due to the characteristics of all life forms, Kars' perception of danger was sharper than anyone or even an animal. That was why he turned around and ran without hesitation. Kars aimed the spearhead at the helicopters, as if to vent his anger, but also to show his strength. He flapped his huge black wings and flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Attack! Attack! Fire! Be careful, don't let him get close. Base, calling for support, calling for support. The target creature has evolved, unable to be captured. Repeat, the target creature has evolved, unable to be captured. Seeing the crash of the helicopter, the rest of the helicopter pilots broke out in a cold sweat. They did not want to be bitten to death by a group of damn squirrels. They adjusted the angle of their bodies and fired the M230 chain machine gun hanging below the body. After aiming at cars, they fired at full power. Boom 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 boom. The 30mm machine gun bullets whizzed over, forming a dense net of fire in the air, filling up all the space available for evasion in cars left and right. A carpet bombing, a full-fledged attack. This was both the most familiar battle strategy in the US and the only battle strategy they were proficient in. The pilot of the Apache armed helicopter was fully confident that no living creature could escape their fire net, even if the enemy was an ultimate creature. However, their hope was destined to fail. From the moment he evolved into an ultimate life form, Kars was no longer the same as he was before. Even if it was 30mm cannon bullet, he was fearless. He was fearless. Searching for gene storage. Searching for suitable template. Evolution. The complicated biological system that the Earth had spent 900 million years to evolve, the genetic information factor was kept in Kars' cells. His brain could analyze the most suitable biological characteristics for the current situation in a very short period of time, and then stimulate the cells in his body to evolve. And in nature, the hardest creature was the armadillo. The shell of ordinary biological armadillo was covered with biological grease, which could not only bend the angle of bullets, but also withstand the impact of bullets head-on. Ultimate creatures were above all creatures, so the black shell that Kars used to defend against machine guns came from the armadillo, and the hardness of the defense was several times stronger than the armadillo itself. The outer layer of feathers gradually turned black and hardened, forming the shell of an armadillo and covered with lubricant oil, causing all the bullets that hit it to slant their angles. Kars was covered in a black shell, forcibly resisting the dense firepower net, flapping his two huge wings, rushing to the front of an armed helicopter at an astonishing speed. Chi-la. An Apache armed helicopter was actually split into two by Kars' black wings. Moreover, the cut surface was extremely smooth, as if it was cut apart by a laser. F***ck. F***ck. This scene stunned Carlson, and he subconsciously blurted out a curse. The other pilots were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. One had to know that the armor near Apache's cockpit was equipped with titanium alloy. It was able to withstand the direct attack of the 33mm high-shot cannon, but it couldn't even block Kars' wings. After eliminating the unrealistic ideas of making his opponent submit and becoming research material, Carlson was forced to accept the most impossible idea, which was that Kars really became a god above the entire Earth and even life, as he said. Weak and lowly humans. Kars finally found a trace of confidence and showed a calm and proud expression. As a reward for witnessing the birth of ultimate life form, I will show you the horror of ultimate life form. Seeing that the man did not chase after him and instead gave him sufficient confidence, Kars could not wait to share his joy of becoming an ultimate life form to this group of humans. As for whether these humans were willing or not, that was not within his scope of consideration. Search. Evolution. In just a breath's time, Kars had completed his evolution once again, and this time he chose the creature with the greatest power in the natural world, the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp could punch in a 51-second, and its fastest speed could reach 25 meters per second. It could create an empty cavity and sparks in the underwater environment. When such a terrifying ability was placed on a person, the destructive power would be unimaginable, let alone the ultimate life form. Kars' arm was covered by a red shell, and his forelimbs were like shrimps, tightly contracted in front of his chest. Then, like a spring, Kars' forelimbs bounced out at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, and punched at the helicopter that was dozens of meters away from him. Bang! The moment he punched out, a huge cavity appeared in front of him. As the airflow collapsed and shrank, the high temperature generated by the friction was like a roaring flame dragon, carrying a rolling storm and roaring, and the helicopter was instantly smashed into pieces. Rumble. It wasn't until the entire body was blasted apart by the flames that the sound of the punch rang out together with the sound of the explosion, echoing in the air like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. The extremely fast punches continuously struck, blasting out giant cavity in front of them. In the blink of an eye. Out of the 10 Apache armed helicopters, only Carlson was left alone. Watching cars catch up with the helicopter and retract his front limbs, Carlson's expression changed and he lamented in his heart, "I'm really dead this time." It was not that they had never thought of jumping off the plane to escape. However, all the pilots who jumped out of the helicopter were devoured alive by cars. Rather than dying so painfully, it was better to be blown to death than die. At least this way, he would die instantly. In the nick of time, Hashwalth suddenly appeared. A glimmer of hope ignited in Carlson's heart. That white military uniform and cloak made him feel that he had never been so intimate. No one wanted to die. Even Agent, who was mentally prepared, was the same. After all, why would he seek death if he could live? "Thank you for your cooperation, Cars." Standing in mid-air, his feet seemed to be stepping on an invisible staircase, and his eyes were mixed with a wisp of indifference. He said, "The data regarding the ultimate life form has been collected. Now, I'll have to trouble you to cooperate with me and do a small experiment." The reason why he did not act immediately was because he chose to watch coldly from the sidelines. He wanted to collect data about the ultimate life form and bring it into the Great Spirit Book corridors so that it could be used for other purposes in the future. Now, all the data was collected. Then, it was time for the last thing. Persuade Cars to help him complete a small experiment. Chapter 292. A small experiment? This kind of lies, whoever believes it is an idiot. From the moment Hashwalth threw the red stone of Iacars had been vigilant and guarded against his conspiracy. Now, after hearing this sentence, he did not hesitate at all. He directly turned around and fled. Searching fastest creature. Biological template determined, sharp-tail rainbird. One of the fastest birds in the world. The fastest speed is 352.5 km per hour. It only takes 1 second to fly 100 meters. However, this was not enough. The genetic template was optimized again. Cars knew that only this level would not allow him to get rid of that man. Therefore, on the basis of the sharp-tail rainbird, he reconstructed the streamlined body that was more suitable for aerodynamics, as well as the special air hole that acted as the propeller. The two completely different power crystals, animals, and technology, were perfectly combined on Car's body. Boom boom boom. The ear-piercing noise broke through the sound barrier at a speed, and the massive ring of air exploded like ripples. Such a fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Carlson found that Cars had disappeared, leaving only a small black dot in the distance. Moreover, he was flying at an astonishing speed. If nothing unexpected happened, Cars would completely disappear from his sight. Based on the visual estimation, the speed was at least 1 Mach, faster than the U.S. military's War Axe cruise missile. Carlson suppressed the shock in his heart and turned his eyes to Hashwalth. He was looking forward to what choice he would make. Should he chase after her or give up? That was the speed of a Mach 1. Even if he had seen the strength of the Quincy, Carlson still had doubts in his heart. He could take this opportunity to have a look. Perhaps he could find the weakness of the Quincy? As a result, Carlson was disappointed. Hashwalth seemed to finally react. The deep eyes crossed the space barrier and fell on Cars, who was fleeing in panic. The next moment, taking a step forward, he followed the layers of air currents that swirled beneath his feet. His entire body instantly disappeared from the spot. Quincy high-order steps, advanced Hirankyaku. Bang. When the next sound rang out, Carlson looked towards the source and was shocked to find that the figure of Hashwalth had appeared 1,000 meters away. One step, 1,000 meters. With his hands behind his back, he took another step, and he was dozens of meters away from Kars. This is impossible. Kars looked at the approaching man, and his face showed a deep fear. He thought that he could shake off Hashwalth. He did not expect that the other party would catch up to him from 1,000 meters away in just 2 steps. Although he was expressionless, he couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart. The speed? Unless Kars was possessed by the divine speed force, there was no meaning in front of him, even if Quicksilver came. Ho-Ho, Sonido, or Hirankyaku. Hashwalth could choose any one of them. In terms of high-speed movement, he had never been afraid of anyone. Or if he wanted to, he could even open a new door in front of Kars. There were too many ways to deal with Kars, so he only chose the simplest one. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The Hashwalth standing here was actually Lod himself in disguise. After all, Hashwalth went to deal with the mess of Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. At present, Lod, who was seriously lacking in subordinates, could only choose to personally appear. He had not been out for a long time. Lod reached out a hand from the cloak and directly grabbed the desperately fleeing Kars. You are fooled. Kars' eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. He quickly turned around in mid-air, and then shot dozens of black thorns at Lod from the mass of lumps hanging under his wings. He roared angrily, have a taste of the tiger head stinger I specially prepared for you. The mass seemed to be an organ tissue of some kind of creature. The speed of these black thorns was several times faster than the speed of bullets coming out of the chamber, leaving only an afterimage in the retina of a human. Not a bad counterattack. Lod cast a look of appreciation, and then changed the topic, saying, but unfortunately, it is useless to me. There was no need to use spiritual power's wall to defend. Lod allowed the black spikes to hit his body, and even his steel skin could not be shaken, not even leaving a mark. This scene caused Kars to feel despair in his heart. The final desperate strike was actually unable to leave a single mark on his opponent's skin. The difference between the two was so great that even if Carlson came over, he would still be able to see it. As for the hand that Lod stretched out, it was like an inescapable net. No matter how Kars moved, no matter how much he tried, he was unable to escape the fate of being captured. After his neck was tightly grabbed, his entire body was sealed by a special force. He couldn't move. That force was like a heavy shackle, causing Kars to lose all ability to move. Even such a simple action like blinking his eyes had become an extravagant hope for the current him. Kars was like a puppet, carried by Lod all the way back to the bottom of the Statue of Liberty, and then threw it on the ground like a piece of trash. He's back again. Carlson was both shocked by the speed of Kars' defeat and curious as to why Hashwalth had specially come back. Lod leisurely walked to the shadow of a Statue of Liberty, then reached out and pulled out a huge monster that looked like an octopus from the shadow on the ground. This octopus monster was one of the gifts that Hydra had sent. Is that a Minos Grande? Carlson had come into contact with this kind of creature the most, so he recognized at a glance that the monster was Minos Grande, and the Minos Grande that was commonly seen seemed to have a different degree of evolution and category. But according to the information, weren't the Quincy and Hollow enemies? Why did the mutual enemy, Hashwalth, summon a Minos Grande here? What was he trying to do? For a moment, countless questions flooded into Carlson's mind like a tide, making him unable to understand. But soon, he had an answer to his question. Kars' pupils trembled slightly. He felt a greedy desire from that creature. When he wanted to devour other creatures, he would have the same desire. In other words, this monster wanted to eat him. Kars, your chance has come. Lod narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, either be devoured by it and become bait, or devour it to evolve once more. As soon as he finished speaking, The octopus-shaped hollow wiggled its tentacles and rolled up Kars, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. Under the latter's eyes that were filled with fear, it stuffed him into the mouth at the top. Chapter 293. But, damn it! Kars. I am unwilling. I am a ultimate life form, how can I die in such a place? See. Curse you. No. Kars screamed in despair, directly piercing through the silence of dawn. No matter how hard Kars struggled and tried to evolve the cells in his body, he could not escape from the mouth of the octopus-like hollow. His lower body was crushed by the sharp teeth around the mouth and swallowed into his body bit by bit. The plan of hundreds of thousands of years had fallen through in one day. In less than 10 minutes, the joy of becoming an ultimate life form welcomed the darkest moment of his life. The Pillar Man clan, who regarded humans as livestock and allowed them to slaughter and devour them, had now become food for Hollow. Their status had suddenly changed from predator to prey, which made Kars, who was in despair, feel an inexplicable sense of absurdity. So, this is the feeling of them. With only one head left, Kars suddenly remembered all the creatures he had devoured. Would they be like him before they died, full of unwillingness and resentment, and thirst for life? The life force of the ultimate life form was so huge that Kars, who only had one head left, could barely keep himself alive and conscious. But that was it. If there was no external interference, he might be able to regenerate other limbs like a gecko. However, the sharp teeth around the monster's mouth were closing, and it would grind and break his hard skull in a moment. It would not take long for him to be completely devoured. No. I don't want to die. When the sharp teeth were about to grind the hard head, a strong desire to survive suddenly burst out in Kars' eyes. I am an ultimate life form, an immortal existence. How can I die in such a place? I, Kars, will not die. Just you wait. Even at the end of hell, I will crawl back and take revenge on you. Facing Kars' bitter curse before he died, Laud nodded and said, okay, I will wait for you to take revenge on me. The premise is that you can still live. Ho! From the wriggling mouth of the octopus hollow, there was a disgusting chewing sound. The hard bones and flesh were fully ground red blood, flowing down along the tentacles that were full of suction cups. And the screams of Kars finally disappeared. He was swallowed. Seeing the scene through the telescope, Carlson was immediately full of doubts. From Hashwalth's previous behavior, it was obvious that he was deliberately helping Kars so that he could evolve into an ultimate life form. But he let the Minos Grande swallow Kars, so what was the meaning of this? Was it just purely experiment? No, impossible. Although there was not much information about Hashwalth, as Agent's sixth sense, it told Carlson that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. There should be a deeper motive. It was this deeper motive that lured Hashwalth to reappear. But what was the motive? Carlson frowned, an ominous feeling lingering in his heart. For some reason, his heartbeat had been accelerating since the beginning, and his blood pressure was constantly rising. The air around him seemed to become heavy, and even the birds in the sky disappeared. All these strange changes seemed to indicate that something big was about to happen. Agent Carlson. You. Look over there, the pilot's face was pale. He raised his trembling fingers as if he had seen something terrifying. Even the tone of his voice had changed. Carlson looked in the direction the driver was pointing at, and his entire body shook as if he had been struck by lightning. The giant octopus that could be seen without a telescope was shockingly wrapped around the towering Statue of Liberty. Tentacles covered in suckers were more than 10 meters long, and they were still swinging wildly. Its mouths, which were as big as sea anemones, constantly poured into the air, as if they were greedily devouring some kind of energy. I understand. Carlson's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately understood. Combined with Hashwalth's strange actions before, it was not difficult to understand why he first helped Kars, and then let Kars be swallowed by that big hollow, because Hashwalth's real plan was to make Kars, who became the ultimate creature, become the stepping stone on the path of the evolution of the Minos Grande. Just by observing a little detail, Carlson almost restored the whole incident, and even guessed part of the intention of Hashwalth, but there was still the most important question that he could not understand. According to the information Death God revealed, the Quincy and Hollow were natural enemies. But since they were natural enemies, why did Hashwalth help Hollow evolve? Damn it! Why? What does Hashwalth want to do? Carlson secretly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Without the most important information, there is no way to analyze his intentions. Roar dash. The strange howl was extremely sharp and ear-piercing, as if it could pierce through the soul of a human. Carlson and the pilot, who were more than 100 meters away from the monster, revealed a painful expression the moment they heard the voice. They covered their ears tightly, feeling as if their eardrums and cerebral cortex nerves were about to be torn apart. Fortunately, the cry lasted for only a few seconds before it disappeared. Carlson and the pilot gasped in pain. There was a trace of fear on each other's faces. After the Hollow devoured the ultimate life form, it seemed to have become even more terrifying. Evolution. Evolution. Although Kars had been devoured by Hollow, his cells had not completely died. At the moment before death, the ultimate life form evolved his cells into the form of a fungi and then swallowed up the cells of Hollow like a terrifying parasite. Since I can't defeat you on the level of a living creature, I will devour you from the level of cells. This was the ultimate life form, Kars' final plan. He had found a way out of the originally hopeless situation, and he had even obtained an even stronger power. How could Octopus Hollow, who did not have an individual consciousness and only acted on instinct, contend against Kars who had 400 IQ? Rumble. The huge spiritual energy fluctuations formed a vortex, even throwing the originally clear sky into chaos. A steady stream of spiritual droplets poured into Octopus Hollow's body from the ocean-like mouth, then were divided up by countless greedy cells and turned into the energy source for the evolution of this body, advancing step by step towards a higher level. Not enough, not enough. I need more power and more life energy. Kars' consciousness gradually gained the upper hand. He began to plunder more spiritual energy crazily, and he was not satisfied with this. He manipulated the tentacles covered with suction cups to reach out into the sea and devour all kinds of creatures in the sea. It's about time. Lod's eyes were full of satisfaction. He thought, Nemu, let Jigai of Hashwalth come over. It's my turn to go on stage. Chapter 294. The Statue of Liberty. Captain America, who hitchhiked halfway, finally arrived at the battlefield at this time. However, Steve Rogers, who had just gotten out of the car, looked up at the Statue of Liberty wrapped in tentacles and the monster that looked like a giant octopus. He suddenly wondered if he had transmigrated, or if he had not had a good rest last night. Carlson. The corners of Steve Rogers' eyes twitched, and he said hesitantly, "Can you explain to me why a giant octopus appeared on the Statue of Liberty?" Carlson did not know how to answer. He said helplessly, "Captain Rogers, the specific situation is very troublesome to describe. In short, this is not an octopus, but a kind of great hollow." Without waiting for Carlson to finish, Steve Rogers suddenly interrupted him. The spiritual power that the big hollow emitted made Steve Rogers recognize it. A hint of sadness that could not be wiped out appeared in his eyes, mixed with a trace of complicated emotions. He sighed, "This is a big hollow. I have seen such a creature before. I have seen it before. Captain Rogers." Carlson was so shocked that he almost couldn't hold his communicator. He asked with wide eyes, "Have you seen this kind of hollow?" This is impossible. You have been unconscious for 70 years. How can you have seen it? Ha! Of course I have seen it. Steve Rogers looked sad and clenched his right fist subconsciously. He gritted his teeth and said, if not for because of Hollow, Bucky. Bucky wouldn't have been swallowed up to save me. But, this doesn't make sense. The doubt on Carlson's face became even stronger. He said in surprise, Big Hollow should be a creature that has recently reappeared after Death God's recovery. Captain Rogers, where did you see Big Hollow 70 years ago? Steve Rogers took a deep breath and said a name that shocked Carlson to the extreme. It's Hashwalth. Boom. This news was no less than a heavy bomb, and it directly set off a monstrous wave in Carlson's calm heart lake. It turned out that 70 years ago, Hashwalth the Quincy was already preparing for their comeback. Carlson immediately realized. They all ignored one thing. After the 1,000 Years' War between the two sides, when Soul Society had no choice but to seal the world, the remaining Quincy, what shocking conspiracy were they planning? Hashwalth. Everything originated from this man, laying down an ambush that had lasted for thousands of years like a grass snake. Now this man no longer hid himself, but really stood in front of the curtain. Did it mean that his plan had already been completed? In an instant, Carlson imagined countless terrible results, and the cold sweat all over his body was scared out of his body, soaking his clothes outside. Just think about it. A powerful race that was almost exterminated in the bitter war had been dormant for 1,000 years. Suddenly, they no longer hid their tracks. Instead, they acted with great fanfare. They were exposed to the eyes of the enemy. It could only mean that they no longer needed to hide themselves. They were bound to launch a vigorous counterattack. Was it really just an accident that Hollow and Death God appeared in the human world again? Perhaps. Behind all of this seemingly coincidental event was this man named Hashwalth, secretly manipulating the development of the entire event. No. I have to report to the director. Carlson was drenched in cold sweat. In the face of the powerful Quincy, they could only cooperate with Death God to ensure the safety of the human race. Evolution, evolution, evolution. The biological genetic factor that was evolved from over 900 million years in the ultimate biological cells of the Earth just happened to become the best partner of the ability infinite evolution. The two were almost perfectly fused together. Together, they urged the Big Hollow to step forward step by step from Jillian. As for the massive amount of energy required to evolve, one came from the light of the sun, and the other came from the spirit particles in the atmosphere. As the massive amount of energy surged in, the form of the octopus gradually changed. The spiritual power that filled the air suddenly surged. The calm sea surface was swept up with ripples, and the clear sky was covered by dark clouds. The heavy pressure seemed to be material, causing the Statue of Liberty beside her to be covered in cracks. It looked like it would collapse at any moment. Whew! In the howling wind, there was a mixture of killing and violence. A human-shaped creature appeared from the mouth of the huge octopus. Its familiar purple hair fluttered in the wind, and a pair of eyes full of arrogance and resentment stared straight at the. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect it. Kar's eyes flashed with resentment, and he laughed savagely. Not only did I, Kars, not die, but I also obtained greater power. The current me has already surpassed the ultimate height and become an invincible existence. Pa! To Kar's surprise, Hashwalth was still expressionless, looking abnormally calm. He nodded as he clapped and said, "Not bad, not bad. You really did not disappoint me. Let me congratulate you in advance. Invincible. Mr. Kars." For some reason, when the word invincible came out of his mouth, it made Kars feel a bit of ridicule and contempt. Although he didn't know where the confidence of Hashwalth came from, there was a terrifying power surging in his body that was hundreds of times stronger than before. This made Kars full of confidence at the moment, and he felt that everything was empty. You will regret letting me obtain this power, because it will be the root cause of your death. Kars licked his lips and grinned. I will let you experience the feeling of being devoured bit by bit. Let's talk about it next time. He pointed to the back of Kars and said indifferently, I think you should first think of a way to deal with those nosy fellows. Meddling in other people's business. Kars was slightly stunned. He felt a strange movement behind him and subconsciously turned his head to look. When white spiritual mist filled the surroundings, and an ancient, deep red arched door slowly appeared. That is, what is it? Kars widened his eyes in surprise. He was sure that there was no such door here before. It's a door. Carlson, who was 100 meters away, said subconsciously. That was Soul Society's unique Senkaimon. Its appearance meant that a death god had arrived in this world. Creak. As the ancient, deep red wooden door opened, the white spiritual mist became denser. A sound that was like the collision of bells, both crisp and pleasant, suddenly echoed within this space. His eyes changed and became a little serious. I didn't expect Soul Society to send him here. Chapter 295. As the crisp sound of the bell got closer and closer, a tall figure gradually emerged from the dark red arched door amidst the white spiritual mist. The man had an extremely ferocious face. A terrifying scar ran across the left side of his face from his eyebrow bone. His right eye was like a pirate from the last century, and he wore a black blindfold. Moreover, his hairstyle was very strange. At first glance, it looked like the spikes of sea urchins. At the end of his hair hung small golden bells. The sound he heard just now was from the collision of these bells. Apart from that, Carlson also noticed one more thing, which was the white feathered embroidery on this man's body. Although the two cuffs had been torn off, he had only seen this special white haori on the Captain Winter Monarch. In exchange, this fierce-looking mysterious man was Death God, a captain rank. Oh no, even the captain has appeared. Carlson wiped the sweat off his forehead. The matter had completely exceeded his control and was running towards an unpredictable place. Your Kenpeke. Hashwalth's calm expression finally changed slightly when he saw this man. A trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes as he said, could it be that Soul Society has no one left? He actually sent a monster like you over. Monster? Ha ha ha. Zaraki Kenpeke grinned, bursting with an extremely oppressive gaze, like a beast choosing to eat, said, you are the real monster, the head of Stern Ritter, Jugram Hashwalth. I miscalculated. Pushing his glasses, he frowned and said, I thought that Soul Society would let other captain come, but I didn't expect it to be you, a beast. These are not important. Zaraki Kenpake's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and the corner of his mouth showed a smile, slowly pulling out the long sword at his waist. Any plan is fine. I just want to fight to my heart's content with you right now. Zi. When the long body of sword was pulled out of the sheath, the rough mouth of sword, which was full of sawtooth, was slowly revealed, and it made a slightly harsh sound between the collision and friction. A broken sword. Even Steve Rogers, who had never made sword, could tell that this was a broken sword. With such a broken sword full of sawteeth, could he really defeat that terrifying man and this huge Ajichas? This was not only the idea of Steve Rogers, but also the idea in Carlson's heart. Even Kars laughed out loud and ridiculed loudly, take such a broken sword, even if I stand and let you cut, you can't kill me. Only Hashwalth looked slightly dignified, and it seemed that he was quite afraid of Zaraki Kenpeke. He said lightly, your opponent is not me, but this Ajichas. It? Zaraki Kenpeke then turned his eyes to Kars, and a touch of disdain appeared in his eyes. It is not easy for me to come to the modern world, not to cut this kind of trash, only a man like you can make me feel pleasure. Being ignored again and again, Kars was more and more furious, and he roared and rushed to Zaraki Kenpeki. Damn human, I want you to regret that you dare to look down on me. Hey, bastard. Zaraki Kenpeki raised his head and glanced at Kars, who rushed over. The cold bottom of his eyes seemed to be burning with golden flames. He grinned and said, the adults are fighting, the children don't intervene, get out and play. Just one glance. Kars seemed to have been frozen, and his entire body was corroded by a bone-piercing chill. Only when he truly faced this man could he feel that suffocating pressure. It was as if a sea of corpses and blood had appeared in front of him, accompanied by bursts of cold wind mixed with mournful howls. It was precisely the countless vengeful spirits that had died miserably under the serrated sword. Spiritual power, who had wantonly vented out from this man's body, was like a beast that made people feel uneasy. Zaraki Kenpeki had no time to pay attention to it, or he did not care about Kars at all. In his eyes, there was only Hashwalth alone. It's a pity, Zaraki Kenpeki. Hashwalth raised his hand to hold the gold-rimmed glasses frame, and the bottom of his eyes was cold glimmer, saying, now is not the time to fight with you, so this battle will stay in the future. In the future. Zaraki Kenpeki licked his lips, and his eyes burst out like a bloodthirsty beast, roaring in a low voice, I have no patience to wait until later. Let's fight now, Hashwalth. Bang. The tall and burly figure just took a step forward, but made the whole earth shake violently. The violent momentum was like a vast ocean, directly filling up the surrounding space. Then, the next second, Zaraki Kenpeki raised the serrated Zanpakuto in his hand high, with a sharp and majestic momentum. Boom! A huge sword pressure whistled through the sky like a crescent moon. A suffocating, terrifying hurricane soared into the sky, directly crushing the dense dark clouds. It was like a sharp sword energy that had been tempered thousands of times. It seemed to want to split the entire sky and even the earth apart. The violent wind blew the hair on Hashwalth's forehead into disorder. The huge sword pressure was getting closer and closer, but the latter's expression did not change at all. He just slowly raised his right hand, and his 5 slender fingers slightly loosened. Looking at Hashwalth's actions, it seemed that he was going to take the sword pressure with his bare hands. Carlson and Steve Roger held their breath. They felt that this was almost impossible, because the sword pressure was too terrifying. But the result was out of their expectations. Hashwalth took the terrifying sword pressure with one hand and only took a slight step back, and then pushed the sword to the other side. Rumble. The entire surface of the ground was plowed open by the sword pressure, leaving a deep gully. As the sword pressure rushed into the sea, it set off a wave that was nearly dozens of meters high and slammed down on both sides with a force of 10,000 tons, bursting out a deafening sound. This scene shocked Steve Rogers. Even though he was holding the golden shield, he was not confident that he could take the terrifying sword pressure without any injuries. However, Hashwalth was able to take it with his bare hands. It could be seen just how terrifying his strength was. The dust that filled the air was dispersed by a violent spiritual power. A wild and unrestrained figure stepped forward. Zanpakuto, which was covered in sawteeth, was dragged on the ground. A long spark was produced from the friction. That's how it should be. Zaraki Kenpeki showed a hunting look and laughed loudly. Come and kill each other, Hashwalth. Hashwalth lowered his head and looked at the shallow sword mark in his palm. His eyes were slightly cold and he said, as expected of the captain who inherited the name of Kenpeki, but unfortunately, my plan has been achieved. Fighting. Let's wait for the next time we meet. The black shadow under his feet suddenly expanded and gradually swallowed Hashwalth like an abyss. Are you going to escape again? The excitement on Zaraki Kenpeki's face faded and became somewhat disappointing. Whatever you say. Hashwalth's eyes were cold, and when he was about to disappear, he said, but the next time we meet, it will be the day of the reappearance of the Wanden Reich. Chapter 296. Hashwalth disappeared. Just like the inexplicable appearance of him, he disappeared without a trace, making people unable to understand his thoughts. The only thing that people cared about was when Hashwalth left, the Wandenreich that he mentioned was about to reappear. Although he didn't know the meaning of this name for the time being, Steve Rogers still subconsciously imprinted the Wandenreich deep in his heart, because he always had a feeling that he might meet them in the future. Tisk. He actually ran away. Zaraki Kenpeka twisted his neck and then locked his eyes on Kars, who was on the side. Since Hashwalth slipped away, then I can only reluctantly cut you. After all, it was hard to come out. If I don't cut something, I always feel something wrong. What was he saying? It wasn't harmful, but it was extremely insulting. Even Kars, who had stopped due to fear, instantly lost all his rationality when he heard this. His scarlet eyes stared straight at the wild figure and he said angrily, "Arrogant human, don't think that you will win. I was just not serious just now. Now, I will let you experience the horror of ultimate life form." Oh. Zaraki Kenpeka carried the serrated blade and provocatively hooked his index finger at Kars. He said with a lack of interest, "Then please let me see the so-called ultimate life form you speak of. Don't let me down." Whether it was ultimate life form or Ajitya's, it was all the same. He didn't care what the enemy was, he only cared that the enemy couldn't be cut down. Go to hell, arrogant human. Kars was completely dominated by anger and subconsciously used Zero. Buzz. A huge scarlet energy burst out from the octopus front and enveloped Zaraki Kenpeka figure. But Zaraki Kenpeka just raised his hand and easily caught the Zero. Bang. After Zaraki Kenpeka crushed Zero with his bare hands, the violent energy surged around his body and set off the rolling airflow, but the disappointment in the latter's eyes was heavier. What a trash. If you are only at this level, you are not even worthy to die under my sword. Damn it. Kars felt a surge of grievance in his heart and roared unwillingly. He had clearly surpassed the ultimate height of the creature, but why was the gap still so big? Forget it. Zaraki Kenpeka felt dull, carrying Zanpakuto full of sawteeth to Kars. Sure enough, you can't have too much expectation for the scum. It's better to quickly cut you back to Soul Society. A terrifying killing intent that was enough to suffocate people, like a huge wave, rushed over. With every step that Zaraki Kenpeka took, the ground was constantly cracking and collapsing. The tall Statue of Liberty was crumbling, and even the sea surface hundreds of meters away seemed to be repelled by an invisible force, forming a huge concave pit. The huge black cloud layer gathered in the sky and gradually shrouded the shadow on the earth. No. Don't come over. Kars' pupils trembled, and his body was cold. At the moment, in his eyes, Zaraki Kenpeka body seemed to become huge, like a mountain pressing down on his heart, almost making him unable to breathe. But this scene in the eyes of outsiders, it seemed a little funny. Obviously, he had a huge advantage in size, but Kars was constantly retreating, but the man who seemed to be at a disadvantage was constantly approaching the octopus monster. Even Carlson and the others can't help thinking, who is the monster? This is Captain Rank. Carlson stared at Kars, who was constantly retreating due to fear, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. Kars was a terrifying existence that could not be matched by human beings. In front of this captain named Zaraki Kenpeka, he was as weak as a baby, only being ravaged unilaterally. It undoubtedly proved the strength of Death God from the side. So, could the plan that the director expected to restrict Death God really be realized? Carlson suddenly became confused, not knowing whether blindly following the orders of Fury was right or wrong. Death God was clearly an existence protecting humans. Why did they have to think of all means, even at the expense of causing a great disaster, to restrict the power of Death God? The Quincy, Hollow, the Asgardians, Pillar Man. Every time a disaster appeared on earth, it was Death God who solved these troubles. Then what was the point of everything they did? Carlson clenched his fists and looked at the wild figure. His eyes were somewhat lost and he subconsciously muttered to himself, Director Fury. Maybe the wrong person is us. Death God is not an enemy, but our protector. At this moment, the thoughts in Carlson's heart quietly changed. Still not planning to attack, Zaraki Kenpeka carried the serrated Zanpakuto and said, in any case, both sides are dead. Why don't you try to attack? What if you win? This sentence seemed to arouse Kar's desire to live. He let out a furious roar that was on the verge of desperation. It was like a solid sound wave setting off rolling airflow, accompanied by a huge spiritual power filling the space. Die for me. Kars manipulated the giant tentacle of the octopus and launched a fatal blow to the figure. A little bit of it, but it's still not enough. Looking at Zaraki Kenpeka that fell from the giant tentacle, he casually raised Zanpakuto and slashed out. Chi! Zanpakuto seemed to be full of sawteeth, but sword's blade was extremely sharp and easily cut the tentacles. The violent spiritual power spread out like mercury. Wherever the sharp golden spiritual power passed, everything was like being torn apart. The devastated ground shattered and collapsed under the spiritual power of Zaraki Kenpeka. The power of the golden slash did not decrease after cutting the tentacles, like a cold waning moon emitting a fatal cold light, directly splitting half of Kar's body, and then passing through the sea level and disappearing at the end of the field of vision. Just one strike. The insufferably arrogant Kars was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Half of his body was shattered under the sword's edge. Death. It was like a dark shadow that wrapped around Kar's heart. It seems that it has ended. Zaraki Kenpeka carried the bloody serrated sword, and the bell at the end of the tail collided with a crisp sound, step by step toward Kars, who was eroded by fear. Time had never been so painful. Kars could only watch helplessly, and the horrible man was approaching him. Escape. Stop messing around. In front of this man's terrifying spiritual power, Kars could not even breathe freely. Finally, Zaraki Kenpeka came to Kars, who slowly raised the sword blade in his hand and then slashed it down. At this moment, something happened. He saw that the jagged sword blade was about to cut down and take away Kar's life, but it was suddenly blocked by the back of a hand. Dang! Sword's blade cut on the back of his hand, bursting out a string of white sparks. Huh! Zaraki Kenpeka frowned slightly and looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. The light blue short hair was wild and flamboyant, hanging down a few strands of bangs to the forehead. The sky blue eyes were unruly, and the eyes were printed with the lake green eyes. The white mask was arranged in a beast tooth shape on the right cheek. Nice to meet you, Death God. The man's back burst out a strong spiritual power, directly sending Zaraki Kenpeka flying, and then his hands in his pocket, proudly said, "Let me introduce myself, I am Espadon number 6, Grim Joe Jaeger Jacques." Chapter 297. The situation on the field could be said to be changing rapidly. Kars, who was supposed to die under Zaraki's Zanpakuto, was saved by the arrogant youth who suddenly appeared. Moreover, this mysterious and arrogant youth showed his strong strength when he first appeared. Not only did he easily block the fatal blow, but he also released a powerful spiritual power from the back of his hand, sending that peerless madman flying. But compared to this, what caught Carlson and Steve's attention even more was the bone mask on the young man's face, as well as the fist-sized hole in his abdomen. These two things were the symbol of hollow. In other words, this arrogant young man who claimed to be Sexta Espada, Grim Joe Jaeger Jacques, although he had the appearance and body shape of a human, he was a real hollow. This was the first time Shield and even the entire human race had seen hollow in a completely new form. If one ignored the mask that remained on the face and the hole in his abdomen, his appearance would be no different from that of a human. Could Could it be? Carlsen's face was pale, and his pupils dilated slightly. An unbelievable term slowly emerged from the depths of his mind. Vasto Lord. Although Death God had casually mentioned it before, Shield still kept the relevant information in his heart. As the main person in charge of this kind of event, Carlsen naturally remembered it in his heart. The records about Vasto Lord marked the most prominent feature of this group of people, which was that they were no longer monsters, but Minos Grande, who looked like a human. In all the records regarding Jillian's elimination, SHIELD needed to send at least 10 special action teams, equipped with the highest technology energy weapons, and support in the air, as well as the ambush of the ground units. Only then could he be completely killed. On the other hand, the only time they had a record of Ajichas was in the laboratory in New Mexico. Dozens of action teams were destroyed. The cruise missiles and cannon fire of the fighter jet were completely ineffective against Ajichas. In the end, it was Death God who took action and completely solved the problem. Then the problem came. Vasto Lord, who had reached the top of the path of evolution, was above all the Minos Grande. What kind of terrifying combat power was it? Oh! I caught a big fish. Zaraki Kenpeka waved his arm and the excitement in his eyes was more intense. He licked his lips and said, "It is the first time that I have met Hollow with a human appearance, and the feeling of this spiritual power. You should not be mere Jillian, right?" "Jillian? Are you serious, Death God?" Grim Joe put his hands in his pockets, with arrogance between his eyebrows, and said coldly, "Don't compare us to those inferior things. We are the Arankar. It doesn't matter if it's Arankar or Hollow, whatever you are is good. Compared to these unimportant titles, what I care more is how strong you are." Zaraki Kenpeka was too lazy to think about so much. He was eager to fight and vent the burning fighting spirit in his chest. "Won't you know if you try?" Grim Joe grinned and hooked his finger at Zaraki Kenpeka, provoking, "But want to test my strength and be ready to die in battle, this unknown Captain Death God." "Ha ha, ha ha." Zaraki Kenpeka laughed at the sky, and spiritual power around him was like boiling water, and the strong wind blew the haori. "Prepare to die in battle." "Sorry, I don't need to prepare this thing at all." The voice had not fallen. The earth suddenly shook violently, and the surrounding airflow swept up dozens of meters high in the air like a tsunami. In the roaring wind, a wildly released figure rushed forward with a terrifying explosive momentum. Woo! A rough saw-like sword blade cut through the air and cut down horizontally above Grim Joe's head. Spiritual power, which was flowing on the sword blade, wantonly vented out, like a tsunami that destroyed the sky and the earth, which made Grim Joe's arrogant eyes slightly restrained, and even faintly felt the tingling pain from his skin. Facing such a powerful enemy, even the arrogant Grim Joe did not dare to take the sword with the back of his hand. Instead, he decisively pulled out the long sword at his waist, from the bottom up, an arc of light and the falling sword. Bang! The two swords collided, and sparks flew. Thousands of thunder burst out, as if the sky was going to be torn apart. Endless strong wind roared, and a huge sword light soared into the sky, directly crushing the thick black clouds. Immediately after, the earth that carried the two of them collided suddenly let out a cry that could not bear the burden. The sound of continuous explosions, the howling wind, which was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, collapsed under the horrified gazes of Steve and Carlsen. Rumble! The Freedom Island, which carried the Statue of Liberty, collapsed after just one exchange between the two. The Statue of Liberty has fallen. As a native New York, it was a huge blow for Steve to see the collapse of the towering Statue of Liberty with his own eyes. It even made him feel unbelievable. But this was just the beginning. After the collapse of Freedom Island, because it could not hold the power of the two people, Zaraki Kenpeka and Grim Joe moved the battlefield to the sea. For a time, shadows covered the sea. The collision between swords, the collision between spiritual powers. In just a few seconds, the two of them had already exchanged hundreds of blows. The explosive winds and sword energy surged, stirring up the originally calm sea. The high-speed movements of the two sides could no longer be captured. Only the sparks of weapons colliding could be vaguely seen. The vibration waves wantonly crushed the entire street. The speed of the exchange was completely beyond the limits of human retina capture. Even if they used the highest pixel delay, they could not capture the sword shadows that collided in the air. "Is this all you have, Death God?" Grimjo took advantage of the gap of the sword to block the attack, and his left hand suddenly pressed on Zaraki Kenpaki's chest and laughed, "Have a taste of this move, Siro." After the scarlet-red evil energy gathered and compressed in the palm, it was blasted out almost at zero distance. Boom! A huge energy burst out. The terrible shockwave with a destructive aura, pushed Zaraki Kenpaki body over the sea like a comet, leaving a huge gully, and directly hit the shore closest to New York City. "No, not good," Carlson exclaimed. The thing he was most worried about had happened. At first, he was worried when the two fought. Although there were few people near Freedom Island, it was still too close to New York City. If the battlefield moved to the city, the damage would be unimaginable. Unexpectedly, his conjecture came true. Chapter 298. Rumble. The helicopter carried Captain America that fell on the sea and followed in the direction of Zaraki Kenpaki. That was Bartley Park. This park was located in the south of Manhattan. It was a commemorative park established during the Second World War. There were many people who watched the light on weekdays and the people who participated in commemoration, and today was coincidentally Sunday, when the park was the densest. And the avenue near Bartley Park is one of the 5 largest streets with the densest flow of people in New York. Not only are there many historical buildings, but it is also the residential area of the rich and powerful. The most important thing is, Bartley Park is not far from the Empire Building. If Zaraki Kenpaki and Grimjo start a war here, the loss caused is almost unimaginable. Setting aside the destroyed buildings, it could be foreseen that at least 1,000 or more people would die under this disaster. What Carlson could think of, Steve Rogers had no reason to not think of. The two of them almost turned pale at the same time. It seemed that the crowd was wailing under the collapsed ruins. "We have to stop them." Carlson clenched his fists and almost crushed his teeth. His brain worked wildly, trying to find a way to stop them. However, what made people despair was, no matter how Carlson and Steve thought about it and put all the power they could use into their thinking, they could not find any hope of stopping this battle. With SHIELD's current technological strength, there was no way to stop the battle between the two people. Facing a monster that could destroy an island with a single strike, not to mention whether human weapons could hurt them, just the amazing speed they displayed when they fought was definitely not something any weapon could hit. Could it be? Were they going to watch helplessly as this tragedy happened? Although SHIELD had received the alarm, there was nothing they could do. Nick Fury stood in the office, unable to do anything. It was useless to curse at everyone. No one could think of a way to stop the tragedy that was about to happen. Thousands of lives that were about to die were pressing down on everyone's hearts. Is there really no other way? Carlson's eyes were red. He punched the cabin and bit his lips, suppressing his grief and indignation. Just as everyone was immersed in this sadness, a black figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the battlefield. That is Lod. Carlson recognized at a glance that the figure was the death god they first knew. But then a hint of doubt arose in his heart. But, what is he doing here? Is it you? Lod seemed to have sensed something. He glanced at Carlson, who was on the helicopter. After ho-ho, he went to the side, he frowned and said, "What are you doing here?" "Mr. Lod, there was a touch of sadness in Carlson's eyes, but there was a sudden hope in his heart. Since they were both death god, maybe he could help them. So he said sadly, I beg you to stop them from fighting. If we fight here, thousands of people will die miserably. Sorry, I can't stop Captain Zaraki. If I rashly step into the territory of the beast, I will be torn to pieces. In the eyes of Khalsan full of hope and pleading, Laud decisively shook his head and refused the request. How can it be? Khalsan seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. His essence, energy, and spirit had fallen to the bottom as he said absent-mindedly. But you don't have to worry. Laud paused for a moment. Then, under Khalsan's eyes that were once again burning with hope, he said indifferently, in this case, I have already applied for space freeze from Soul Society. Space freeze. Khalsan and Steve looked blank. Laud said calmly, in order to let Death God fight to his heart's content in the modern world without affecting ordinary humans and souls, the special technology developed by 12th Division can freeze space and time in a certain range, temporarily transfer all life into other dimensions, and transfer them back after the battle is over. That means, these people will be fine. Khalsan and Steve widened their eyes, and their hearts were filled with ecstasy. That's right. Laud nodded slightly and said, as for the damage caused by the buildings during the battle, it will be deducted from Captain Zaraki later, so you can be at ease. Good guy. Another battle subsidy? The corners of Khalsan's mouth twitched slightly. Why didn't I see your battle subsidy for the damage caused by the last New York War? But after thinking about it carefully, Khalsan decided to rot in his stomach. At the side, Steve Roger looked straight at Laud, as if he wanted to ask something, but in the end, he hesitated for a moment and did not ask. Mr. Laud, aren't you going to help this captain? Khalsan, who did not have any worries, immediately said worriedly, I think he is not this hollow's opponent. He was sent flying so far and was injured. He was injured too badly. He will lose if this continues. Steve followed up with his opinion and said worriedly, and, why didn't he dodge? Why did he have to use his physical body to block an attack that he could have avoided? As the two said. From the looks of it, Zaraki Kenpeka did not have the upper hand, and the flesh on his chest was charred, and he was also cut several times by sword. The blood kept flowing out, dyeing the shattered ground around him red. Don't worry. Laud was very calm, and he chuckled. This is the usual style of Zaraki captain, but even if the injury is heavy, he will not fall. For the words of Laud, Steve and Khalsan were skeptical. You are so weak, Death God. Grim Joe broke out the powerful spiritual power while constantly suppressing Zaraki Kenpeka. The chaotic sword light flashed, the heavy force made Zaraki Kenpeka constantly retreat, and his body added a lot of sword injuries, even the Haori and the Death Tyrant suit were cut into pieces. Next swing, I will send you on the way, the weak Captain Death God. Grim Joe growled, and after the sound approached Zaraki Kenpeka, he released Sword's blade with his bare hands, and his right hand held sword. Feeling the approaching death, Zaraki Kenpeka stepped back slightly, but the right eye blindfold was accidentally sent flying by Sword. The next moment. Boom. Zaraki Kenpeka, after the eye patch was sent flying, seemed to break the silence, and instantly burst out a far more than the past spiritual power, and the golden flames around him rose up. The golden spiritual power, in the fierce friction with the atmosphere, formed a huge human skeleton. The dark eyes were like a demon, staring at Grim Joe ruthlessly. Zaraki Kenpeka himself seemed to not notice this amazing change, his eyes burning with a blazing golden flame, raising the long and rough sword in his hands full of saw teeth, and the explosive spiritual power was condensed on Sword's blade. Slash. It was a simple slash, but it erupted with an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The moment the sword slashed down, the dazzling golden light suddenly tore apart the sky, and the surging air waves created a vacuum zone, and the stirring power cut everything in all four directions into pieces. The blazing golden light was like an ocean, and it let out a deafening roar, drowning Grim Joe's figure in it. Chapter 299. For a time, the heaven and earth within a radius of several thousand meters were enveloped in a blazing golden light. A series of sword pressure of heaven and earth accompanied by a heavy and sharp aura swept across the sky. It crushed the clouds and tore the earth apart. It caused rolling winds and thunder to surge endlessly, turning into waves and waves that surged and roared, drowning everything that one could see in their line of sight in the midst of spiritual power which had destroyed heaven and earth. This terrifying process lasted for dozens of seconds before it gradually calmed down. Gulp. Carlson wiped his sweat and swallowed his saliva with lingering fear. He was glad that they had the protection of Laud. If not for Laud helping them block the aftermath of this attack, this helicopter would have been swept into the storm and torn to pieces on the spot. Is it over? Someone in the chaos suddenly asked. No, not yet. Laud dutifully acted as a commentator and shook his head. The Arrancar's spiritual power hasn't disappeared yet. The battle is far from over. He took that kind of attack head on. Is he still alive? Steve and Carlson, who had just calmed down, immediately jumped to their throats again. They looked at the area covered in smoke in disbelief. Sure enough. After the dust was blown away by spiritual power, the arrogant and unruly figure was revealed. It was the culprit who had provoked the battle, Grim Joe Jaeger-Jacques. A large amount of blood sprayed out like a spray and splashed on the ground near Grim Joe. In a close distance, the frontal attack was blocked, and even though Arrancar had the outstanding defense of Hierro, it left a deep wound on the chest, and even the beating heart inside could be seen. This kind of terrible injury, if not for the special constitution of Arrancar, I am afraid that he would have died long ago. Tch. Zaraki Kenpeki raised his hand to touch his right eye and found that his eye patch was picked up. The look seemed to be a little disappointed. What a stupid guy. It's all your fault that you took off my blindfold. I couldn't control my strength properly. Huck it. Huck it. Huck it. Grim Joe forced himself to stand up, his chest heaved violently, and he let out a heavy breath like pulling a bellows. Under your blindfold, what kind of mechanism is hidden? Mechanism? Zaraki Kenpeki sneered and said, I disdain to use this method to win the battle. It is just an ordinary blindfold. An ordinary blindfold. Grim Joe's palm touched the wound on his chest, feeling the spiritual power left by sword, sneered, this kind of lie, do you think I will believe it? Indeed. Even Carlson and Steve, the two outsiders, could detect that before and after the blindfold was taken off, Zaraki Kenpeki's strength climbed like a rocket, not to mention Grim Joe. That is the eye patch that Technological Development Department specially made for me. It can constantly devour and suppress the user's spiritual power, so that I can slowly enjoy the battle and not end it all at once. Zaraki Kenpeki said lightly. Suppress. Spiritual power. Grim Joe's pupil slightly shrank and turned his eyes to the eye patch that fell to the ground and found that it was as he said. In the inside of the eye mask, there were a mouthful of sharp teeth, greedily swallowing the surrounding spiritual power. In other words, only after taking off the eye mask, Zaraki Kenpeki can show the real strength of his. And before taking off the eye mask, he was just enjoying the battle. It was well known. The battle between Death God and Hollow was both a battle between spiritual power. When others were desperately trying to improve themselves' spiritual power, only Zaraki Kenpeki did the opposite, constantly suppressing and even sealing spiritual power, just to enjoy the fun brought by the battle. Whether it was the one who cut people or the one who was cut. For a madman like Zaraki Kenpeki who pursues fighting, it doesn't matter at all. He is just simply pursuing the pleasure of killing each other, infinitely yearning for the thrill of walking on the edge of life and death. Hey, the Arrancar over there, can you still move? Zaraki Kenpeki slightly moved, the more stiff muscles and bones broke out a thunderous sound, glanced at Grimjo who was panting, and said lightly, "Now can you still bear my sword?" "Ha! What do you think?" Grimjo grinned with a ferocious expression and staggered to stand up straight. His dark blue eyes burst out with a blazing and strong fighting desire. "The battle between us has just begun. Don't think you are sure to win, Death God." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The powerful spiritual power was like a storm, gathering towards Grimjo. Then the invisible pressure spread from his body, making the air around him suddenly become sticky, making people feel as if they were in the depths of the sea. An unimaginable huge pressure came from all directions, forcing the bones and muscles to cry out. Feeling spiritual power bursting out of Grimjo's body, Zaraki Kenpei's slightly ferocious eyebrows rose slightly, and the bell behind his head made a sound, as if it was warning him. "Hey, do you know why we called Arankar?" Grimjo slowly opened the posture and pressed a hand on sword's blade, and the blue pupil seemed to burst out, and the sharp killing intent was constantly gushing around. "I am not interested in playing the guessing game." Zaraki Kenpei did not answer his words, indicating that he was not interested in this. "Anyway, it is just some hidden power. And the sword at your waist, no matter how you look at it, should not be a simple decoration, right?" "Ah. I guess so too. Rather than explaining it to a battle maniac like you, it is better to let you experience it yourself. Our Espada's resurrection. Only when you experience the unforgettable horror will you regret being our enemy." Grimjo reluctantly stood up and then spat out a white-hot breath. Boom. Spiritual power, which had gathered around Grimjo, suddenly began to climb very high, like a violent volcanic eruption, and the original broken earth around him was once again abused and ravaged. The devastated ground cracked, and the explosive energy spread out like a gale sweeping the fallen leaves, sinking the surrounding ground several meters deep, raising a huge blue storm, directly making the whole world and even the space tremble faintly. A pair of blue eyes full of tyranny, sharp eyes like swords penetrated the sky and the sun, falling on Zaraki Kenpei, accompanied by a proud voice echoed between heaven and earth. Grind, Pantera. Chapter 300. Spiritual Power. The boundless spiritual power seemed to fill the world, as if there was a thunderous roar. A world-shaking roar shook the world. The vibrating air currents were like rolling pythons and dragons, and then the surging pressure fell from the sky. It was as if a sea had been overturned. The sudden increase in pressure caused the 1,000-meter ground to crack. Step. 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 The low footsteps echoed in everyone's ears. Even in the roaring thunder, it was clear and condensed. Under everyone's gaze, a proud figure stepped out of the dust. The originally messy sky-blue short hair reached his waist and fluttered in the wind. Grimjo's overall image also changed, and he was more like a beast. His whole body was covered with grayish-white skin, and the outside of his two arms grew a sharp blade of sword. A tyrannical and wild momentum like a beast rose from his body. That pair of azure blue eyes were like a beast king that controlled everything. In front of this powerful pressure that dominated the world, Carlson could not even summon the courage to look straight at the terrifying figure. He could only tremble like an ant hiding in the corner. "I can't move," fear spread in Steve Rogers' heart. He squeezed out the last trace of spiritual power in his body and forced himself to hold his head high and look at the figure. Their eyes met. Bang. In just a moment, Steve felt that his soul was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out uncontrollably, followed by a tearing pain in his brain, covering his head and screaming out. "How do you feel, Death God?" Grimjo stared coldly ahead, and the wound that was cut by Zaraki Kenpei on his chest had healed. Not a bad spiritual power. Not only did Zaraki Kenpei not show a trace of timidity, the corner of his mouth pulled to the root of his ear. He raised Zanpakuto in his hand and looked at him for a moment. He said, "It's been a long time. The feeling of being polished by spiritual power, it seems that I can enjoy it. Is that so? Grimjo licked the blood on his arm that had not dried up. He said coldly, then enjoy the last battle in your life. Rumble. An unimaginably terrifying force surged around Grimjo and gathered at the center of his feet. The foot that was like a beast's foot fell, and at the moment of contact with the earth, it burst out a force that was like the collapse of the sky and the earth. It seemed that there were thousands of thunder explosions, causing the ground within hundreds of meters to suddenly shake wildly. The earth rocks that were several meters thick were in pieces, and they were forcibly shaken into powder. Boom! Endless strong winds roared and tore the dust that filled the air. With the sound of rolling thunder, Grimjo in less than a breath, pulled out a hot air wave that was hundreds of feet long, and the sharp beast claws attacked Zaraki Kenpeki in the air. Extremely overbearing, violent, and fierce. The beast claws full of hostility were ringing in the air. It seemed that the sharp spiritual power, who had been ground by thousands of times, directly cut out a deep gully in the surrounding earth. Even when he was still a few meters away from Zaraki Kenpeki, the latter's body was drawn out a line of blood. Come on. Come on. What I want is this feeling. If I don't pay attention, I will die. The stimulation of wandering the border of life and death. Only this kind of battle is the battle I dream of. The strong fighting spirit was gushing out of Zaraki Kenpeki's chest. He did not show any fear. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward. Zanpakuto in his hand drew a gorgeous arc, and the powerful waved sword to the sharp beast claw. Boom! The sharp beast claw and the rough sword blade intersected. The golden and blue light intertwined, and the two spiritual power collided with each other. For a time, the whole sky changed color. The ground began to crack from the feet of the two people, bursting out a huge wave of air visible to the naked eye, like a dragon rushing straight into the sky. Dust scattered. The sharp beast claws left two huge tearing wounds in Zaraki Kenpeki's chest, and the parts of the left shoulder bone and right ribs were broken. The blood gurgled out from the inside and dyed a large piece of land under the body. On the other hand, Grimjo, he was not feeling well. Once again bearing the slash of Kenpeki, his chest was almost directly torn into two by sword's blade, the wound was only a few centimeters away from the heart, and a large amount of blood splashed out from it. Come again. Zaraki Kenpeki seemed to be not tired, the bitter battle and blood were like catalysts, but it made him more excited, and once again raised sword to attack Grimjo. Roar dash. Grimjo was not to be outdone and let out a long roar. The next moment, all the parts of the body were driven into a precise killing machine, pouring the attack on Zaraki Kenpeki like a storm. The space within hundreds of meters was filled with two people, spiritual power. The collision of sword's blade and the beast claw rang, and the howling wind howled like a sharp blade cutting everything. Even in the environment of smoke and dust, it could not stop the fight between the two people, even if the eyes could not see it, it did not matter, because the opponent's unique spiritual power had already been imprinted in the heart, like a bright light in the night. A golden slash cut through the smoke and dust, still straight to the slash without any skill to speak of. Grimjo's reaction is also quite fast, the sword blade of both arms is in the shape of a cross in front of him, blocking the slash from Zaraki Kenpeki. Dang! Dazzling sparks burst out, and the huge power contained in the sword blade directly made Grimjo staggered a step back. It became stronger again. Although Zaraki Kenpeki move is as always, there is no sword move and routine, and it is fighting with the beast-like intuition, but the broken sword blade is getting heavier and heavier. This monster in human skin is like slowly adapting to his strength. With each exchange between the two, it will become stronger than before, as if there is no end, which makes Grimjo feel fear. TCH. Originally, I didn't want to use this move. Grimjo suddenly pulled away from Zaraki Kenpeki, and there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. It seems that we can't drag it on anymore. Let's end the battle in one move, Death God. This spiritual power. Zaraki Kenpaku slightly frowned and closed spiritual power on the sword blade. Chi La. Grimjo cut the palm of his hand, and his 5 fingers gathered together. Try this, Death God. Hum. The majestic blue spiritual power, mixed with blood, crazily gathered in the palm of Grimjo. The terrifying energy fluctuation emitted from it even made the space around him gradually distorted. The next moment. Gran Rey Zero. The azure flash of light carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, it tore through 100 meters of hollow space, splitting the heavens and the earth into 2. Boom. The distorted space gradually recovered. Looking at the earth thousands of meters away, under this terrifying attack, a huge rift valley was torn open.